drug convictions because she was one of the people who would be affected by that. So not only, are we perhaps not going to see that bill pass, but she's then mistreated by people in this body who are trying to work to serve her. And so when I say that I'm doing this for constituents, it's really all of our constituents. It's all Nebraskans who are suffering with food insecurity, and every single one of your communities can benefit from the grants that could be provided by this money. It is definitely ARPA related. It definitely fits the criteria. We do not need to worry about this being clawed back. And it gets the ask of these food security organizations and the nonprofit organizations back up to $40 million, which is the level they need to keep up with demand here in Nebraska. I'd be happy to answer any questions, of course, and that's it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Debate is now open on AM 2446. Senator Aguilar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise to adamantly oppose this amendment or any amendment that would take away funding from this project. This is a necessary project, and if you take a look at the handouts that I passed out, you'll see there's nothing in there that's wasteful or that can be taken away from. Everything is necessary. The original Law Enforcement Training Center was built in 1983. It's become outdated. It's time to update. We need to modernize the facility so we can start training officers better, faster, and more capable of doing their job. We need to do whatever we can for law enforcement in this state. They train there and are put in motion all throughout the state. It's not just a Grand Island project. These gentlemen come from all over our state to trade. Gentlemen and ladies, excuse me. So we need to do whatever is possible to make sure this project stays whole. And I would remind everyone that this project was in one of the governor's original recommendations of his budget. And I don't think he's going to be looking very favorably on someone trying to take money away from it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Aguilar. Senator Flood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in opposition to AM 2446. Now is not the time, in my opinion, to be cutting the funding that we're talking about for the Law Enforcement Training Center. There's a $47.7 million ask here that's in front of us. Couple quick facts. Did you know that nationwide, more officers have died from COVID-19 or COVID-19 related complications than from gunfire or automobile accidents combined? Who gets the first call when there's something happening in your community? It's a police officer. They're often there before the ambulance. They're not there with rubber gloves. They're there with leather gloves because they don't know what they're about to encounter. And they're the ones that are rendering aid, making your community safe, and they are truly on the front lines. And did you know, and this is why I've gotten calls today from the Norfolk Police Chief. This is why several of us have been contacted by the Scotts Bluff Police Chief and others concerned about their ability to hire people, get them through the training center, and then serve on the streets of their community. Nothing is more direct when it comes to the impacts of COVID than the first responders that are answering the call every single day, 24 hours a day. And guess what? When there's 5 on a shift and there's supposed to be 8, their safety's compromised. They show up somewhere with 1 person to back them up or none to back them up. Who deals with that? Imagine being a sheriff's deputy. People forget about this. Did you know in some counties in Northeast Nebraska, there's maybe 1 at most law enforcement officials on patrol in the entire county? You might be surprised at how many actual state troopers are in certain areas of our state. We can't find them. But when we do find them, we can't get them through the academy in a reasonable amount of time. This bill funds additions and benefits the Nebraska Training Center. Specifically, it addresses indoor weapons or facility training, skills tactical building, modified entry with increased security, expanded cafeteria and food prep areas, new technology rooms, new dormitory and living units. Listen, it's easy for some to be critical of the police. And what's the first thing that people that are critical of the police say? We need more training. We need more training. We need more training. Well, this is it. This is your chance to support the police. This is your chance to support the training they get. This is your chance to say, all right, we're going to prioritize law enforcement training in Nebraska by bringing our facility up to a modern facility that allows people to get through the system, to get their certification, and return to their communities. It's important to note that this facility takes care of police officers from every rural community in the state. The same places that a lot of you voted last year to put new restrictions on with a bill from Senator Lathrop. Some of those restrictions are having to be revisited this year because it's put a strain on them. Ask Senator Brewer how difficult it is for his brother in Gordon, Nebraska, to hire people to serve in law enforcement. Not only do you have to convince them to sign up for the job, then they have to go through the training. That means they can get into the training. And once they get into the training, we want the training successful. We want them to know how to operate an emergency vehicle. We want them to understand the Fourth Amendment. We want them to understand the First Amendment. We want them to respect all of our rights, which requires training. This amendment lays that out and fillets it in half. I think we should respect the fact the Appropriations Committee heard a lot of testimony from law enforcement partners across the state.
1 minute.
And they identified this as a priority. They put $47.7 million in the budget. It should stay there. I'm opposed to 2446. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Senator Blood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of 2446, but not where the funding is coming from. And let me explain why. You've heard a little bit about what's going on, but you need to know the history. So this summer, I actually had an interim study that went to Judiciary because, quite frankly, the Law Enforcement Training Center has been at the bottom of the funding list for 7 years. We're talking about this being a new problem. This is an old problem that was allowed to fester. Fester so much, Senator Aguilar, that Sarpy County got together with Sarpy County Sheriff's Department, Douglas County Sheriff's Department, Papillion, La Vista, Bellevue, and we had to form our own training academy because we couldn't wait any longer to get our people trained, because that's a safety issue. We get on this floor, we wave our flags for first responders, and damn well we should. But we have ignored the funding of this facility for a very long time. And yes, we most definitely need to support the funding that it's received now, but we also need to point out that this funding was ignored for years, that law enforcement from Western Nebraska came to the legislature for years asking for these funds, and it fell upon deaf ears. And when I traveled across Nebraska this fall, I can tell you that very few residents understood that there were waiting lists at the training academy. And because of that, their well-being and their safety was at risk because we couldn't get people trained because we have waiting lists. And the bill that Senator Flood is referring to is actually LB 51, which is not a bad bill, but it had unintended consequences and stressed this underfunded facility. Underfunded because our executive branch did not make it a priority until this budget. And mine was not the only interim study that brought that concern forward. And thank goodness their voices have finally been heard, and we can play catch up and we can start catching up to the technology and the staffing that Western Nebraska deserves. But I want to make sure that when we stand up today, that everybody is listening, because this is a systemic issue that was allowed to fester. Because it pertained to small communities with smaller populations, the voices weren't as loud as if this had happened in urban Nebraska. And so what happened is year after year after year, 7 years documented, the funding was not there. The equipment was not updated. The staff was not hired. And now we have to have this magnitude of funds to upgrade it, because this is a public safety issue. And you have to remember that this is, again, the only training center that people can rely on outside of the State Patrol, the Lincoln Police, and the Omaha Police, who have their own training centers. The rest of the state depends on this Grand Island facility. And so I admire what Senator Hunt wants to do with this amendment, and I support her efforts to do what she wants to do with this amendment. But this is one time that I unfortunately have to oppose Senator Hunt because of where the funds come from. And because I have been championing this cause for a very long time. And my biggest fear is that it won't come to fruition, that whoever becomes the next governor or whoever takes over the appropriations committee maybe won't see the importance in the future, and funds might be lost, or the importance of it might come off the table and people forget why we have to have this training academy. If people are worried about the safety and security of their communities, they should worry about how this is funded and that our people get properly trained.
1 minute.
If people are worried about the safety of our first responders, of our law enforcement, they should worry about how this facility is funded. And so I stand, unfortunately, against Senator Hunt's amendment unless there can be a new funding mechanism, and in support of their training center. And it is my wish that everybody remember today, because if we go back to the way it was, the only people that are going to suffer are Nebraska citizens, especially out in western and rural Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Lowe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in favor of 1014 and AM 2330, and unfortunately, I'm standing against 2446. This is money that is needed for our law enforcement training centers. They're dated. It's time to bring them up to speed. It's time to do this for our law enforcement officers. We need to get them through the training in a timely manner. COVID hasn't been hard only on our medical staff who have left by the droves because they're tired. It's also been hard on our first responders. They're retiring at a rapid pace, and we need to replace them. We need this money to stay where it's at. We need to make sure that we don't withdraw the money out. And we need to improve the training facilities. I think Senator Flood went through these, but I'll go through them again. On the inside, indoor weapons training facility, skills and tactical building, a modified entry with increased security, expanded cafeteria and food prep areas, new technology rooms, and new dormitory and living units. On the outside, it's a little more land acquisition, a security fence with lights, 20 station targeting system, an up-to-date vehicle training track, and skills pad that reflects actual conditions. This is a building that is in North Grand Island, or land in North Grand Island, and it does wonders for training. And Senator Flood was right. In any one time in several of our counties in western Nebraska, there's only one law enforcement officer. Now, what happens when that law enforcement officer has to go back to Grand Island or someplace for training? What does that leave that county? I don't think any of us would want to live in an area that was unprotected. It's hard enough to get law enforcement officers, because when you hire them, when you hire a person to come in and you go through the training, and it's extensive training, and then they go, nah, this is not for me. So we have just spent the time and the money training this person. And so we need to concentrate on the people that we hire, and we need to incentivize them to continue on with the training and with working in our agencies across the state. With that, I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Branch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand opposed to AM 2446 for a couple of reasons. One, I serve on the 309 Task Force, and that is the Building and Maintenance Committee. And I have toured this facility, and I know Senator Lowe, Senator Erdman, Senator Bosselman, I think were there at the same time. I also serve on the Judiciary Committee, and we have a lot of hearings where law enforcement from across the state of Nebraska comes to testify. It isn't just Lincoln and Omaha. It's Ainsworth, it's Scottsbluff, it's Gordon, it's Wahoo. And there's a lot of difference in Nebraska between what happens out in our rural areas and our urban areas. Specifically at the Law Enforcement Training Academy, they're in dire need of some critical improvements. The driving track is dangerous. The outdoor gun range is dangerous. And we in the state of Nebraska do not even have an indoor gun range for training, and that's desperately needed out there. These improvements will decrease the 6-month wait time for training. What does that mean? That means if you're in one of our 4 counties that I represent, Fillmore, Thayer, Jefferson, or Saline, quite often you have to hire an individual that has no training in law enforcement. And you have to pay them usually about 6 months worth of wages until they can find a spot in the law enforcement training center. These improvements will shorten that wait time. It will increase the capacity. It will make it easier on the rural counties to find and keep people. So once again, I stand opposed to AM 2446. I would yield the rest of my time to Senator Erdman.
Senator Erdman, 310.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Brandt. I appreciate that. You know, Senator Brandt did a thorough job of explaining what the training center is like there in Grand Island. Being on a 309 task force ever since I became a senator, we have been there at least twice. And what he's telling you is exactly the truth. And if you've seen what they're going to try to do, what they are attempting to do or would like to do according to their plan, it's a vast improvement over what we have. And in rural Nebraska where I live, it's almost a year from the time they hire someone until they become certified and trained to become an officer that can travel on their own. And so I think it's inappropriate that we take 20 million away from this facility, because what this will do, if we take this 20 million, what do they decide to build? Do they decide to build the shooting range and the driving range? Or what do they build? What do they cut out? And so they've came with a proposal of 47.7 million to complete the project. And if you cut some of that out, then they're going to have to make a decision on what is the priority, and they will not be able to complete the project, which would be the most efficient way to build this. And so I am totally opposed to 2446. And I believe that we have had contributed or appropriated enough money that these other programs that Senator Hunt wants to add this to have been taken care of, and we'll move forward with this. But this is a priority, and it was correctly stated. The Appropriations Committee has brought this to the floor at 47.7, and I believe that's where it should stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brandt and Senator Erdman. Senator Brewer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll rise today in opposition to AM 2446. I'm probably the only one in the body that has actually been to the academy. I will reveal the fact that it was 40 years ago. Now, the downside of that is that a lot of the structures that were there then are still there now. So consequently, you can see why there is a point where a facility becomes dysfunctional. It cannot support the needs, in this case, of the state. I thought Senator Blood did a good job of explaining how, because of the lack of ability to get folks into the State Law Enforcement Academy, Sarpy County took it upon themselves to have their own academy. They did that at a tremendous expense. But when you have to wait more than a year to get someone into the academy, it makes it unmanageable to hire someone. I talked to my brother about this, and he said that he interviews, he hires, he gets a class date, and normally when they find out when the class date is, they will look for another job because they cannot forecast out that far their life and their ability to attend this academy. Now, if you had a chance to go to the academy and see it, it is a time capsule. You can go to the 1980s and freeze frame, and there's been some improvements. But what's changed about the academy that a lot of people understand is that that academy originally was for the sheriff's offices, the police, and then there was a decision made, I believe in the 90s, where the Nebraska State Patrol, which used to train out at Air Park here, moved to Grand Island. And what they had to do is kind of play hopscotch with classrooms, dormitories. How do you get everybody in and through and do that so that you can support both requirements? Well, it left them in a fix where they were very limited on when they could use what facilities so that they didn't step on each other or get in each other's way. Well, over time, that requirement for law enforcement is not decreased, it's increased, but the facilities have not been able to keep up. So what this reset of the academy would give them is the ability to train indoors, as was pointed out earlier. That may not seem like a big deal, but Nebraska, it really is. Because if you look at how many days, either the wind or the actual weather itself, whether it be snow or heat or whatever, makes it unrealistic to train in that, those are lost days because you got to shift to early morning, late evening. You got to figure out a way to still do the training. So having range facilities that would be supported year-round, having a baffled range where safety of where a accidental discharge might go is another feature that needs to be considered, because right now it is old school outdoor range is what you're going to see. With the new facility, they're able to use a system like we used in the military, a FAT system. FAT system is just firearms training systems. That's one where you can come in and plug in scenarios. And if you're going to do a vehicle stop, you can have different scenarios pop up and react however you do, and then get evaluated on it. You can have hostage situations, whatever you want to draw up, you can do it with this and test an officer before they have to go out into a real world scenario. All of this is just giving you a better trained, more professional police officer that then shows up at whatever county or city that they go to. So to cannibalize the thought through process of resetting our law enforcement academy, I believe is wrong-headed and is not the way that we need to be managing our resources. The other thing to remember is that right now the smaller departments are forced to deal with a budget situation that we really can't affect, because the county has to decide, or the city, on what they pay. But most of them are going to be in that $18 to $22 an hour range. If you are putting enough obstacles in front of them, that just becomes another factor why they can't fill their ranks. And when you have a small department and then you can't.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is the first one that we really start talking about capital construction. And if you haven't read, it's on the short version of summary on page 30 and more. If you go through the actual from like 165 to 260, or it talks about capital constructions, there's actually a lot of requirements. And I'm going to say on the mic, I'm not 100% sure this training facility actually qualifies for ARPA. But here's how you got to justify it. You got to justify any project that is over $10 million or more. You have to have a written justification. Now, what's interesting about that written justification, there has to be a very clear description of the harm or need that needs to be addressed as it relates to the pandemic. So you have to show that the lack of training was caused by the pandemic or somehow directly related to the pandemic. I don't know if that's necessarily true as it relates to maybe more money, maybe the hours worked. So you got to figure out that written description. You have to explain why the capital expenditure is appropriate. And what's in the fiscal note isn't enough, or the fiscal book. And I understand it's a summary, so there may be some other reasons. But here's the kicker. You have to do a comparison of the capital project to at least 2 different capital expenditures and demonstrate why this proposed capital expenditure is superior. So that means there has to be an independent consultant maybe to show that building this 2 different locations would actually cost more and not serve that. So what we're saying, just want everybody to know this, what we're saying is this has to go to Grand Island for this area. But what if those independent consultants say, you know what, maybe North Platte is better to serve Western Nebraska. Maybe Chadron, and it's less cost effective. They are disqualified from ARPA funds. And guess what? If we don't appropriate or use those funds in the time that means and we are out of session, there is an argument that the governor can appropriate any way he wants to based off of a statute. That's why these ARPA funds are so ridiculously complicated, which goes back to the administration of only $25 million to do this, because that whole analysis has to be done before ARPA funds can even be distributed. That's not me talking. That's the Department of Treasury with highlights. And again, Senator Stinner, will you yield to a question?
Senator Stinner, will you yield?
Because I feel like he's probably the only other one who read all the rules.
Yes. I will.
Is that your understanding of a $10 million more capital expenditure project, that they have to provide written justifications and show at least 2 other capital alternatives were least expensive or less superior?
I don't know about the comparison, but I do know about the fact that if it is over a threshold, that annual reports are necessary. I know that.
Thank you. And so again, colleagues, there's going to be annual follow-ups that's going to have to be burdened by somebody, and they're going to have to have more administration. I think this is questionable. It's one of those areas where you hope you get a Department of Treasury auditor who, can read the spirit of the law, not just the language. But I think every time we're going through this, we have to be very diligent, especially, let me repeat, especially about capital expenditures. What that means is any real construction. Any construction, because the rules are pretty clear and the Q&As are pretty clear. They really don't want these money to be spent on new items, except for really health. They really want like health measures, COVID, hospitals, things like that, where it's really, really tied to public health. There is a criminal component as far as helping crime prevention. I think this is a stretch when you get there for $37 million, because there were so many other factors of why maybe we don't have more law enforcement, but it can't just be because of training. You got to connect that training to the pandemic and how that is somehow connected. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne and Senator Stinner. Senator Pansing Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is a key indicator of the difficulty of this kind of day and the issues that we have before us. Generally, I am wholeheartedly in favor of any measure that would address food insecurity in our state. On the other hand, my dad was the first chair of the Crime Commission. He helped found the Crime Commission. In fact, when I got into the legislature, I brought his pin in, and they've now placed it into their museum at the Law Enforcement Training Center. So this is where we have a balance that comes up and causes issues. Of course, I admire Senator Hunt. I admire her heart and where she is working from. I care so much for this issue, but I cannot support where it's coming from. We had, as many of you know, 2 days of full long hearings after the Black Lives Matter protests. And during that time, we heard from over 200 Nebraskans. We sat there and I've got their notes from it. And after that, we also had hearings with law enforcement. And the information that we found showed that we do not have enough help for law enforcement to get the training they need. If they don't have the correct training that they need, they are not as safe as we need them to be. And those stories came out time after time in our hearing. At the time, I was upset that the AG's office, the executive branch, that others have not come forward and forced us to do better at paying for our law enforcement. And I still think they haven't done enough to raise the alarm about that. But at those hearings and the hearings with the police, we heard about what's necessary, why this kind of training center is necessary. Because it allows them to do conflict resolution training. It allows them to do implicit bias training, de-escalation training, trauma-informed training, mental health response training, diversity training, and cultural competency training. There are so many trainings besides the training on search and seizure, First Amendment, the ability to claim that you don't have to give up your rights and to request a lawyer. So I just want to say that this is probably some people said that when we have money, it's the most difficult time that there is. And I would agree with that. And I also agree that food insecurity is one of our key issues that we must address seriously. But I've been concerned about the lack of training. I've been concerned about the fact that officers are hired in smaller communities around the state and aren't able to even get the training that they need until like 6 months later. So do we need training? Do we need to beef up that law enforcement agency? Yes. Do we also need food? Yes. So the problem is, I cannot agree with this one time with my colleague, Senator Hunt.
1 minute.
We need to make sure that we are hiring officers who are allowed to go out immediately and be trained so that they can represent their communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks. Senator Flood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, good afternoon. I think we've had a really good conversation. I'm pleased to see so much support for the Law Enforcement Training Center. I especially want to recognize Lynn Rex with the Nebraska League of Municipalities, who has, together with the Scottsbluff Police Chief and so many others, the Buffalo County Sheriff, they have all worked in unison to try and make their case in a situation that is, there's so many different people wanting a piece of this money. I think it's important to note that when you think about what we expect from a police officer is far more than maybe what we expected many years ago. They're expected to be, the minute they arrive, someone that can calm down a situation, use force when necessary, act as a social worker, navigating people through behavioral health programs, getting people to the emergency room. They're expected to immediately process what the behavior is and what charge it would qualify for. Should you place somebody in custody? Should you not? They make the decision between somebody being EPC'd, placed in emergency protective custody, and somebody that's allowed to stay in the community, hoping that there's somebody that's going to watch after them taking their medicines. All of this is complicated. All of this requires a lot of training. The law enforcement community has made a case. And I think as Senator Brewer said, and I share his sentiment, these small communities don't have really anything else. And I was here, 12 years ago. We worked on the Law Enforcement Training Center fund through the court fees to make sure that we were providing this education for communities. And, Senator Wayne raises a good point. He talks about, COVID eligible, ARPA eligible. I think it's important that we lay down the record that police officers, public safety officials are putting their life on the line. We've had more COVID-related and COVID complication deaths in this nation than automobile or gunfire incidents and accidents in the United States. And that applies here in Nebraska as you look at the law enforcement community. So I'm not going to vote for AM 2446. I do appreciate the Appropriations Committee including this money in their proposal and look forward to supporting it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to kind of speak in support of of course, the main bill, but I would be speaking in opposition to the amendment for the very same reasons that have been articulated. I appreciate Senator Hunt and the issues that she's trying to address. I'm just concerned about the source of the funding. I thought Senator Pansing Brooks made many of the points that I wanted to make. I think that as Senator Wayne had outlined, we need to be careful about what qualifies for these funds. But of all the things that I think we feel good about, I think it makes sense that we do need good police officer training. I think the pandemic has certainly brought some needs that we need. We're going to have more difficulty recruiting recruits. We need to have this training facility up to speed, working more efficiently. And getting them the resources they need. I'm comfortable that if you do a comparison, you're not going to be able to build one in North Platte from scratch cheaper than you can rehab the one there, as much as I'd love to have it in North Platte, Senator Wayne. But I do think that this is a very good use of the ARPA funds. It's very much needed, and I think that it's appropriate, and we'll find that it will be appropriate at the end of the day to expend those dollars in that area. I would also just remind everyone again, and that my big concern as I look at all of these ARPA bills, is this is one-time money that's coming from the federal government. I don't have a concern about spending these dollars because I realize that if we get these dollars one time, we don't spend it, it's going to go somewhere else. And so let's pick out those projects that make sense. But I can tell you in my business, I've always found you run into times like this, be careful about starting programs that are going to cause dependency in the future. And as I look at some of the projects that are being brought forward, very good intentions. They're very needed programs, but these are programs that could very easily last well beyond the dollars that are going to be coming from ARPA. And then we're going to be looking to the general fund to have to fund those going forward once we get that dependency built. So I am concerned about that. And I'm very concerned again when Senator Stenner brought us the original budget briefing in terms of what are the dollars going to look like in the out years. I'm very concerned about that. As a senator that plans to be back here for the next few years, I'm concerned that we're sitting here with all these dollars today. The economy is really moving along well, but we're on the verge. If you look at the bond yields and the yield curve, it's pointing to we could be heading for recession. If that happens, 1.3 billion in a rainy day fund might not be enough. And so I am concerned about these out years, and I would just remind everyone again, be very cautious about funding one-time programs that are going to end up being long-time programs, and we're going to be looking for additional funding from this body, from the general fund, to fund them in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Hunt, you're recognized to close on AM 2446.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to be clear, this amendment would not cut funding from a law enforcement training center. It would give them $27 million of funding for this new center that is not having anything cut from it because it doesn't exist yet. We can still get our officers the training and funding that they need. And I also still disagree that this training center is a valid use of ARPA funds. In this packet that was given out by Senator Aguilar about the link between COVID-19 and the need for the law enforcement training center, what it says is that more officers have died from COVID-19 than from gunfire or automobile accidents combined. So even as COVID-19 has killed more police officers than gunfire, than any kind of on-the-job risks that they take, we also know that those whose duty it is to protect and serve the public were one of the lowest vaccinated groups of people in the entire country. Police officers were one of the least vaccinated professions in this country. And so that's why it's frustrating to me to see that, you know, the link between COVID and the need for this training center is that, because I think that there are other ways that we can fund this that don't take funding away from what's supposed to be COVID relief for average Nebraskans. I don't think this is a valid use of ARPA funds. And I think that the balance of the funding could be made up from the general fund or from philanthropy, because folks, that's what people are always saying we need to do when people are facing food insecurity, which AM 2446 addresses. Whenever there's Nebraskans who are starving, hungry, can't feed their families, having health effects because of that, so many of you stand up and say, well, that's why we have philanthropy. That's why we have churches. In our community, we take care of our own. We have a bake sale and then we help the family that's struggling. You know, that's always what you guys say. I don't know why the same logic can't apply to this. There's obviously a lot of support in Nebraska for law enforcement, and taking $20 million out of a huge budget for a new training center that we are paying for with ARPA funds, which makes no sense to me, is not going to do anything to decrease the capacity of law enforcement in Nebraska. It doesn't prevent the new law enforcement training center from being built, and it's not saying anything about whether it's good or bad. It's just saying that we need to keep people in Nebraska fed. We have a decrease in support for food banks, and we have an increase in need. So
1 minute.
we have to take seriously the needs of these groups. I would urge you to support this AM. I am going to withdraw it because I found a different funding source that will probably not make you guys so mad. And I'll bring that back on select. So with that, I'll withdraw the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
AM 2446 is withdrawn. Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I have the next round of amendments. At least two of these have worked out with the funding source, at least worked out an agreement with those people who might oppose it. Those three, and actually I'll note for the clerk, this is a slight change from what I told the clerk a little bit ago. The next three are Senator Gregert's AM 2542, Senator Brandt's 2444, and Senator Merman's 2544. So the next three are Gregert 2542, Brandt 2444, and Merman 2544. Thank you, Mr. President.
thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Mr. Clerk? For items.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Quickly, Senator Moorfield, an amendment 1012, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, 1023. I have resolutions 353, 354, 355, 356, and 357. Those will be laid over or referred to the board. Mr. President, Senator Gregert, just so I'm in sync with you, Senator, we're going to withdraw AM 2486. That was that earlier one you gave me, right? Okay. Mr. President, Senator Gregert would move to amend AM 2542.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Gregert, you're welcome to open on AM 2542.
Thank you. Mr. President and members, first of all, I'd like to thank Speaker Hilgers for scheduling this amendment. I'd also like to thank Senator Stinner, Williams, Dorn, Kohlerman, Wishart, and McDonald for working with me on this amendment. Last May, after reading about the President's American Rescue Plan that would send approximately $1 billion to Nebraska, which could be used to improve water, sewer, broadband infrastructure, I called Governor Ricketts. I knew that the Lewis and Clark NRD was seeking funding for the Cedar Knox Rural Water Project to address a drinking water and infrastructure need. The governor told me to have the NRD write a one-pager and give it to the Director of Policy Research Office. On June 1st, my office delivered it to the PRO. This fall, PRO asked me to identify how this project fits the ARPA criteria. I submitted the required information by November 1st as requested, and was very excited to see that the governor included this project in his recommendations for the use of ARPA funds in LB 1014. He even specifically referred to the need of this project in his state of the state address. Annette Sudbeck, the general manager for the Lewis and Clark NRD, testified in support of LB 1014 and this project at the public hearing before the Appropriations Committee. To make this long story short, the Appropriations Committee did not include the governor's proposal for drinking water facilities in their recommendation. Therefore, because the real need for the necessary system improvements and to secure long-term drinking water source for this area of the state, I have worked with Senator Stinner, Senator Williams, Senator Dorn, and other members of the Appropriation Committee to get a portion of the project funded through an amendment to LB 1014. The Cedar Knox Rural Water Project started business in 1981, providing drinking water for just 200 rural connections and 2 communities. It has since grown to approximately 7,000 people in northern Cedar and Knox counties and continues to grow annually. Customers now include 914 rural service connections, 2 SIDs, 3 housing developments, 5 campgrounds, and 4 communities: Crofton, St. Helena, and Olbert. The village of Santee is currently seeking an alternative for drinking water source. The Cedar Knox Rural Water Project is working with the tribe on the possibility of serving them as well. The Cedar Knox Rural Water Project, overseen by the Lewis and Clark NRD, is a regional system that treats surface water drawn from the Lewis and Clark Lake behind the Gavin's Point Dam. The water is treated at a plant in the Devil's Nest region of Knox County and distributed through nearly 400 miles of piping. However, the intake structure is expected to be inundated with sediment in approximately 20 years. Furthermore, as the sediment approaches the intake structure, there is an increase in organic matter that is drawn into the intake and must be treated and removed. The impact of increased chlorination to address the increased organic matter is the increased production of EPA and NDEE regulated disinfection byproducts. This has resulted in an administrative order to address one of the byproducts, total trihalomethanes, TTHMs. Finally, the production capacity of the treatment plant and a portion of the distribution system are at or near the maximum sustainable levels. Funding is needed to develop a groundwater source with a treatment plant more centrally located within the distribution system to address the hardness, potential nitrates, and/or manganese. This project is projected to cost approximately $36 million. An average family using 5,000 gallons currently pays a rate of $81.90 per month. In order to keep the payments affordable, I am seeking state assistance for a portion of this project. AM 2542 would appropriate $7 million in ARPA funding to the Drinking Water Facilities Loan Fund under the Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy, which is less than 20% of the project's projected cost. This funding is intended to be used for grants assistance for the Cedar Knox Rural Water Project to convert to groundwater sources and their drinking water and to provide for water system infrastructure and distribution. Senator Williams has graciously allowed me to use $6 million from his Rural Workforce Housing Investment Act for grants to prepare land parcels. The remaining $1 million would come from the job training and placement grants to nonprofit organizations, and I thank Senator Dorn for working with me on this portion. Finally, I can't stress the importance of developing an adequate drinking water supply prior to potential increased population and infrastructure in most beautiful portion of our state. I urge a green vote to AM 2542 to LB 1014. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gregor. Debate is now open on AM 2542. Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. And I want to thank the Senator Gregor and the opportunity to work with him on this important and very needed project. Certainly was willing to talk about the Rural Workforce Housing Program and what we could do to help. And this small step down in the Rural Workforce Housing Program is something that I think this money is better positioned to be where it's going with Senator Gregor. So with that, I would fully support AM 2542. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Dorn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to stand up and talk about this a little bit. I've been visiting with Senator Gregert and do support this. That was my bill for 10 million for some housing assistance for nonprofits, and did visit with them. Do support this amendment of Senator Gregert's and realize the need and the use that project in the northern part of the state of Nebraska has, and what this will do good for them. So I do support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been reading the amendment here, Senator Gregor. I was wondering if you'd yield to a question. If you do you have the amendment or the bill there in front of you?
Senator Gregor, will you yield?
Absolutely.
Senator Gregor, turn to page 24 if you would.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. In line 27, you're striking 47 and changing it to 46. And then the 44 is stricken in your.
That's correct. 1 million, 1
Okay.
million in 2020 or 21-22, and then 6 million in 22-23.
Okay, so I've done that correctly. Now, follow along and go down to line 29. And it says there is included in the appropriations to this program for FY 2021 and 22, 47 million. I believe that should say 46.
That's correct. I have it at 46 on my amended.
Mine
here.
says 47.
Okay, that should be 46.
Okay, so that was a typo then, or maybe it was original.
It
when I
was
printed
originally
this.
47. It'll go down to 46.
Yours says 46?
Right.
Okay, that's okay. I wondered, mine says 47. All right, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Gregor. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Gregor, you're welcome to close on AM 2542. Senator Gregor waives closing. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2542. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
33 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment to the committee amendments.
AM 2542 is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, Senator Brandt would move to amend AM 2444.
Senator Brandt, you're welcome to open on your amendment, AM 2444.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. This is just a small administrative amendment to LB 1014 to say that on page 6, lines 10 to 11, the $9,875,000 that is allocated to the Nebraska Department of Agriculture, NDA, for small to medium meat processors go to the Independent Processor Assistance Program, originally introduced last year in LB 324 with 19 co-sponsors and unanimous support. This program is housed inside NDA and has specific eligibility criteria in Nebraska Statute 54-1915 for processors to apply for and receive these funds. Only allocating the funds to NDA without going through the Independent Processor Assistance Program creates a situation where NDA would have to create and develop eligibility criteria. This would be unnecessary extra work because the Independent Processor Assistance Program already exists to do that. I have discussed this with Director Wellman and NDA, and this is an amenable path forward to get the ARPA funds to the processors who need it to strengthen our food supply chain. Lastly, I want to thank the Appropriations Committee for including the $9,875,000 in LB 1014, Section 12 for Nebraska's struggling small to medium meat processors. With that, I ask for your green vote on AM 244.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Debate is now open on AM 2444. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is one of those, I'm gonna support the amendment, but I got another amendment coming up regarding this section of law. And I think this is important to start having this conversation from now until when that amendment comes up. This is an area that I'm not proud that I'm going to ask you guys to cut it, but it just does not meet the ARPA requirements. So Nebraska, nationally, beef and pork industry was hit, and there was an impact from COVID. But when you start trying to figure out impacted businesses and impacted industry nationally, unfortunately, beef or pork doesn't qualify because they had record profits. So when you think about impact and you think about extra expenses, that's what the Department of Revenue rules look at. So when you think about impact, it's about revenue losses, and you got to look at 3 different time periods over a 3 different period. Then you also have to, or if you can't do it as a simplified test, that's what they call it, simplified test. And if you want to know the page number, it's page 165 of the Q&As for the final rules. The simplified test is revenue lost, and you look at it over three different time periods to prove that you actually lost money during this pandemic. The second way is if you can't do it that way, you can do actually employee loss. So if you had an 8% reduction in your employees on a specific day, or you had to close, the problem is when you look at the periods of time, if you have record profits, you're not considered impacted. It's not my rules. It's not what I want to do, but we shouldn't get this clawed back because we're not following the rules. So you have to show that you've been impacted. So if you say Nebraska, let's use Nebraska beef or whatever, have been impacted generally, well, there's a couple reasons why we're running afoul to that. When you look at the time frames, you also have a governor at the time who says the emergency's over with, pandemic's over with. So there's the optics of whether your final revenue is actually lost because of the pandemic or not. But the reality is supply chain issues and congestion that did not result in a loss of revenue, while it may be frustrating to Nebraskans, it doesn't qualify. I hope I'm making sense to business people. In order to be impacted, you have to lose revenue, or you have to have additional expenses. But if you have record profits, those additional expenses negate themselves. So you still come out ahead in COVID. And what happened in Nebraska, because I was one of them, I drove to a local processor and got a half a cow in April of 2020, and then again in 2021, or a quarter of a cow the first time. They all had record profits because what happened to the supply chain was the big guys couldn't get them in. They were shutting down. Their operations were impacted by people who had COVID. So alternatively, farmers and cattle, sorry, farmers wrong, don't give me that. Cattlemen began moving things to small processors. So then small processors got bogged down in the supply chain issue, but they didn't lose revenue. So the question I have for you is, do you want a clawback? Because it is clear. Now, if you don't believe me, you can walk over and talk to the people under there and just ask them those basic questions. I'm not going to tell you how to answer. I'm not going to tell you the answer because I believe they're honest, trustworthy people. And they'll say there's questions. There's going to be a lot of proving that they have to do.
1 minute.
So if there's a lot of proving they have to do, then my question is, how many small processors can prove all of that without getting a claw back to them? We don't want to put our processors in a problem. They may get clawed back, not just the state, because they're the subrecipient of this. So if they get clawed back, did they come up with an extra $1 million? I support what Senator Brandt's doing. I'd rather take this out of general funds or cash funds or some other fund. I'm just telling you there is a grave concern in this industry for the small producers coming from COVID dollars. This is not a vote that we want to take. So help me from now until the other bill comes up to find alternatives on the floor for these dollars, because I think there is a capacity issue, which is what these bills are, this money is trying to address. And that is not the purpose of ARPA. It's not to address capacity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Brandt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. When COVID hit, President Trump declared those in meatpacking and the meatpacking industry essential. to the United States, essential to the food supply. What happened, and also speaking as a livestock producer, I experienced this firsthand on both beef and pork. The large packing capacity in the United States slowed down. The chain speeds went down to 70%. We backed up the nation's pork and beef. On the beef side, it isn't as critical. On the pork side, it is. There's a use-by date on hogs. Once they get past about 6 months, they get too big to be slaughtered in our plants. That's what was happening in Nebraska and nationwide. In an effort to utilize these meats, producers desperately went to the small lockers to try and have this food processed. There's a huge demand. People went into the local Walmart, the shelves were empty. They wanted meat. They couldn't get the meat because the processing plants, the chains were moving too slow, workers were sick, workers were dying. Our little lockers did a magnificent job. Thank you to those 93 lockers in the state of Nebraska. You went above and beyond the call of duty. A lot of you did it with old facilities. You were working 6 and 7 days a week. You pushed. What used to be that you could call and in 4 weeks you could get an appointment, quite often now is a year and a half. Quite often now, your appointment is made before the animal is even born. What this money goes for is to help the livestock industry in Nebraska. Senator Wayne wants to pick out one small component of that because a locker didn't go broke and they made a few dollars. He's saying they're ineligible. I disagree with that. The livestock producer lost his shirt. And if he could find a locker space and get that meat sold, he was helping out those consumers out there. 18 other states have this. This has not been a problem in other states. This is a supply chain issue across the industry. This isn't solely focused on just our lockers. And you all got a handout of this, and there were 40 of them that got back on a survey across the state of Nebraska. There's about 93 lockers. This was vetted by the Appropriations Committee. This was proposed by the governor. And, you know, until last night, we had no headwinds on this. So these dollars will be used right away on these lockers, and you can see what they will use it for, what their eligible expenses are. A lot of them are for sewer and water, safety, personal protection equipment, training, hiring people. We're desperately short of workers out there. So that's where the money is going for. And I guess I'll sit down and listen to what Senator Wayne has to say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I said, the reason I brought this up is because my amendment to remove this is down the road, and I would hope this body would come up with a solution because it doesn't qualify. Now, what Senator Brandt is talking about is, yes, if the cattlemen suffered a loss, then there has to be the cattlemen getting the dollars. If the industry had snags in the supply chain that resulted in a loss of dollars, yes. What you're trying to do, Senator Brandt, is build capacity. And there's actually a federal grant of $500 million the USDA passed in June of 2021 that deals with this issue because they recognize that ARPA doesn't deal with this issue. Our own Congress agrees. There's a $500 million grant by the USDA that expands capacity. And I'll read the first press release. USD announces $500 million to expand meat and poultry processing capacity as a part of the effort to increase competition and supply, to build a better food system. Because it doesn't work. Because that industry, believe it or not, didn't suffer anything. They weren't impacted. And what we're talking about is when you talk about industry, Senator Brandt, you have to talk about the specific industry. You're talking about the whole. So what happens is if we as a body or the U.S. or the Ag Department says we're going to choose them as an impacted industry, then we can't use the entire beef because we know beef producers produce a record profit. And as it relates to the essential workers, you're 100% correct. They worked every day. Many of them had caught COVID because of their working conditions. Senator Vargas brought a bill to help try to address those issues. But that's why we can use premium pay for them. They were considered essential workers. There's a separate bill for that. There's a separate funding for that. When you start talking about impacted industry, so we got beef we can't use, or pork we can't use, livestock we can't use because they all made money. So let's go down subset. Okay, let's go subset. We'll go to a small producer. Did small producers lose money? The answer is no. There may be one, there may be two, there may be a handful, but is there $10 million worth? And then they have to prove that they lost money by using 3 different types, time frames in which they lost money, going back to 2018. Guess what? If you started a meat processing plant during COVID, you probably don't qualify. So then you got that. And if you can't meet that requirement, you have to go on employees. Did 8% of your employees, did you lose 8%? And it's not what Senator Wayne's doing. It's what the feds are telling us to do on page 165 through 170. It's not Justin. I would give you the money. That's why I said I'm going to support your amendment. I'm saying it early. I told Speaker Hilders to put mine at the end because I hope we can come to agreement to find $10 million when we got $1.3 billion in cash reserves. And we got, even after the tax proposal, if it gets passed, we have $240 million on the floor. If we can't find you $10 million, shame on us. That's why I'm asking people to help. But I'm saying under ARPA, it is very difficult, if it at all, to qualify for small processors. The way your justification is written, and that's what's going to happen if we get sued or there's a clawback. They're going to go to the justification, and it says lost revenues, extra expenses, and they're going to go to the hearing, and they're going to hear everybody talk about how they made money. The difference between you and North Platte is North Platte is using theirs for sewer, which is an eligible use underneath the final rules. It's clear, sewer and water projects, as long as it's not to increase capacity for population growth, is eligible. I don't want to do this.
1 minute.
I'm just asking for the body to figure out how we do it. Otherwise, we're going to get clawed back. And usually a clawback comes with penalties. So it won't be we lose 10 million, we'll lose 10 million plus. And if the subrecipient is that small producer who gets $1 million to expand or 500,000 to expand, then you're going to have to go tell him, give the money back to the IRS, or they're going to put a lien on your property. I don't want to do that either. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Ben Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Senator Wayne brought up a point about, I have certain lockers in my district, ACS lockers out of West Point, Oakland, who I use very often, Oakland Meat Processing and Blair Meat Market, who I also use as well. And from my understanding, especially when I talk to them, a lot of them, because of the size of the locker and because of the facilities and because of where they're at and infrastructure, the biggest thing that they have a lot of times the problem with is with sewer and runoff. I think they have a hard time getting connected because of the amount of waste that they have and meeting certain rules of the city or the county. And that would not so much be like an expansion of their business as is more to help facilitate the process of them going with disposal, I guess. I did have a couple of questions for Senator Brandt, if you would yield, please.
Senator Brandt, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
Just briefly, do you think you could reiterate the specifics on who is eligible for these funds if this is passed?
Right. When the program was written last year, there was a $2.5 million cap on sales and 25 total employees. That may not be broad enough to include most of our lockers, not most, some of the lockers in the state. We would certainly look at bringing a change on select and working with people to change that to make sure that all of our included.
Okay, I think that was kind of leading up to my next question is, would there potentially be some maybe medium to upper medium size lockers, not so much the larger ones that might be left off because of the constraints of the bill? And I think you answered that appropriately. And I appreciate you also talking about maybe on select, some that can kind of be addressed. But I appreciate Senator Brandt answering my questions. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ben Hansen and Senator Brandt. Senator Dorn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Been listening to the conversation a little bit. Senator Wayne's comments and Senator Brandt's comments. Did pull up in the governor's proposed budget and his proposal for the ARPA funds. I want to read what he did for the small and medium meat processor. And this is basically the same proposal as Senator Brandt's, and just including some wordage in there so that we get the right wordage in it there for the ARPA funds. The recommendation the governor had included $10 million in 21-22 to assist small and medium meat processors across the state. And also in that was a little bit of funding to conduct $125,000 conduct a dairy industry study. Meat processors assistance will be used to upgrade equipment and facilities to accommodate increased demand for processing. Throughout the pandemic, supply chain issues affected small and medium meat packing plants when larger meat packing plants closed. Included in the recommendation was $125,000 for the dairy study. In Nebraska, livestock producers were diverted to smaller processors, causing significant backlog in animal processing. This in turn affected Nebraskans by not having quality meat on the shelves at the stores. Businesses were forced to have employees work overtime to handle the increased need for processing, also putting a strain on existing equipment in the plants. Here's the ARPA guidance provided under the question and answer, section 2-17, page 10. And this is the governor's response. In providing assistance to small businesses, recipients must design a program that responds to the negative economic impacts of the COVID-19 public health emergency, including by identifying how the program addresses the identified need or impact faced by small businesses. This can include assistance to adopt safer operating procedures, whether periods of closure, or mitigate financial hardships resulting from COVID-19 public health emergencies. I would also like to comment, and I know Senator Brandt has a little bit. When we were going through the COVID-19 issues that we had, many of the, I call it the large packing plants we have in the state, had COVID issues. They had downtime. We had a backlog of animals. We in the state of Nebraska also had animals that were, I call, euthanized, that we could not process. When the small packing companies that we had in the state of Nebraska, they were deluged with excess demand for that product. A farmer out there doesn't want to euthanize a livestock. Sometimes that's the only thing we had left. They would like to, and they wanted to have these animals processed because they could not get them in the big packing plants. When we raise cattle, when we went to our small processors, we go to 3, 4, or 5 different ones. They had more than a year backlog. They did not have the capacity to meet that demand because of closures in other areas. That demand is still there today. If you want to go out there and try to schedule something today, you look at least a 6-month time period. Several of these, when they came in front of us with the bill, commented that it's still a 12-month wait period out there. We do not have the capacity. I refer to what the governor said to address the identified need of impact faced by small businesses, which was these packing plants.
1 minute.
They had the demand and they could not address it. This is, Senator Brandt bought his bill a year earlier. This helps the funding of that bill and solves an issue that we had because of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. Senator Brandt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wayne is focused on the fact that the meat lockers made money. Of course they made money. They charged to do this service. What we're focused on is the entire food chain. If you take the meat lockers out of the equation in the state of Nebraska, you're going to euthanize these animals for no productive capacity. He mentioned federal programs, and I get this from the Center for Rural Affairs. I quote, "Federal programs have disappointed. The meat and poultry inspection readiness grants are not available to USDA inspected facilities or those that do not want to become USDA inspected. The second program will invest $150 million in only 15 projects nationwide. The majority of those listed on that handout are lockers. They are non-USDA inspected facilities. Without this program, they won't have any access to any grant money to make some improvements. So I guess the last point I'd like to make is that we're willing to change some of the criteria on the IPAP, the Independent Producer Assistance Program, between now and select. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I listened to Senator Wayne talk about whether things qualify or not, and I understand where he's going. I mean, he's talking this assistance that we're talking about should have gone to the cattlemen who actually raised the cattle that were headed to the slaughter plants. And I will tell you, and I love the small meat packing plants that are scattered all over the state, but I will say that they did not increase any capacity. There were already most of them operating at capacity. There was just no way that they could increase enough to take up that slack of the big plants slowing down or shutting down. So there wasn't an option there. And in the end, the market will dictate how much chain space we have for the livestock slaughtering industry. If you overbuild and have empty chain space, you will have margins that get tight, and packers, maybe the small ones, will end up closing down. I look at this and I'm a little bit torn by this because the small processors that are out there did make record profits during this time, because just like my meat locker, they were working as many hours as they could get in. They were booked a year and a half out at times. They're still busy. And so I don't think they were impacted. And when we're looking at the ARPA funding here, I see nothing in that for the small businesses that did close. We're not talking about the small restaurants out there that shut down because they couldn't make it. They're the ones that lost revenue. There's numerous industries in the state that lost revenue. Others that had no economic impact at all still had the PPP loans that they took. And so they weren't impacted at all either. But these small businesses, the small restaurants in the small towns that had to close down, the restaurants in downtown Lincoln here that still haven't reopened, those are the ones that were impacted by COVID. So this is a here for me because these businesses were not impacted. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
I want the 20 seconds you delayed me right now.
It was 11.
So thank you, Mr. President and Senator Friesen. Again, this is not something I want to do. I only raised this because I went through the book multiple times. And so if you turn to page 21 of the summary of the rules, impact of small businesses is decreased revenue, financial insecurity, increased costs, capacity to weather financial hardships, and challenges with covering payroll. And what Senator Doran read was the interim rules, not the final rules, because there's been a lot changed since the interim rules. And yes, we can provide grants to cover the cost of retaining employees, rent, utility, everywhere else. Senator Brandt, what I'm going to pass out, they're making copies right now, is here's the other reason why I don't believe this qualifies. In the ARPA bill itself, in section 1000, food supply chain and agricultural pandemic response, they set aside $4 billion for the meat and poultry process expansion program for this industry. in the ARPA bill. So if you think about that, if they thought this industry was, and I'm talking about Congress, they thought this industry was impacted, why would they set aside extra dollars for ARPA in the same, for the meat and poultry in the same bill? My point is, the industry wasn't hurting from a financial standpoint.
1 minute.
But as a whole, the supply chain was. So Congress passed additional funds to expand those capacity, which is one of the problems we have in the state of Nebraska is we don't go after a lot of grants. I've said that multiple times. We need to have somebody in Nebraska who just focuses on grants, because this is a grant we can apply for and we can get some dollars. I'm just concerned because of how the subrecipient language reads that a small processor will get a clawback. That is my biggest concern. That could ultimately bankrupt one of those small processors. And yes, we can document, but at the end of the day, there has to be another way where we know there's not a question. There's so many of these that aren't questionable. This one raises a lot of questions because they didn't lose money, according to their own testimony. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. And you are next in the queue, and this is your third opportunity. You have 5 minutes, 11 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I think we could figure out a pathway forward. I'm willing to support the current amendment. I think it clears up some things, but I do have an amendment that it will come later this evening. I hope to get a couple hours in between here to meet with people to try to figure it out. If you talk to the fiscal office or you talk to anybody who's read a lot of the rules when it comes to what about how you're supposed to distribute these funds, there are many in this book that are cut and dry. Even giving the money over into Wyoming to do construction, there is actual language that allows that to happen and the agency to do it. This one is very questionable, and the problem I have with it is if at the hearing, after hearing if they demonstrated financial losses, at the hearing if they demonstrated they have to retain employees or do something, that's fine. But we're going to pass a bill with $10 million, not sure if anybody qualifies. Now, Senator Erdman told me he's not going to vote for 1024 at all until we figure out where it's going, how it's going to get done, and everything else. We don't have those answers here. We're going to give it to a department. By the way, they came in and testified pretty high on some bills a couple of years ago. But we're going to give it to a department, have them create rules in hope that the small processors can access this money. We have 3 years to spend it. Well, 2022. We have 4 years to spend it, 2 years to allocate it. I don't want to have to come back next year and have an ARPA fight. We have $200 million on the floor. We have a 1.3 billion and some change in cash. I hope we can find $10 million to expand our capacity when it comes to meat and poultry and dairy production in our state with these small processors. But I just hope we can do it the right way. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator Brandt.
Senator Brandt, you're yielded 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Wayne. Thank you, Mr. President. When the Appropriations Committee had their initial ARPA hearings, they had a worksheet that everybody filled out before they went into the hearing, and it was a checklist. And they asked 5 questions. And I'm going to start reading this, and if I need to, I'll clock back in. And the first question is, what is a class that experienced the impact? Identify the class: individuals, small businesses, nonprofits, or industry. Answer: every sector of the beef cattle industry and cattle producers in every state have been significantly impacted by COVID-19. The beef cattle industry qualifies for both small business as well as an impacted industry. Question number 2, what harm did the identified class suffer due to COVID-19, such as revenue or employment loss? Answer: the beef cattle industry and beef processing industry saw revenue and employment losses. Third question, what was the magnitude of the harm and what data demonstrates this? Answers: The total beef cattle industry impact of COVID-19 is an estimated loss of $13.6 billion in total economic damages as a result of $9.2 billion in total revenue loss across 63 million animals. Second part, the average economic and revenue loss per head is $216 per cow and $146 per head of fed cattle.
1 minute.
Third part, these impacts include 8.1 billion loss, 3.7 billion direct revenue loss, 4.4 billion breeding herd asset value loss to the cow-calf sector, representing 59.7% of total impact, 2.6 billion loss to the stocker backgrounding sector, representing 18.2% of total economic loss, and $3 billion loss to the feedlot sector, representing 22.2% of total economic loss. Fourth part, at the height of the pandemic, the U.S. Department of Agriculture found that approximately 40% of domestic beef processing capacity was not operational. The fourth question, explain how the response is reasonably related to the harm. Answer, strategically placed regional beef processing plants would be well positioned to increase Nebraska's beef supply chain resiliency in the future.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Brandt, you're recognized to close on AM 2444.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will continue. Expanding processing capacity and diversity provide more options for cattlemen and women to market their cattle when existing capacity is slowed or stopped for reasons like a pandemic. Fifth question, explain how the response is designed to benefit the impacted class and proportionate to the harm suffered. First part, small and medium-sized processors are an important component of the livestock protein supply chain, but they also provide economic opportunities in communities across the state. And the second part, providing grants to assist them to replace equipment, expand capacity, or potentially achieve a grant of federal inspection is necessary and welcome by Nebraska's agriculture sector. This was the worksheet that the testifiers filled out. This is what the Appropriations Committee looked at and approved. So with that, I'm going to wrap up. I would encourage everybody to vote for AM 2444. And if we've got some issues, we're more than happy to work on them between now and select.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Members, the question is, shall the amendment to the committee amendment to LB 1014 be adopted? All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
40 yeas, no nays on the adoption of Senator Brandt's amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items.
I have nothing at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Merman. Senator, I have 2476 with the note you want to withdraw that. That was earlier. Senator Merman would move to amend with AM 2544.
Senator Merman, you're recognized to open on your amendment to the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I wish to acknowledge Senator Stenner and the Appropriations Committee for their hard work on the budget and the multitude of requests for ARPA funding. I would also like to thank Speaker Hilgers for scheduling AM 2544. The COVID-19 pandemic that we have experienced over the past several years revealed many problems in Nebraska, one of which is the critical health care needs we have had and continue to have in this state. I rise today to offer AM 2544 to AM 2330. This important amendment would ensure that 10 million of over 1 billion in ARPA funds would go to the workforce most acutely impacted by this pandemic. I'm especially happy to be offering this amendment based on the compromise between the impacted groups that brought us to this amendment. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has taken a heavy toll on healthcare providers who have been on the front lines of the pandemic. We as a state need to invest in initiatives that would immediately strengthen Nebraska's healthcare workforce, especially in rural Nebraska, and AM 2544 would help us to do that. In the Health and Human Services Committee, we heard a study from the Nebraska Center for Nursing that shows that our state will experience a shortage of 5,435 nurses by the year 2025. We know this number is only going to get higher. As of today, there are 7,247 open nursing positions in Nebraska. 60% of Nebraska's counties have been deemed medically underserved. 66% of Nebraska's counties have been deemed medically underserved. Every single county, except for Douglas and Lancaster, have been designated as shortage areas for at least one type of physician primary care. And 9 counties in Nebraska have no registered nurses. Therefore, colleagues, I'm asking you to adopt AM 2544 to appropriate funds to 2 key initiatives to strengthen our healthcare workforce across the state. AM 2544 provides $5 million for nursing scholarships as contained in LB 1091. Nebraska must immediately begin to rebuild our healthcare staff. In 2021, nursing programs in Nebraska had hundreds of unfilled seats in associate degree, diploma, and certificate nursing programs. These ARPA funds can give Nebraska the opportunity to fill these spots by removing financial barriers. These graduates could be in our workforce in 2 years or less, depending on the type of nursing program. And number 2, AM 2544 also appropriates $5 million for rural health professional student loan repayment as contained in LB 1269. This request is down 50% from the bill that I introduced in front of the Appropriations Committee. The Rural Health Systems and Professional Incentive Act is an existing program housed at DHHS, which has shown to be effective at retaining health providers in rural areas. Providers must make a 3 to 4 year commitment to remain in a rural health shortage area. Over the last several years, this program has had a wait list due to the lack of funds, showing the demand is there by providers to help the state reduce the rural health provider shortages. The program is open to physicians, physician's assistants, nurse practitioners, dentists, pharmacists, psychologists, and other mental health professionals, all of which are needed across our state. My amendment would be paid for by making a partial reduction in the money allocated to ARPA fund administration, taking $10 million from the $20 million designated in Section 28 of the committee amendment. The governor's budget request originally asked for $15 million to administer the ARPA funds. In total, the Appropriations Committee recommended $25 million, so this amendment would simply bring the amount back to the amount requested in the governor's ARPA request. I firmly believe that these requests qualify for ARPA funding as supporting the public health response to the pandemic. They address support for vulnerable populations, enhancement of healthcare capacity, as well as behavioral health care in Nebraska. This amendment directly affects the critical healthcare needs in Nebraska now. These ARPA funds should be used to support our state's healthcare workforce. Inaction on these issues will leave us with an incredibly vulnerable and depleted healthcare workforce struggling greatly to meet the existing healthcare needs of Nebraskans. I respectfully ask for your advancement of AM 2544 to the committee amendment AM 2330 to LB 1014. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in full support of this amendment. I think it's critically important. It's disappointing it wasn't in the committee's amendment, but I have a question. One, how we're paying for it, because that's changed, because this was not the amendment filed this morning. So we've changed how we're paying for it. So, and I think you just explained that. And I'm not going to have any questions for you, Senator Merman. I'm just going to have questions, kind of the bigger picture question here. So we have a nursing shortage, and we also have a rural healthcare workforce shortage. And we know it is borderlining on a crisis. And we're doing 110 million, well, excuse me, 55 million in premium pay for nursing homes, also because I think they have a workforce shortage. So I guess my question is, are we sure that 5 million for each of these programs is enough? It seems to me that if we're short on nurses, and this isn't something you can snap your fingers and fix like in a day or two, nurses, I mean, it's a tough program. I've got a daughter who's a nurse. It takes 4 years of school. So I'm just questioning whether in fact 5 million is enough. And I'm also questioning if we want a healthcare workforce in rural Nebraska, is 5 million enough? I mean, when you go to college and have a lot of smarter children and daughter and son-in-laws than I am, they're all in healthcare. Not all of them, but a couple of them have very, very significant student loans. And when you go to undergrad and you borrow money, and then you go to grad school and you borrow money, you can be talking $100,000 in student loans. So if we want people in rural Nebraska in healthcare, I don't think $5 million is going to be enough to, like, if we're really trying to solve a problem, like this is crisis, we need to solve it, and we got $1 billion here, is $10 million enough to solve that problem? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Arch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to talk about the underlying issues that Senator Merman is trying to address with this amendment. First of all, both of these bills were heard in the Health and Human Services Committee, so it was a little bit different than what some of the other bills that went straight to appropriations. Both of these bills were heard in the HHS. LB 1091, Senator Dorn brought that bill regarding nursing incentives, and Senator Merman brought LB 1007. Both of those were appropriately referenced. LB 1007, Senator Merman's bill, was really a statutory change necessary to accept the dollars. The loan forgiveness program that is involved here is in existence, but it requires a match, a local match. And so there was some statutory language that opened it up that if the federal government does not require a match, which it does under the other loan forgiveness program, that they're able to dispense these funds. So we needed to hear the issue and hear the bill. But as part of that discussion, of course, we dived a little deeper into the issue of shortage of physicians, in particular in the rural areas. What was interesting was, I'm losing track of my days, it might have been yesterday morning, we had several gubernatorial appointments in a hearing for the HHS committee. We're still working on those. And two of those were specific for the Rural Advisory Commission. So we asked them, not related specifically to this, but we said, well, if there was one thing that you could do to help attract more physicians to the rural communities, what would you do? And both of them independently said loan forgiveness. So Senator Linehan referenced $100,000. You might double that, and in some cases triple that, for some of the loans that are being incurred by physicians in training, particularly in private schools or wherever, by the time they're done with specialties. And they are needing to address that issue. Now, That's what makes it very competitive to recruit physicians into the rural communities, because as was explained to us even yesterday morning, Kansas, South Dakota, other states surrounding us are putting together packages, and they are described as packages. So it's not just salary, but this piece of loan forgiveness is extremely important to attract and retain somebody in the community. So that being said, I strongly support that. The nursing incentive piece of this, which is what Senator Dorn's bill was in 1091, we spent quite a bit of time talking about that, because one of our concerns was that the nursing schools are full. That's what we had heard. And in particular, it's difficult to recruit faculty for the nurse training. So we asked that they go back out and actually query the nursing schools and see, do we really have openings in the nursing schools, or are they already full? So obviously, if we had scholarships put into it and they're already full, that's not accomplishing anything. Here's what we found out. In 2019 to 2020, and there were 12 nursing schools responding to this. 5 out of the 12 nursing programs did not admit to full capacity in 1920 school year. 4 programs responded out of those 5 that they had 80 to 40% of their seats remaining open. So in 2020-21, 6 out of 6 programs did not admit to full capacity, with 6 programs responding that they had 11 to 42% of their seats remaining open. In 2021-22, 7 out of 12 did not admit to full capacity, with 7 programs responding they had 10 to 42% of their seats remaining open. And so we dove a little deeper and wanted to make sure that it wasn't a matter of not having the faculty, and discovered that it absolutely is true.
1 minute.
That we need to attract students into those programs. And one of the best ways to do that is the provision of scholarships. So with that, I lend full support to what Senator Merman is trying to do here with 2544. The need is there. The question that Senator Linehan raised about is it enough is a different question, but certainly what he has proposed here is very appropriate and valid. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Arch. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really want to echo the remarks of Senator Arch and Senator Linehan. I would agree, Senator Linehan, the answer that I would have to your question is no, that's not enough funding. This is certainly an acute problem. I sit on the board of Great Plains Health in North Platte. I can tell you that we're short of nurses. We continue to be short of nurses. I can tell you that we look at the nursing home problem. In my district, I've got the town of Mullen up in Hooker County, a town of 500 people. Their nursing home facility is closing. They're closing because they can't get people, and their provider rates aren't sufficient. And we're going to see more and more of this until we can address 2 problems. Number 1, available professionals and proper reimbursement and payment. I can also tell you, after having been on the board in North Platte, looking at our nurses, they do great work, but I can tell you they're burning out because COVID was really hard on them, working with people in the conditions they were working in them and seeing those people die. You can only take about so much of that. So I really applaud the nurses throughout the state that have done, and for that matter across the country, have done yeoman's work in trying to work us through the pandemic. But I can also tell you that when it comes to compensation, we're finding today that our nurses, in many cases, can go to Houston, fly down there for a week, and make in a week what they make in a month back here in Nebraska. That's also a problem. We're seeing that with other professionals around the state, IT and other things as well. But when we start looking at nursing, this is critically important. We all want quality health care, and we're not going to get it if we can't continue to keep those nursing ranks filled and then retain the nurses when we get there. So I think it's something we're going to have to continue to address going forward. Yes, I'm concerned about funding with one-time dollars in something that may be ongoing, but quite frankly, we're going to have to be prepared to subsidize this on into the future, I think, because this isn't a problem that's going to go away anytime soon. This healthcare thing continues to be a big deal, and I think we need to continue to be focused on that. I think this is a great start, but we need to keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Dorn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. wanted to get up and talk a little bit. This one part of this bill is LB 1091, which brought in the hospital associations and then brought this bill to me about the scholarships for nurses. Really want to thank Senator Merman for his work that he's done on bringing this bill to the floor and the funding part of this. And I thought Senator Arch explained it very, very well. This bill was not in Appropriations Committee. This bill was brought to Health and Human Services Committee. They did a lot of work at looking at this bill and looking to make sure that we had this critical need, which I think Senator Jacobson just talked about, with nurses, that we have with nurses in the state, and that we have with nurses, a lack of enough nurses entering the program to keep our nursing situation in Nebraska at full capacity. COVID brought about many issues, and one of those issues was the tremendous stress and the tremendous impact it had on our nurses, on our doctors, and everybody else in the healthcare profession. This is one of the things that the people that brought this bill to me wanted to help work through, was that nursing situation that we are facing, not only today, but in the future. I have some data that shows in another 4 or 5 years, we will be short 5,000 nurses in the state of Nebraska. What my bill does, it is $2,500 a semester for a student that is in certain nurses programs. And they also have to make a commitment that they're going to stay in Nebraska for 2 years. If they accept these funds, they now have to stay and work in Nebraska upon receiving a certain level of degree, that they will make that commitment to stay in Nebraska and work a minimum of 2 years. So I think that's critically important as we face here in the state of Nebraska, the nursing situation that we do, that we do some of these funding for programs, not only for the loan forgiveness, but also for the part about encouraging our young people to enter this profession. Very much appreciate what Senator Merman has done and bringing this to the floor, and in full support of 2544. And thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. Senator Day, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of Amendment 2544. I sit on the Health and Human Services Committee and was in the hearings for these bills, and so I just wanted to stand up and lend my support to Merman's amendment today. We've all heard about the workforce shortage crisis that is impacting Nebraska, and that crisis is especially acute in the healthcare setting. This amendment would direct $10 million to address the needs of shoring up our healthcare workforce that has been extremely impacted by the COVID pandemic. $5 million would be directed to address the extreme shortage of nurses in Nebraska by supporting nursing scholarships. 73 of Nebraska's 93 counties have less than the national average ratio of registered nurses to patients. 66 of Nebraska's counties have been deemed medically underserved. 9 counties in Nebraska have no registered nurses, and 4 counties have just 1 registered nurse. The nursing shortage affects both Nebraska's physical health and its economic health. Lack of care impedes the ability of communities throughout the state to attract and retain residents and the businesses that employ them. The issue has only become more exacerbated during the pandemic. By offering scholarships, we will help to incent students to train in this profession and quickly join our healthcare workforce. The second part of the amendment would direct $5 million for rural health professional student loan repayment. The Rural Health Systems and Professional Incentive Act has been demonstrated as an effective tool for retaining health providers in rural areas. The program is open to physicians, physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, dentists, pharmacists, psychologists, and other mental health professionals, including licensed mental health practitioners, alcohol and drug abuse counselors, child and adolescent psychiatrists, and general psychiatrists, all of which are desperately needed across our state. Providers must make a multi-year commitment to remain in a rural health shortage area. This program has had strong demand, and more funding would draw more providers to serve the needs across the state. In my mind, the redirection of a small amount of funding to specifically address our healthcare workforce shortage needs makes sense as we consider allocation of dollars designed to respond to the pandemic. And with that, I urge your support of Amendment 2544. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I just wanted to, we've heard the story of the nursing shortage, and I wanted to relay a little bit about Metro Community College and my visit with them in the recent past, and then today again I saw them out in the lobby, and I asked them about the nursing shortage, and they said that they have turned down. They had a waiting list to get into their nursing program of around 100 students. And what the problem was is they couldn't get their students to do the clinicals in the hospitals. So again, you're hearing stories now of different colleges, I guess. And if you want to look at probably where the students are going, they're going to the community college because it's a lot cheaper. That's what my assumption is. Those classes are booked, they're full. But they're turning them out so fast, the hospitals won't accept these students to do their clinicals, so they can't get the jobs just yet. So when we say that there's this big nursing shortage, why is that? This isn't going to help solve that problem, other than it'll fill up the more expensive classes that are out there. I think in the end, we need to look at our whole education system, our whole community college system, our whole university system, K through 12, and make sure there isn't overlap or duplication where things aren't happening where they could be happening. If you got Metro Community College saying they have a waiting list and others are empty, what does that tell you? Does that tell you we need to subsidize the inefficient ones that cost way too much? Or do we need to design more programs like Metro, who is offering this service at a cheaper rate, and have a waiting list of people to get into that class? Their problem is the hospitals aren't accepting these to do their clinicals. So we have nurses that are trained that can go to work, but can't take their clinicals because somebody's not letting them on board. So we need to be careful and ask more questions sometimes to see once just who is not having classes full. Is it the university? I don't know who offers these programs, but obviously Metro is doing something right. They have a long waiting list. And if these others don't have a waiting list, maybe it's a cost issue. Maybe it's a time issue. Maybe Metro's found a way to educate these kids and get them into the clinicals faster. So I think we need to ask some more questions sometime before we rush and do something. And in the end, maybe we have an overlap of services that maybe is not needed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Merman, you're recognized to close on your amendment to the committee amendment. Senator Merman waives closing. Members, the question is, shall the amendment to the committee amendment to LB 1014 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
37 ayes, 1 nay, Mr. President, on the adoption of Senator.
The amendment is adopted. Speaker Hilgers for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to give you an update on the next two amendments that we're handling. The first one is AM 2543, which is Senator Blood, and the one after that is AM 2552. AM 2552 from Senator Wayne. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Blood, we're going to withdraw 2491, right, Senator? That was the earlier one.
Withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. Senator Blood would move to amend with AM 2543.
Senator Blood, you're recognized to open on your committee amendment or your amendment to the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I bring forward Amendment 2543 because we have known for decades about upcoming worker shortages across pretty much every employment sector in Nebraska and have frankly responded with ultimately have been Band-Aids on this particular issue. Our healthcare workers, our childcare workers, our frontline workers, our school support staff and teachers, the list is long of those who deserve to be seen and heard when it comes to recognition, especially during the pandemic. We all know the importance of education. We've heard Senator Lowe remind us on the mic this year that when you give a man a fish, he will eat for a day, but teach the man to fish and he will eat for a lifetime. We know in Nebraska how important education is to the future of our economic development, and like Plato once wisely said, if a man neglects education, he walks lame to the end of his life. In other words, Nebraska knows the real value of human capital when it comes to education. But the recent pandemic has oddly caused some to make our educational system the bad guy. Now, I'm a firm believer that parents are and should be our children's first teachers, but ultimately, most Nebraskans entrust their children, our state's future, to our teachers. But the future looks grim for this profession. At the start of the pandemic, more than 1,000 Nebraska teachers left the state's 2 largest school districts since the pandemic began. During that time, our governor was asked to provide $1,000 bonuses from the Federal American Pandemic Recovery Act funds, allowing for more potential for planning for teachers and additional family leave if needed for COVID-19 exposure. And so, when that became unfunded, when that did not happen, I brought forward LB 696 to appropriate funds to aid in the retention of teachers and school support staff. Unfortunately, like many other bills, it was not funded. And so that brings us today to this amendment. And the question that I have for you today is if you are willing to vote green and help me show that we value our educators over sewers. Do you value a quality education for the 90% of our school-age children who actually attend public schools in our state? We have one of the best public school systems in the United States, high graduation rates, solid average test scores, high levels of proficiency in math and reading, but the average starting salary for teachers in Nebraska is $35,820, which makes us 47th in the United States for salary. The education pay gap is 82 cents compared to other professionals with the same education and years of experience. Our teachers are stressed, our teachers are exhausted, our teachers are exasperated, underappreciated, underpaid. Teaching is a noble profession, yet we don't pay them as such. We have funds, millions of dollars of funds. I support our efforts to lift up all of our frontline workers touched by COVID, our healthcare workers, our first responders, our childcare workers, school support, our private school teachers, and our service workers. My ask today is to lift up approximately 24,000 public school teachers, specifically full-time certificated personnel. We can do this by reallocating the funds from AM 2330 for $20 million in federal ARPA funds. That's an average payment of $830 per teacher. We have an opportunity today to decide if we prioritize our educators over sewers. Sewers that could come out of our own cash fund, by the way, or will we look to Nebraska's future and show support through this one-time grant program that will be allocated by the Department of Education for schools across our state in support of our teachers? So I'm going to ask you to please vote green today and help me, and there's nobody on this floor, I hope people are actually listening, and help me show support for Nebraska's educators. And I would like to add that I would welcome amending in our private school teachers as well if we can find the additional funding or potentially even share the funding between general and select. With that, I would ask for your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Debate is now open on AM 2543. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon again. So I see that Senator Blood is striking the funds for the Section 48. Section 48 was one of the last ones. A wastewater treatment for the state fair, is that correct? So where do you propose the state fair should get their money to do their wastewater treatment?
Senator Blood, would you yield?
Would you yield, Senator Blood?
Yes, I would be happy to yield. As I said in my introduction, I think there's money there in the general fund for that, and that's probably a more appropriate place for that money to come from.
So you're making an assumption that this would qualify under ARPA? Your bill? Your
Yes,
amendment?
based on the hearing that we had, yes.
And you said there's 24,000 teachers, we get $840 each?
Basically, that's what the math adds up to.
Okay. But I think you also said that it was for, didn't I read it was for all employees, or was I mistaken on that?
Yeah, it's for anybody who is I always forget how to say that, certified, well, it's not certified, there's like an extra syllable in it, so yeah, those that are, we'll say certified, but that's not the word.
Just for the certified teachers?
Yes.
Okay, no paras, none of the other employees?
No, actually, my first bill did include support staff, and unfortunately, I just don't think that fiscally I can do that.
So what was your bill number? Do you remember?
I said it in my presentation, so I have it here. Hang on. 696 was my original bill.
696, okay.
Mhm.
I remember that bill there. So thank you for answering those questions.
My pleasure.
I am not in support of taking the money from the State Fair Water Treatment Project. I think that is something that needs to be done out there. I think it's important that we do that. And I'll be in opposition to 2543. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Blood. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate very much what Senator Blood's trying to do here, and she's absolutely correct when she talked about starting teachers and their starting wage. And in Education Committee, and Senator DeBoer and Senator Walls, and I've worked on a bill that hopefully when we get to general funds, we'll be able to find the money to do to help beginning teachers. But my question on this is, and I've got 3 different sheets here, and they have 3 different numbers. But in the yellow book the appropriators handed out, it says that Nebraska elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds were $546.3 million. And then another group gave me a sheet that said Nebraska's public schools have received in federal relief $776.2 million. And then the final one I've got here says that public schools in Nebraska, since the COVID has begun, almost 2 years now, the public schools in Nebraska, K through 12, and I think this is I don't know if pre-K goes in this or if it's in the child care money, but K through 12 has received, this is a big number, $999,795,411. So they've either received 75% of what we've received in this bill that we're talking about, $1 billion, or they've received 99%, 99.9%, the same amount of money we've received here in the ARPA bill. So my question is, and I'm not going to, you can respond, Senator Blood, when you get back up again, but my question is, what are they doing with the $1 billion they got, and why aren't they giving their teachers premium pay out of the $1 billion they already received? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Walls, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in favor of AM 2543. I'm just wondering if Senator Blood would yield to a question.
Senator Blood, would you yield?
It would be my pleasure.
Thank you, Senator Blood, and thank you for bringing this amendment. Why did you decide to bring this amendment?
Well, because I didn't have success with the bill for starters.
Sure.
You know, I don't think there's anybody in this body that doesn't know a teacher. And the one thing that I've seen over the last 2.5 years is that there are so many people here in Nebraska that are in serious pain, PTSD and stress. and they're just tired. And teachers are one of those groups. And we already heard about the healthcare profession. And I feel that if we are losing teachers in such a great magnitude, we've got to find ways to incentivize them to stay. And I was happy to hear that Senator Linehan's working at maybe getting them higher pay. But all I know is that today they don't have that higher pay.
Right.
Today they are sick and tired, and they don't think their voices are being heard. And I want to make sure that they know we hear them.
Well, I appreciate that. The other thing I just want to make sure of is that you would intend to make sure that private and public school teachers would receive this incentive.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very open to that. And I think we have several ideas. It would be my goal to ask people to help me get this through general. This is my promise. And, you know, I'm a person of my word. And I think it can be done. And it might be that we all have to share the same pot of money.
Right.
But, you know, I know some people are against this bill because those funds come from the state fair sewer update. And I empathize with that. But there is money in the general fund for that. There's not money in the general fund for this.
All right. Thank you, Senator Blood.
Thank you, Senator Walls and Senator Blood. Senator Aguilar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Blood, I appreciate what you're trying to do for the teachers. I think that's very honorable. I just have to question where you're trying to take the money from. I think it's important that I point out to you the project that we're doing in Grand Island at the State Fair originally was a $25 million project. And that was what was originally allocated to us. But in the final tally, to help in other programs, they took another $5 million away from us. So I'm afraid any more money we lose, and it's going to wash out this project we're trying to accomplish at the fair.
Thank you, Senator Aguilar. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. President. So when we had the department was in and testified, and I asked the question, did you get ARPA money? And they said yes. Bloomstat said, yes, we did. I said, what did you do with it? And he said, I'll get you an accounting of that. That's been 6 weeks ago. I haven't gotten anything, okay? And you heard Senator Linehan explain that the department education got almost as much, received almost as much as the state. What do they do with it? No one knows. Well, some people know, but we're sure not going to find out. They have plenty of money to give a bonus or whatever they want to do to with their teachers if they wanted to. They have plenty of money to teach people to work with hearing impaired people if they wanted to. They have 512 employees. The Department of Education has 512 employees. What do they all do? I can tell you this, none of them are accounting for what they did with the ARPA money or I'd have gotten a report. So I don't know how you go about shaming them into doing their job and giving you the report you asked for, but it's time for them to come forward and see what they did with the money. Maybe if they showed us what they did with it, maybe we'd feel a little more compassion about giving them some more. But there's no way we can pass 2543 not knowing what they did with the $1 billion they got. I have a problem with that. They seem to do whatever they want over there at the Department of Education with no supervision, especially from this current Board of Education they have. So I would encourage you, if you can, vote twice no on 2543. As Senator Aguilar pointed out, they asked for $25 million for the fair board, for the state fair water treatment, and we trimmed that to 20. We don't need to take it from the state fair. And I don't know that we need to give a bonus to the teachers, because if the department really cared about their employees, they would take care of them without our help. They have the wherewithal to do that. I don't know if they're listening, maybe not. And maybe if they are, it won't make any difference. They have plenty of money, more than they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to AM 2543, and I want to echo, I think, somebody else who stated here that K through 12 received almost $1 billion in CARES Act money, COVID relief, whatever you want to call it. What are they doing with it? I know a person who, we talk about the pressure of teacher shortages and everything else. I know someone who has applied to be a substitute teacher here in the Lincoln Public School System. He applied January 10th. He's still not through the process of being accepted as a substitute teacher today yet. Might be another couple weeks. You're telling me there's a teacher shortage somewhere? Is it created by someone? How can it take that long? I talked to another superintendent from a different school. He said if you would apply at our school, you'd be at work the next day. And they paid a lot more per day for a substitute teacher. $1 billion in CARES Act money, and they can't come up with a program of their own? I would like to know where they're spending it. This is what I'm talking about when we're talking about spending $1 billion here. And when we push things through and we do it at the end of a session, when everybody's under pressure, we've got millions of our own money that we're spending in the general fund, 5% some budget increase, and we can't give any money back to the citizens of Nebraska. We're just looking for ways to spend it. I can think of a lot of people who are essential workers. Let's go down a long list of essential workers. We couldn't survive without garbage collectors. We can't survive with a lot of people who had to work no matter what. Yes, some of them had it tougher than others. That's what happens in life. Sometimes it's tough. You got to pull it up and make it work. But when you have $1 billion of CARES Act money already, how can you even ask for more? We've had businesses that had to close. People went bankrupt. And this is what we're doing with our $1 billion. I think we should save some of it for next year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Clement, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was looking at my notes regarding the request that came to the Appropriations Committee. And I believe that we were not given any dollar amount of request. I show a zero asking him requested amount. I think it was left blank. And so there was no support from the Appropriations Committee for this request. There wasn't a dollar amount for us to consider. And so there was no action taken, or else it was, it was not funded. The state fair board people and the city of Grand Island people came in telling us about the necessity of the sewer upgrades. I was out there in 2019 at the state fair, and I should have worn boots because water was pretty deep around there. The drainage system definitely needs help. The city of Grand Island is funding part of this. It's not all state money here. Well, this would be ARPA money. It wouldn't all be ARPA money. City of Grand Island is also working on the connection to the drainage system. And so I prefer to keep the funding for the state fair sewer upgrade. The governor had asked originally for $25 million is what he had put in 1014 originally. The committee reduced it to 20 million, and I support that amount. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Senator Blood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let's unpack some of this. First of all, our teachers are not administration. If you want to punish the teachers for what the administration does, I think we're really off course and we're not really talking about what the core of the issue is. And so they want to know what they spent the money on. That's public information. They spent the money on safely reopening schools and sustaining safe operations. And by the way, I found this by myself on my phone within 2 minutes. Addressing the academic impact of lost instructional time. Some of the things we've already talked about were concerns today on the mic. Investing in expanded after-school programs. And then they talked about different things that they spent the money on, including COVID-19 instruction, making sure people were vaccinated, make sure people were educated on being vaccinated and masked, whether you agree with that or not, that's where the funds went. I think that when we look at the American Rescue Plan funds and other funds that went to the schools, those funds, with one exception for summer school teachers, weren't used to incentivize the teachers. Agree with that or not, why are we punishing the teachers because we don't like the actions of administration? I think you have to separate the two. And then when I look at Grand Island, first of all, I love the state fair. I've been going since I was a little kid, even after they moved it from Lincoln to Grand Island. It's an infrastructure issue that they should have addressed before they moved us to Grand Island. And the board for the state fair has said they're going to make a big profit this year of what, I think over $200,000 after all is said and done. Not a huge profit, but a decent profit. So it's not like they're going to go in the hole as a result of what they're doing at the state fair. But we do know that the city of Grand Island, and I respect that they're helping with that, and they should be helping with that sewer project because they make a lot of money when we're there for the state fair. Hotels, restaurants, people there shopping. It's a good thing for Grand Island, and it's an important thing for Grand Island. But you know what's important year-round? Teachers. And yeah, I could have chose a different pot to take money from, and I tried actually, but this was the one that made the most sense because they do have other alternatives to get the funds. It's just that we've got this giant honey pot that everybody's trying to get their hands into, and yes, I'm one of those people. But I feel that the cause is just. And then when you add in private school teachers, we make sure that everybody's voices are heard. And I feel confident we can do that. Senator Walz and I have been talking about that several times already today. I don't understand when people are like, what did they do with all their money? The teachers had nothing to do with that. What did they do with all their money? Well, go to the federal website. It shows you what every state does with their money, with their funds, what they promised to do, what it was allocated for. We're all smart people. We can look it up. Instead of using it as an excuse to not give the teachers incentives to stay. And I agree with Friesen. There are a lot of people that deserve to be incentivized for the work that they did during the pandemic. I can't even imagine doing garbage during a pandemic. I'd be really curious to see what their infection rate was. Just like I can't imagine being a nurse during a pandemic. But here's the thing. These teachers work with the future of Nebraska. Like it or not, that's who's responsible for those children's education for 90% of our school-aged children. I know some people are not big public school supporters in this body, and I respect that. But I am a big public school supporter.
1 minute.
And I am a big teacher supporter. And what they have gone through and the flexibility that they have had to show, and they were hurting before the pandemic, I think this is a very small ask. And I really hope those that oppose it would reconsider, because many of us vote for things that we don't necessarily love, but we know it's for the betterment of the part of the state that you live in. This is for the betterment of the entire state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Erdman, you're recognized, and I believe this is your third opportunity.
I believe you're correct. Thank you, Mr. President. So, as you listen to the conversation, things come to mind. And 5 years ago, I was on the Education Committee, And there was a group of superintendents, 12 of them to be exact, from the state of Nebraska, superintendents across the state. And they contacted me and they asked, is there something that can be done about the substitute teacher requirement we have in the state? And I said to those superintendents, if you will review what they do in other states, come to a conclusion which one of those makes the most sense for us, send it to me. We will put it in a bill and I will introduce it. And that's exactly what I did. And the decision that they had made and come to was that what they do in Wyoming was very appropriate, very efficient, got student teachers or substitute teachers back in the classroom. I have a friend back home that's trying to become a substitute teacher. He has dropped out. He said, I'm not going through all those hoops to be a substitute teacher. So anyway, to finish up my conversation about the substitute teacher program, the people that came in opposed to it was the Department of Education. And they lined up the room with three-piece suits who make $150,000 to $200,000 a year and told why that was going to be the ruination of our education system. So Senator Friesen, why do we have a shortage of substitute teachers? And in Kearney, they had a shortage of substitute teachers and they took part of the week off because they couldn't get substitutes. Because the Department of Education wouldn't change the requirements so that people can actually do the work that needs to be done. So when they come and whine about not having substitute teachers, I don't feel sorry for them. It's their own fault. They had a chance to fix it, and they chose not to. And who was against it? Halstead and Bloomstat. Those people came in and testified against it. Instead of fixing the problem, they wanted to keep it going. And Senator Blood said these administrators are the ones that distributed and spent the money. If the administrators were concerned about their employees, which are the teachers, they would have taken care of them. There's a problem. The problem is they don't care about those teachers like they should be taking care of them. So they always say 80% of the cost of a public school is the teachers, is labor. I'll have to ask you a question. If the average student in the state of Nebraska costs $13,000 to educate on an annual basis, and there's 20 kids in a classroom, that's $260,000. And if the teacher gets $80,000, they don't, but if they did, $80,000, where's the $160,000 go? If labor is your most expensive thing you pay for, where's the rest of the money go? Administrative costs have gone up like a skyrocket, and teacher salaries have increased about 15%. There's a problem. Our education system is not good in the state of Nebraska. So we have a bunch of people who have graduated from college and are looking to become a teacher and can't pass the comprehensive test to get a license. So we need to start looking back at what we teach them in grade school and high school and in college, so they're able to pass the test that other teachers passed from years ago. We don't need to dumb down the test. So there are issues with education. And throwing more money at it doesn't seem to have helped. Maybe you need new management. But as I said earlier, if I could vote twice against 2543, I would. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Blood, you're recognized, and this is your last time, but you will have an opportunity to close.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that clarification. Fellow senators, friends all, to the few that are still in here. Again, our teachers are not administration. Our teachers are not the school boards. Senator Erdman, you're telling me you're going to vote twice against the teachers? Good on you. I disagree. Why are we trying to punish the teachers? Because we're unhappy with how we believe the federal funds that came down during the pandemic were spent. I'm reviewing this on my phone. If anybody wants to see it, I'm happy to text it to you. But the funds were spent for a lot of things. Remember the drive-through lunches for those kids who couldn't get lunch when the schools were closed, their families were still able to feed them during the pandemic. When we had the shortage of substitute teachers, part of those funds were used to help lift up funding for substitute teachers. You know, you can believe or not believe that something systemic is wrong at the upper level of education here in Nebraska. I respect that. But here's what I know. Mr. Chuck Gould, my debate and speech and English teacher, is the reason that I'm able to stand at this mic today. Mrs. Burliette, my grade school teacher in a one-room classroom, by the way, out in rural Nebraska, who helped me learn more about other countries and made it to the point that I love learning more about other cultures for the rest of my life. Mrs. Prohaska, Mrs. K. O'Kelly, who taught us how to hula, and Mr. Halloran, or Senator Halloran, you're from Hastings, you know about this. And she would teach us Hawaiian songs and about the culture in Hawaii. And it made Nebraska seem like it was part of a bigger world. Teachers, people that change our lives forever. I can still tell you about the teachers that I had in kindergarten, first grade. I think about the teachers that helped me before I had my surgery when I was deaf. It was really hard for me in class. It was hard for me to do math. And you heard Senator Wishart talk about this a little bit. People that have hearing disabilities struggle with math when they're younger. I don't now. If one of those teachers did something to offend me or hurt my feelings or didn't do their jobs as well as I thought they should, it would never occur to me to punish everybody else. I mean, that's like the teacher that walks in the classroom and punishes all the kids in the classroom because there's one bad kid. So now we want to punish the teachers because we think that administration's been naughty. I don't get that. That's not good government. I know teachers are taxpayers. I know that our funding formula for schools is really bad. The TIOSA formula, there's like 2 people maybe on this floor that can explain it to you, maybe. We're talking about people. We tend to have empathy for more people, some people more than others. I know part of this lack of empathy is because people are angry at the executive branch of our school system. But that has nothing to do with our teachers. You know, you guys know I worked in a prison for 6 years, and you're locked in 24/7, well, not 24/7, but an 8-hour shift or longer with these people. When you are locked in with the same group of people over and over again, the dynamics are very different and can be very stressful. Now, I don't want to compare our students to inmates in the state prison system, but I want to tell you is that the environment that is created in a school is very stressful for teachers outside of the pandemic. Then you add shortages. Then you add poor wages. Then you add all the other issues that are involved, like helicopter parents who seem to know how to do the job better than you do. We're talking about just over $800 per teacher. We know we can fund the rest of that sewer project in other ways. I choose to vote green for teachers over sewers, and I hope that you make the same decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Walls, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did just want to talk just briefly about the application process for ARPA. And ARPA did require the Nebraska Department of Education to submit an application to the U.S. Department of Education. NDE collected input and reviewed qualitative and quantitative data in May of 2021 to determine what successes, what priorities, and what strategies they use for supporting and holding schools accountable in developing next steps for the use of the funds. After that, there was a process of consultation. The NDE hosted 14 roundtable sessions with stakeholders, including students, families, teachers, administrators, community leaders, tribes, youth-serving organizations, and other advocacy and civil rights groups. They also fielded a survey to stakeholders seeking input on prioritization on strategies and investments of funds. Results from those two stakeholders meetings are found on a website. If you would like that website address, I would surely love to give it to you. The thing that I also want to just highlight is that they came up with 5 priority areas, and those included family and community resources that were needed, unfinished learning and supported learning acceleration programs, technology and process systems to provide online classes to kids during the pandemic. So there were a lot of things that ARPA or the money was being used for. The other thing that I want to point out is that every school is different. Every school has different needs. I didn't even mention the PPE that was used, but every school has different needs. I agree with Senator Blood. Teachers have worked so hard prior to the pandemic and deserve bonuses every year. And I don't think that you questioning where all the money went should have any effect on this bill and making sure that our teachers are paid a little bit of a thank you for everything that they've done over the past couple of years. And with that, I will close. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Senator Pansy Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I stand in favor of LB 2543. You know, all of the bills that and all the requests for ARPA funds that went to appropriations, none of them were fulfilled. So that includes the one that we're talking about now, Senator Blood's, to appropriate federal funds to the Department of Ed for school employee retention payments. All of these bills have to do with workforce development. And Senator Erdman said he wished he could vote against it twice. Well, he basically has by voting against it in appropriations, and he'll vote against it now. So we understand that. He also voted against my bill, LB 1182, which adopted the School Employees Pandemic Protection Act, creating a $10 million program with the purpose of ensuring that school employees receive a payment in amount not to exceed $200 for their personal protective equipment that they purchased on their own and with their own money. And that was to all school employees, not just teachers. It was to also custodial staff and people in the kitchen. So there was also another bill of Senator Walls that was to provide retention incentive payments that to eligible school employees, and these incentive payments to eligible school employees at approved or accredited public, private, denominational, or parochial elementary and secondary schools. So these bills, the teachers have been left behind, in my opinion. And I think that we've had a number of different options and opportunities to help the teachers across this state. And when our number one issue in the state and for the state chamber is workforce development, for us to come forward and say, no, we can't spend anything on the teachers. We can't help the teachers who are coming in every day teaching our kids during COVID. This is a terrible waste of money. You can talk and complain whatever you want about the Department of Ed. The fact is that teachers need support. They need our support and our recognition of their value in our workforce, their value in teaching and producing our future. This is an important amendment. I had an important amendment. I've stayed out of it mostly. I also had another bill that helps our workforce because it funded career and technical education programs so that the kids in our schools at the front part of the pipeline, of the workforce pipeline, would be encouraged and get training and get connections with people in our communities so that they know they can stay here and have a job. But that also was denied and avoided and not promoted and not brought forward. I've decided to pretty much go with what appropriations has done, but in this case, I have to say that the teachers are key and critical to what our future holds, to help create the school to workforce pipeline. I've fought for all my 8 years about the school to prison pipeline. And now we have had chances to help the school to workforce pipeline and to help the teachers here to continue to work here and stay here and retain them here. And this to me is a no-brainer. We
1
need
minute.
we need to support this, and I hope you'll all join me in supporting this in order to fight for our teachers and to support our teachers across the state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks. Senator Halloran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Well, it's gotten down to if we don't support this, we don't support teachers. If we don't support this bonus, we don't support teachers. I'm sorry, I understand the emotions that can be conjured up, and we do a good job of that at times to get what we want accomplished. And I understand that the state fair does not pull at the heartstrings, like the argument about teachers. But you got to understand, the state fair isn't just a location of concrete and buildings. It's an education location. It's an education institution. 4-H is a huge educator, not just for rural, but urban students. So did they go through any hardship from COVID? Well, maybe not like teachers, but many have gone through hardships from COVID. Are we to give them all a bonus? And if this is a bonus, why are we giving the same bonus to every teacher? Bonuses are usually dictated by the quality of work as an incentive to do better. You get a bonus. They showed up, they worked hard, they were on time, and they put up with a lot, but they put up with a lot of hardship because with COVID, we put a lot of hardship on the institution of education. Everybody had to wear a mask. It had to be social distance. Kids became a little more unruly because they had to go through wearing masks and socially distancing. Look, I understand. State fair, this isn't about it's not just about sewer, it's about drainage. And yes, Grand Island is a very flat terrain and it has drainage problems. And that is an eligible qualification for ARPA monies. 2019, we had a significant rain event. 283,000 people showed up. That was about a 50,000. That was about a 10% reduction from the year before. 2020, COVID hit. We went from 283,000 to 50,000. So you make an argument that COVID had a direct impact on the state fair, turned it into a county fair as far as the numbers were concerned. 2021, they made a dramatic comeback. Good for them. They worked hard at that. Again, it's not about buildings, it's about people. A lot of people work there to make it work well. A lot of volunteers work there to make it work well. So I stand opposed to AM 2543, and I stand opposed to it, not because I don't cherish teachers and don't appreciate teachers, but I think the funding that was first allocated by appropriations for the state fair is appropriate, and it should stay there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Halloran. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
I just told Senator McKinney and Senator Wishart I pushed my light, but I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I remember. Colleagues, actually, every dollar that comes to the state, oh, that window feels good, goes through us. And I'm saying this to say that we can control any budget, including NDE. We can appropriate anything. NDE's entire budget comes from us. All the federal dollars, just like with NDOT, they flow through us. So if we want, so the reason why I'm adamant against using any ARPA dollars for education, not because I don't believe in education or teachers, it's because they got 854 million of ARPA dollars and they got additional dollars through CARES and some other things. And so they should spend it wisely. I understand what Senator Blood is doing. I would generally support it, but I also was in Grand Island a year where there was some huge floods and there were literally people going around canoeing down one of the main streets. So I had that happen in my district down by the airport where people were canoeing and the city invested some dollars to make sure that didn't happen. But I understand why we got to do it at the state level. That's a huge project, so I'm generally in favor of the project. So I say that to say, if we want to know, Senator Erdman, what they did with their ARPA dollars, I'm sure there's an education bill or a floor bill. We just draft an amendment saying all their ARPA dollars have to go to one thing, and I'm pretty sure we'll get a report really quick of what they're doing right now. Or we just pass that part of the budget or add it to the budget. Or right here, ARPA dollars, say all the ARPA dollars that came to the state have to go to paying teachers, and they'll find out what happens. So draft an amendment to maybe add that on. My point is we have control. We just have to exercise our control. And I think that was what I was going to talk about, but I really don't remember. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Blood, you're recognized to close on AM 2543.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I really hope you're listening. Based on the premise that we heard today, the fact that we don't know how funds were spent, were they misspent, let's punish the teachers. I sit on the committee that heard the state fair when the audit was done, and they had somebody that could not account for funds. So should we punish the staff of the state fair because of that? Maybe we should take away their sewer. That premise stinks. Nowhere in my heart would I want to punish the rest of the Nebraska State Fair Board, the employees, for somebody who misused funds. I wouldn't do that because that is ethically wrong. But I want to point that out since that seems to be the premise that everybody's dancing around on today. And I support 4-H. And I support rural Nebraska, and I was in 4-H, and my gingerbread cookies beat out a bunch of women 3 times my age when I was in high school at the Hastings County Fair. I think state fairs are important, and I think that it takes us back to a time where there's not computers, and there's not cell phones, and it's just about family, and it's about the environment and our communities. But this isn't what this is about. We're not against the state fair. And to say that I not once said, if we don't support this bill, we don't support the teachers. Not once. But boy, when we talked about guns, that was said like 100 times on this floor. You don't support the Second Amendment if you don't support this bill. We just heard it on Senator Hunt's amendment. And by the way, I was against her amendment because our executive branch screwed up that law enforcement training center way before we got here. But you know, we have short memories on stuff like that. And by the way, where's that person's punishment? You know, we're not giving them bonuses. We're giving them incentives. We're letting them know that we see them, we hear them. And by the way, Senator Clements, much like I did in this opening, when I opened on that appropriations bill, I talked about the amount of money that we were requesting. But what I'm finding, especially that I hear today, because I've had to repeat myself several times on the mic, is that not everybody listens to the openings. And then they go back and they exec on things and they're not sure what the number was. And I can respect that, especially on appropriations this year. I can't even imagine having to remember everything that came in front of you. And you know, I didn't get money for meat either. And people are going to get sick and people are going to die. And there's nothing I can do about it because I can't get that research funded. But here's what I'm doing today. I'm standing up for teachers. I'm asking you to stand up for teachers. We're not asking for that much money. The sewer project does not go away because we take this part of the pot. And you know that that's true. And I'm sorry to the city of Grand Island, but 99% of the time I am standing on this mic in support of you, especially when it comes to things like unfunded and underfunded mandates. But today, I want to say thank you to our teachers. Today, I want to take a small part of that money and incentivize our teachers. And if you are unhappy about how other funds were spent, that has nothing to do with the teachers. Take a step back, maybe show a little compassion. Think about what their lives have been like over the last 2.5 years, and the flexibility that they've had to show.
1 minute.
Think about some of their own families who have become ill and they've had to try and figure out how to juggle both their personal life and their professional life. And really, truly think about voting green this time. Think about voting green. Think about supporting this small amendment. Think about putting teachers over a sewer project that is gonna happen anyway, even if we use these funds. But we can't say this about the incentives for the teachers. Thank you, President. I would ask for a call of the House.
Thank you, Senator Blood. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
22 ayes, 5 nays to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Members, the House is under call. Unexcused senators, please return to the chamber and check in. Senator McCollister, Senator McDonald, Senator John Kavanaugh, Senator Bostar, please return to the chamber and check in. Senator Kavanaugh, would you please check in? All unexcused members are present. Members, the question is, shall the amendment to the committee amendment to LB 1040 be adopted? There's been a request for a roll call vote in reverse order. Mr. Clerk?
Sir Wishart? Not voting. Sir Williams? Voting no. Sir Wayne? Not voting. Sir Walls? Voting yes. Sir Vargas? Not voting. Sir Stinner? Voting no. Sir Slama? Sir Sanders? Voting no. Sir Pansy Brooks? Voting yes. Sir Pauls? Sir Merman? Not voting. Sir Moser? Voting no. Sir Moorfield? Voting yes. Sir McKinney? Not voting. Senator McDonald? Not voting. Sir McCollister? Not voting, Sir Lowe. Voting no, Sir Linehan. Not voting, Sir Lindstrom. Just a second, Senator, I'll get to you. Sir Lindstrom. Not voting. Sir Linehan. Voting no. Sir Lathrop. Not voting. Sir Coulterman. Sir Jacobson. Voting no. Sir Hunt. Oops, excuse me. Sir Hunt voting yes. Sir Hughes. Not voting. Sir Hickelman. Not voting. Sir Hilgers. Not voting. Sir Matt Hansen. Voting yes. Sir Ben Hansen. Not voting. Sir Holleran. Voting no. Sir Gregert. Not voting. Sir Geist. Voting no. Sir Friesen. Voting no. Sir Flood. Voting no. Sir Erdman. Voting no. Sir Dorn. Voting no. Sir DeBoer. Voting yes. Sir Day. Voting yes. Sir Clements. Voting no. Sir Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Sir John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Sir Breesy. Voting no. Sir Brewer. Voting yes. Sir Brandt. Not voting. Sir Bostelman. Voting no. Sir Bostar. Not voting. Sir Blood. Voting yes. Sir Arch. Not voting. Sir Albright. Voting no. Sir Aguilar. Voting no. 11 ayes, 18 nays on the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items, raise the call.
Mr. President, amendments to be printed, Senator John Kavanaugh, amendments to 919. Senator Ben Hansen, the 927. Appropriations report 792 to general file with amendments. And a new resolution 358 by Senator Day. That'll be laid over.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Wayne would move to amend AM 2552.
Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open on your amendment to the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. This strike section 13. This is what we were talking about earlier with Senator Brandt. Look, I'll be blunt. I will work. I've committed to use worst case scenario if I can't find $10 million in cash or general funds from now until final reading on here. I will pull back this ARPA bill and take $10 million. I already talked to Senator McKinney about it, out of the North Omaha project to fund this. That's how committed I am to finding $10 million in cash or general funds to give to Senator Brandt's small business processors, because I think there is a need to grow capacity. I just don't think it meets the ARPA requirements. So again, if I can't find from now until final reading, that means there's 2 more rounds. If I can't find $10 million between cash or general funds, or I don't know, Senator Hughes, the Water Sustainability Fund, I saw you walking so I could think of something. I will take this off of final reading back to select for 1 day, for 1 round, and I will commit to using ARPA funds from North Omaha to make sure this happens. I'm saying that is because I am 100% sure that this $10 million will not be spent. And if it does get spent, we're going to have people watching over our small processors for the next 7 years, making sure they are using the funds and what they did appropriately. I don't think our small processors for $100,000 or $200,000 to expand should have to deal with the government for the next 6 years to be overseen by ARPA. I just don't, because they didn't lose any money. So I'm committing to that on the mic, and you all know I'm going to commit and I'm going to work hard to get that done. So what this amendment does is strikes the $10 million. It moves $250,000 of it to the Mayhew cabin. If you don't know why that's important to me, it's important because it is part of the last known artifact, and it's actually in Senator Slama's district, that was a part of the Underground Railroad. That meets the requirement because of tourism, and because it was damaged during COVID, and they haven't been able to raise funds, but I'm still gonna make them, and under $1 million doesn't require written justification. So it meets the ARPA requirement. The rest of it, I'm gonna turn over my rest of my time to Senator Morfeld and Senator Geis to talk about their portions for Lincoln. But again, I am committing to finding $10 million for the small processors. And if I can't in 2 rounds figure this out and figure out how to make sure that our small processors aren't hangled by the IRS or the government for the next 6 years, I will put it on my ARPA bill and take it out of North Omaha. That's how much I'm committed to this, because I don't think it's right for them to have to go through this process. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator Morfield.
Senator Morfeld, you're yielded 6 minutes 45.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Wayne. As many of you know, I've been working hard to get across the finish line $500,000. It's actually it was originally LB 867, $500,000 to make it so that we would have HIV prevention services for high-risk populations. Falls squarely within the ARPA funding guidelines. We had a hearing on this legislation. I do not believe that there was any opposition. I'll double check that. I thought I was going to get up in a person or two here and speak. I was going to review that, but I don't believe we had any opposition. And one of the things that was brought up with this $500,000 is that what it does is it actually saves money for the state, because if somebody gets HIV, they're pretty ill, and the medicine that costs in order to keep them alive costs the state significantly more than the prevention, which is where this funding would come from, or help address the prevention of HIV. And so that's that portion. The other $300,000 is to study potential of high-speed rail between Lincoln and Omaha. We also had a hearing on that. And actually, it started out as $500,000. I worked with the department. They were able to get it down to $300,000. And it's just to look at the feasibility. We haven't had a study for 20 years. There's been lots of changes in terms of transportation habits. And I think that we need to see if it's even feasible. If it's not feasible, doesn't make sense from a cost-benefit analysis, then you drop it and you don't have to pursue it anymore, and future legislatures don't have to even discuss it. So that's the $800,000. That's a portion of mine. And then I'm gonna yield my time back to the chair, because I don't think I can yield his time to somebody else. But I think Senator Geis is up next to discuss her portion of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morfeld. Senator Geist, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, and the remaining amount of this bill will go to the Lancaster County Event Center. A huge impact it makes in our state and in our city. The impact of, here, just a minute, let me grab my notes. The Lancaster County Event Center lost over $6 million during the pandemic because they had to cancel multiple events. During the pandemic, the Event Center provided critical services to the community, and this money will go back to help restore them, to do some critical maintenance that they've had to just postpone with no way to make that up. The State Fair only has I want to talk about that. Lancaster County Event Center has a total economic impact of $60 million a year, does not receive any state or city money. They have a small tax levy at the county level, but that brings in to them $130,000. So for the past number of years, we have been looking to try to help support the Lancaster County Event Center, and then they received contracts for 2 of the national youth rodeos here in the city. The first youth rodeo, which that money would go directly to their bottom line, which would help with maintenance and repairs, improvements in their facility. And that was the one that had to be closed because of COVID. They did have a very successful second rodeo that just occurred it was in 2021. And they're still trying to recoup what they missed with the contract of having 2 in a row. So that is what this money would go for, to help them. And again, to be specific, this is for maintenance, for repairs, for upgrades that have to be done because of being closed and not being able to have that continuing upgrade. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Geist. Senator Brandt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Round 2, I appreciate Senator Wayne's concern for our bill out there. I am absolutely opposed to AM 2552. I would ask Senator Stinner if he would yield. Is he on the floor?
Senator Stinner, would you yield?
I guess not.
I do not see Senator Stinner on the floor.
Or Senator Wishart?
Senator Wishart, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Wishart, do you see any problem with these ARPA funds as your committee put them forward?
I do think that in particular, this one item is vulnerable. But nevertheless, I'm going to stick with it and have a conversation with you and others to ensure that moving forward, we have funds to support this program that will be effective.
So you see no problem in moving this forward to select at this time?
No.
All right. Thank you, Senator Wishart. So I guess that's sort of where I'm at on this. The Appropriations Committee, who are the experts on this, who have studied all 400 pages. The fiscal office is sitting over there. Coming in today, everything was fine. Senator Stinner still thinks everything is fine. So I would encourage everybody to oppose AM 2552. We'll look at this between general and select, and if some changes need to be made, we certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Senator Albright, you're recognized.
Thank you, President. And I rise opposed to AM 2552 as well. I don't see how a study on rail would fall into these funds, that it would be a COVID related to the pandemic type funding, number one. Number two, I have reservations about the event center. If they are operating and things are fine, I know that in the middle of COVID, there was a situation in my district where a young lady and her husband built a fabulous event center in our district. And they had to cancel all weddings, cancel all events. And they did work with the governor at that time, and there were funds available. I don't know if the Lincoln Event Center had requested any of those funds or not, but if they fall within the city, which I think they do, they're not in the county. The city of Lincoln received several dollars worth of ARPA funds as well. Again, excuse me, thank you. I would like for them to possibly, sir, I'm on the mic, thank you. My goodness. I believe that the Lincoln Event Center probably should be taking this up with the city of Lincoln. If the city of Lincoln were perhaps to give money to help out some of the businesses that closed in the Haymarket because of COVID, you know, I could see something like that happening, but certainly not with a business that's still up and running. Again, these COVID dollars are very important to a lot of people in the state of Nebraska, and I just cannot get on board with taking care of an event center that is functioning, and I don't believe they're in the red. If it's just for maintenance costs and everyday business type situations, I don't believe that that's a reason for the funding. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
So thank you, Mr. President. So colleagues, what you heard is this is vulnerable, not that this is okay. And my point in saying that is, I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm not going to fight this on select. It's going to go through, And when it doesn't go through, or one of your meat processors have problems and are tired of the government going in and visiting and checking on things and making sure that they have to do an annual check and a report, that's your call. I'm not gonna continue to fight it. I know we're gonna have money left over because not everybody's gonna do it. And what we talked about earlier is impacted businesses have to have a loss. Every single small processor came in and said they had record years. It's amazing. So I'm gonna spend a little bit of time talking about the underground, the Mayhew Cabin. It was a stop on the Underground Railroad. It's the only one remaining left in Nebraska. It is included in this, and listed in the sites of the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom. It is a cabin that is originally built in 1855, 48 years before the Jocelyn Castle, who is applied for shovel ready. It's still there, and it was a safe house for the slaves. It was part of really Nebraska City's Underground Railroad that really freed most people moving not just from here into Nebraska, Omaha, but also into Minnesota and in the Dakotas. Actually, Dakotas had a lot of free slaves or recently ran away slaves. My point is, in 2019, it was damaged due to the flood. They have been trying to get it repaired, but they have not got it repaired. And so this is what kind of, when it comes to tourism and actual needs of fundraising being met, what ARPA could be used for and should be used for. So we'll have a conversation about shovel ready here in a little bit, I believe, because what you'll find out in the shovel ready packages is all the information we requested at the time of the application doesn't conform with the federal rules. And the bill said first come, first serve. And if we reopen it to get more information, then you got to reopen it to everybody. But that's not how it's going to work. So we're going to give a lot of money to a lot of organizations that don't qualify, or we're going to have a whole bunch of money sitting there that can't be dispersed, that we're going to have to figure out what to do with next year, which means we're 1 year less of being able to allocate it and get it properly appropriated under federal law. So we should be looking as a state, which is really concerning about how this conversation has gone. Nobody kind of really seems interested in doing anything. And I'm okay with that too. But I think you should all at least read the summaries of the rules. You shouldn't rely on another senator to tell you whether it meets it or not. You shouldn't rely on appropriations to tell you whether it meets it or not. You should actually read the rules and read what an impacted industry is. And so if the deal stays right here, I'm out of the guarantee of 10 million. And if it's struck, or if later down the road the money's not there, I'm going to fight against giving them dollars because we have money now to do it. But we're choosing to try to bend the rules and stretch the rules when you don't have to. There's money available. There's 200 million on the floor, even after the taxes, if that bill passes. There's 1.3 billion in cash reserves, and we're going to make our processors, our small processors, have an annual inspection for the next 6 years. And unlike any other ag requirement, it has to be done or they can get a clawback. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I look at the appropriations bills that were heard, Senator Moorfield's bill had 3 people thought that was important. So it wasn't a significant enough bill that we had a discussion on it. But I was wondering if Senator Wayne would yield to a question or two.
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, I'm gonna qualify you as being our resident agent or expert on this ARPA funding.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you a question about that.
Yes.
How do you see medication and a study for HIV fitting into the ARPA funding requirements?
Thank you. Actually responding to public health impacts, which means underneath the public health section, which is page 14 of the summary, it talks about prevention majors and particularly dealing with HIV because they were more susceptible to COVID and had additional problems and were considered an at-risk category. So you can provide more protection, more study, and more medication underneath the public health emergency response.
Okay. Do the same thing with your museum or whatever you want to talk about.
Museum, it is a tourism, and underneath Nebraska, underneath the feds, the industry as a whole was the impacted industry, so you can use that as an impacted industry. Furthermore, underneath the capital construction section, it's under 500,000, so you don't have to have written justification. You just got to
Okay.
prove that it's an impacted industry.
All right, let's go to the third one.
All right.
High-speed rail, a study for high-speed rail.
High-speed rail, transportation is one that you could look at under impact for COVID response. I will admit that's a little stretch. You could get there by responding to impacts of COVID and moving people around for emergencies. And public transportation, generally, long as it's not construction, but more of a clean energy, environmental aspect of it, which is what this would fall under, would qualify, same as our nuclear program.
So you say it's kind of a stretch for the high-speed rail. I think the stretch for the high-speed rail is about the same. If you want to qualify what Senator Brand is trying to do, they're about in the same category. Would that be a logical conclusion?
No, because high-speed rail deals with environmental impacts and deals directly, which is one of the topics that you can do with. So you can do a study on the environmental impact, and transportation being one of the biggest environmental impacts in the states is not a stretch as far as I would like it.
So would you agree that, or maybe disagree? You said yesterday never agree with the question or whatever you said, the lawyers do. So I thought that was pretty good. I'd like you to teach me that. But anyway, do you think Senator Brandt has something to risk here if he agrees to your amendment?
Yes, because we definitely know that the livestock industry, that industry was not a impacted industry. We know that for a fact. Everybody testified at the hearing they had record profits. Everybody.
When you say everybody, what does that mean?
The testifiers who were from the small packing plants or small processors came in and testified that they had record profits. So you can't be an impacted industry if you didn't, one, lose money, or two, lose people. But if you have record profits, you're going to have to figure out a different way of proving that you're impacted. And it's more really about the accountability aspect. I don't think for 10 million we should put our small processors through that type of federal government requirement when we don't need to.
Thank you. Are you saying that all of those small processors came in and said they made money?
I would say that according to the notes that my staff took, at least 90% of them did, and $10 million is way too much because it also has to be proportionate to your loss. So if you lose $1,000, you can't go in and ask for 5,000. Your loss has to be proportionate.
Okay, so then the third thing in this, or the last thing, is the funding for the event center in Lancaster County, correct?
Correct, and that is lost revenue, which is one of the permissible uses.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with your answers maybe, but thank you for doing that.
Well, they're not my answers. They're the feds.
Your opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Wayne. Senator Moorfield, you are recognized. Senator Moorfield waves. Senator Geist, you are recognized.
I just wanted to just say one more thing, and that is about the Lancaster County Event Center. And we've been working together since COVID. Actually, COVID complicated things with them. And I would just urge you to well, for one thing, let's understand that COVID, our ARPA funds were given to the city of Lincoln. They were given to Lancaster County. And there was a bill in appropriations that would allot some ARPA funding to the Lancaster County Event Center, and that didn't make the cut And still, the Lancaster County Event Center, why this is such a good fit for them. And Senator Brandt, I'm sorry this is on your bill. But the reason this is a good fit for them is because they were closed for almost 18 months. And there is no way to recoup that revenue when you're an event center that by statute has to be open all the time. You still have people to pay, and they were able to scrape by and furlough a few people and pay just a few. But this is very important funding for them. So I would urge your green vote and give the event center $6 million so they can do the needed repairs and maintenance that's been lagging. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Brandt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge your red vote on this because that money would come from small processors from across the state. I would like to correct what Senator Wayne was saying about the livestock industry making record profits. Anytime, come on out. I'll show you how to feed cattle. I'll show you how to feed hogs. You can feed sheep and chickens. I don't care. If you can make record profit doing that, please show me how it's done. I think what he was implying was maybe that the small lockers made record profits. That's not what the testimony was that day. And the large packers, the Tysons, the Swifts, and Cargills of the world, yeah, they make very good money. That doesn't mean the little locker down the plant or down the road in Pickrell or Fairmont or one of these small towns is just killing it. These guys work hard for a living. So I think we're all right on this. I don't see Senator Stinner here. I feel reasonably good about this. I would encourage everybody to vote red on AM 2552.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I listened to what Senator Geis said, and I understand the need for what they're trying to do, but let me bring to your attention a couple of things. One, I believe the city of Lincoln got $48 million in ARPA money, and I think Lancaster County got nearly $62 million. And in the hearing, Lancaster County came in and testified that they get hundreds, there was a lot of millions of dollars of economic development from having the Lancaster County Event Center. So maybe, just maybe the city and the county, because the city collects sales tax out there as well, maybe they should pay for the water treatment, for the improvements in the water treatment, whatever they're trying to do there. Just saying. So you take this from Senator Brandt, I'm not so sure that he feels as comfortable as Senator Wayne does about him getting 10 million from the cash fund. So this train may be leaving the station, may never return. But there's a lot of money that the city and the county got, and Lancaster Event Center didn't get any. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Clements, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The section I want to talk about is on page 2 of the amendment, section 43, talks about the Lancaster County Agricultural Society. And that came from my bill, LB 1277. Just for everybody's information, we had 1,277 bills this year, and mine was 1277 because I wanted it to be that way. But I brought this because Lancaster County Event Center is in my district, and they demonstrated that they had at least $6 million of revenue loss from the shutdowns of COVID and not being able to host many, many events over that period of time. And the $6 million, they gave a very detailed list of the items that they would use it for: a sewer lift station, HVAC replacement. Their building's 20 years old, and equipment that they need, some upgrades, sidewalks and roadways. And so carpeting that's wearing out. So that sort of maintenance is what they're looking for, not really adding on. And so I do support the amendment. I would ask Senator Wayne a question.
Senator Wayne, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, I see the items in this amendment add up to $7,050,000. That leaves 2.95 million extra. Did you have a use? What would happen to the extra if this passes?
No, I was trying to bring money to the floor, let you guys figure it out.
Okay, that would
I'm not asking for anything in this deal.
Okay, if this passes, that will let other people look
Correct.
for $2.95 million. That's what I was thinking. I was adding it up and I see it did not add up to $10 million. So just wanted to explain that I did bring the Lancaster Event Center to the floor, to the hearing for appropriations. It didn't make the cut, but I do believe that it's some critical maintenance that they do need, and I support that. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Geist, you are recognized. This is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to clarify for the record that Lancaster County Event Center did apply for ARPA funding through the city and through the county, but they were denied by both because both had more stringent requirements or more narrow requirements than the feds did. So they have done their due diligence in trying to secure some of these funds. And so we're just looking for a last-ditch effort, I suppose. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. See no one left in the queue. Senator Wayne, you are welcome to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. So where I'm at on this is, again, I support small processors. It just doesn't qualify. And the only person who's really making an argument about qualifying is Senator Brandt. But I've asked everybody to go over and talk to the fiscal's office and ask them the questions. And the question on the floor was asked to Senator Wishart, and she said there's vulnerability. So what we're going to do is not put the vulnerability on the government. We're going to put it on the processors. That's how this works when there's sub-recipients. So on select file, I'm not bringing an amendment. I'm not going to fight it. But I am going to fight it if you try to remove it. Because we had this argument and we're trying to figure it out, and we offered up a way path forward, and I guess it was a no. I'm fine with if it stays there. But if it stays there, understanding the processors are going to carry this burden. Because the way this is written, it's for the processors. And so it goes all the way down to the person who receives the money. Who receives the money. That's the way this is written. So they're going to be having to do for the next 6 years, whatever dollars they get, they're going to have to follow up with our department to make sure they use this money, because it is a 6-year watch over if they get these dollars. 6 years. And nobody's argued against that. I would ask you to vote green because we know for sure the other two items are, and the amendments actually are ARPA eligible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. The question before the body is, shall AM 2552 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Mr. Clerk?
12 ayes, 14 nays on the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 2552 is not adopted. Mr. Clerk? Mr. Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. As an update, I think we only have one substantive amendment left to go, and that is AM 2478, which is Senator Wayne's amendment. I've spoken to Senator Wayne and Senator Linehan. I think the clerk will ask them separately. There are a number of other placeholder amendments on the bill, and I believe they're going to withdraw those in the pending motions after we address AM 2478. So that's the last one that I believe we have for the day. I appreciate the debate and conversation on this particular bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, Senator Wayne would move to amend committee amendments with AM 2478.
Senator Wayne, you are recognized to open.
Qualified census tract one, right? Trevor, that's the qualified census tract. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is an actual substantive amendment. After this, I think we can vote on the bill and go home. Colleagues, what this bill does is the original intent of 1024 and 1025, which was the qualified census tracts in a metropolitan class is where the 150 million would go for. For those who read the paper, that's what it was sold to the community is 150 million going to qualified census tracts in Omaha. And to be transparent, there are two outside of North and South Omaha. But that's how the bill was originally written. And why this is important, Senator Friesen and Senator Coulterman, is there has been no bill introduced for qualified census tracts outside of Omaha. They never had a hearing on qualified census tracts outside of Omaha. So how is it on the floor? Senator Friesen, you had to go have a new hearing because during your hearing, somebody brought up what we think is a solution and you proposed that bill. The question is, are we going to be consistent by this vote? The original bill, of which 80% of the qualified census tracts across the state are, well, 75 are in North and South Omaha. To say that North and South Omaha get the exact same amount as the less than 12 census tracts across the state is unimaginable. But also, the way the appropriations bill is currently written, there isn't a whole county in Thurston County that can also apply for ARPA money who got their own money because it's tribal reservation land. This corrects that too. So what this does is it goes back to the original intent that was in the bill, that what the hearing was on, and what people came and testified to. So there's multiple issues here. One is we're correcting a bill that was never introduced nor ever heard. Nobody introduced a bill for qualified census tracts outside of Omaha, and nobody testified to that, at least in 1025. It was all about North and South Omaha. The second thing is there's a few census tracts outside of Omaha, and some are in Lincoln, and I'm willing to sit down and divide up this money in a different way or figure out how to make it work. But to equate North and South Omaha to the rest of the state, even on a per population basis, doesn't make sense. And what frustrates me the most, colleagues, we didn't do this anywhere else. Only here. So I understand the league and some others are working against this amendment. I truly understand that. But at the end of the day, this shouldn't even be on the floor this way because it's not following our rules. It's not following. Senator Coulterman stood up and said to Senator Friesen that you got to go have a hearing. There wasn't even a bill introduced on this. So I hope colleagues will at least honor, whether they believe it's right or wrong, they will at least vote for this because one, it's the most hardest hit areas in Nebraska, but two, it's the right thing to do under our rules. So again, this simply corrects the language that was correctly used, which the qualified census tracts were North and South Omaha, were really limited to the Omaha area, And now, without any work, without any plan, without any hearing, we're putting $50 million outside of Omaha. You required us to get a plan. You required us to do something. 50 million to the rest of the state wasn't part of the conversation, nor have I even seen a plan for the rest of the qualified census tracts. Nor has anybody else. So I'm just asking for us to be consistent. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because this is really that simple. No bill, no hearing, and it's not even proportionate to the impact of where people are. So I would hope you would vote AM 2478, and if there is ARPA funds that need to be distributed outside of qualified census tracts or the other qualified census tracts, we can have that conversation and we can talk about it. But this right here, colleagues, it's just wrong. And maybe that's where we are right now in this body, that we don't have to follow the rules. We don't have to have a hearing. We don't even have to have a bill introduced. Then I'm okay with that. Because there is a lot of bills over the next 3 years we can do that on. But I don't want to set that precedent. And I hope you don't either. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Seeing no one wishing to speak, Senator Wayne, you are welcome to close on 20. Excuse me, we do have an individual in the queues. Speaker Hilgers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I was wondering if Senator Wayne would yield to a couple questions.
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. So I missed part of your opening. I apologize. So I've got the amendment up here right now, and I'm trying to cross-reference with the appropriations bill. So could you just walk through a little bit of each part of the analysis? I know you've already given a little high level. So the current ARPA bill for qualified census tracts on AM 2330 says what?
It says 50 million to North Omaha, 50 million to South Omaha, and 50 million to the rest of the state for qualified census tracts.
And then your amendment to that, and I assume that in your amendment, or if I were to go to AM 2330 on pages 28 and 29, I'd find that language.
Correct.
And your amendment then would modify the language that's in the committee amendment. How?
We would strike that and put everything into the city of the metropolitan class.
So it would be the amount wouldn't change, so it'd still be 150 million.
Correct.
And the only thing that would change, instead of divvying it up within the metropolitan class and outside of the metropolitan class, city of the metropolitan class, it would just say everything's basically within Omaha.
Correct.
And you said, I think I heard you say there was a hearing on a bill, was that dealt with qualified census tracts in a city of the metropolitan class. Is that right?
Correct.
And was that in appropriations or in urban affairs or somewhere else? It was in both. So it was in your committee.
1024 in my committee, 1025 in appropriations.
And so this, the committee amendment at least incorporates the concept that you heard in your committee.
It incorporates the original language in 1025. So the language was amended by the committee to include everywhere else. And I normally wouldn't have a problem with that, but there wasn't a bill introduced, Senator Hilgers, nor was there a hearing on it.
So this would be, there was a
Speaker.
hearing on, there's a hearing on, essentially it's adding a new population to a bill that you had a hearing on.
Correct.
Which was one city of metropolitan class, but not city of a primary class.
Correct. And so what I'm trying to do is we'll figure out how to find some more funds to this, but I don't think it's proper to do it on this amendment without a bill and a hearing to at least have that conversation. So I think it should go back to the original bill and the original intent.
Did anyone, at your hearing in urban affairs, was that 1025 was in urban affairs?
No, 1024 was in urban affairs.
And then 25 was in appropriations?
Correct.
Do you recall if anyone from outside of the metropolitan class area came and testified on this particular bill?
No, because in our hearing, it was all Omaha. And then in the appropriations, the bill before that was the South Omaha plan. And so it was South Omaha first and then us. And it was all about Omaha.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. How much time do I have left, Mr. President?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Thank you. I'll use my time here, Senator Wayne, in a second. Colleagues, I'm going to listen to a little bit of the conversation and debate here. I mean, certainly Senator Wayne brings up a good point about adding a population here. I'll probably talk to some of the Appropriations Committee offline in terms of whether that would require a hearing. I'm not sure if it would or not, but he certainly raised a good point. And even though those census tracts outside of the metropolitan area do include places like Lincoln, areas that I represent, I do think this is an important question to talk through and have a substantive and serious conversation as to whether at this stage it ought to include census tracts outside of that particular area. With that, I'll yield any time I have left to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, 1 minute 20.
So I'll be brief. And the reason that's important is because we don't know the needs of Lincoln, Hastings, and South Sioux City because nobody talked about those needs when it comes to qualified census tracts. So there is no plan that we know of. There is no ability to do something as we know of, which is the requirement this body and the expectation this body put on Senator McKinney and I. And so we're just saying, let's keep it consistent. Let's keep it consistent. And from now until select, if people come and do a plan and show the needs, I've already talked to Lincoln senators about how we need to tweak middle income housing because it's not really working for Lincoln and it's not really working for Omaha. We can do that, but those are general funds. If we want to have a conversation about Hastings, South Sioux City, and Lincoln, then there should have been a hearing, there should have been a plan, there should have been everything else that this body made us go through to get to where we are. I'm just asking for consistency, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Senator Wayne, yield to a question.
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, since we're in disagreement on how this $150 million should be spent, should we just not spend it this year and let you look at it next year?
I mean, you're in disagreement with me, but my community has been clear that we know how to spend it and we have a plan to do it. The only place that doesn't have a plan is outside of Omaha.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. I mean, I'm going back to the fact that I think we're trying to spend too much of this money. There's too many things going on all the time here. I'm not sure what that plan is. I'm not sure any of us know what the plans are anymore. Everybody wants money. Is this going to drive some economic development when we have 4% unemployment, 1.5? I don't know what our number is. We're going to be pouring tens of millions of dollars into things with what I'm fearing is not really a plan when we don't have enough employees to even fill those jobs that we currently have. Everybody's still out looking for employees, and yet we're supposedly taking a lot of money for economic development that I don't know for sure we can fill those jobs. We're talking about a lot of money here, people. We have everyone looking for help. We have businesses that are short of employees. And I realize that North Omaha is looking for help. But I've stated it on the floor before, and I'll state it again. I don't know that more money necessarily helps. I don't know if any of my areas, if they gave them more money right now, if it helps them. Grand Island has always consistently, even before COVID, had a shortage of workers. They were trying to attract people. We're short of employees. So I look at these plans, I look at this whole COVID relief money, all of the ARPA money, and I'm concerned that a year from now, we'll look back and we'll wonder why we did that or why we did this. And it was because we're under tremendous pressure to get it done at the end of the session. We're going to make deals. We're trying to get our little piece of the pie done. And I do love pie, just not this kind of pie. So I think we need to slow it down. If we're not sure what happens with this money, let's just not spend it. Next year, we'll come with a plan that everybody can work on, talk about, study, bring it to the floor, hash it over. You'll have plenty of time to do it. You'll have 90 days to work on it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I listened to the conversation that Senator Wayne had in his opening. I believe what he's saying is we had a hearing for North Omaha, South Omaha census tracts, but not for the rest of the state. So I was wondering if he would yield to a question. Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Senator Wayne, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Did you hear my statement, my comments?
No, can you say it again?
Okay, here they go. Are you saying we had a hearing for the census tracts for North Omaha, South Omaha, but not for the rest of the state census tracts?
That is correct.
Okay, so I appreciate that. Senator Vargas, you yield to a question?
Senator Vargas, will you yield to a question?
Yes. Senator Vargas, you brought the amendment at the end of the appropriations meeting on that Saturday, which included the census tracts for North and South Omaha and the rest of the state. Are you of the same opinion that Senator Wayne is, that we should have had a hearing on those census tracts outside of those two cities or those two districts?
I will say this, and I think we heard this through our appropriations process. I definitely heard from different projects across the state that wanted to utilize qualified census tracts. This does not designate $50 million outside of Omaha. It just says that they can access those 50 million. I will say this, I support Senator Wayne's amendment, and I think we should support it, but that's what this additional 50 million does. It could be accessed, but is not designated to outside Omaha.
Okay, so are you saying that census tracts outside of Omaha would be eligible to apply for this?
50 million of the 150, the way it currently is, census tracts outside of Omaha could apply for that $50 million. Yes.
Okay, so what do you say to the point that Senator Wayne made, that those census tracts should have had a hearing before they'd be eligible for funding?
I mean, it's a valid point. We have had a lot of different changes made to amendments, and some of those brought in hearings. I had this conversation with Senator Dorn and Senator Cedar and Senator Wishart that people brought a lot of projects in qualified census tracts to our committee. It was one of the reasons why, well, quite honestly, that was part of the language, but it was left up to the committee, and in the committee discussion, we had enough of us that felt like that was the pathway forward, rather than just giving 150 million just in North and South Omaha.
So this is a yes or no. Do you think we should have a hearing for the census tracts outside of Omaha?
I think we could have a hearing. I don't think we would necessarily need to have a hearing, but because most of the projects and the things that came to the committee, many of these were in qualified census tracts. But like I said, I would have supported 150 million going to North and South Omaha as it currently is, but this is where we landed.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I would say that I would agree with Senator Vargas. He would be fine with 150 million going to North and South Omaha. And if I were in North and South Omaha, that as well. This is one of those bills, the census tract thing is one of those that happened at the end of the Appropriations Committee meeting. So if we're going to eliminate the rest of the state from being eligible for these funds, then we need to reduce the amount to 100 million. I don't see it in the cards that we give them the 150 million if the rest of us are not eligible for it. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Speaker Hilders, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Following up with the conversation, colleagues, I now have the amendment in front of me. I just spoke to Senator Vargas. I'm sorry, I have AM 2330 in front of me, and it's all on page 28, 29. I want to flag a little bit about how the amendment works currently, and then I might ask Senator Wayne a question or two. So there's several sections. This is section 37, and what it does, it says it gives $150 million to this particular program in DED. And then what it says, and I think this is kind of critical, it says, first, there should be no less than, and actually, as I understand, the no less than was omitted in section 2, which relates to North Omaha. And I understand that a technical amendment is coming to fix this. But as I understand the intent of the appropriators to be, it says no less than $50 million of these overall $150 million pot of dollars shall go to this area, basically what is North Omaha. And then in section 3, there says no less than 50 million should go to South Omaha. And then section 4, it says a little bit different. So outside of those areas, what it says is up to $50 million. So the way that I read the combination of these sections, if they are not amended, is that you could have theoretically over $50 million go to North Omaha or South Omaha if, for instance, you have fewer than $50 million worth of projects outside of those areas. So with Senator Wayne, yield to a question.
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes. Thank you, Senator Wayne. So you and I have had a couple conversations about this. What I'm trying to get to is not about this section, but in terms of the number of qualified census tracts around the state and how many are in North Omaha, how many are in South Omaha, how many are outstate. Could you give us a little bit of a factual background on how the qualified census tracts are distributed around the state?
There are 32 census tracts in North Omaha, 26 in South Omaha. There are about 12 to 13 in Lincoln, 1 in Hastings, 1 in South Sioux City, and 1 in Norfolk. 2 in Norfolk, sorry. I'm just going off the top of my head. So that's kind of the breakdown. But here's the other question, Senator Speaker Hildreth. I've never had an amendment from a committee be advanced out that amends my bill without talking to me.
Well, I will yield what time I have to you in here in a second, Senator Wayne. You can follow up on that point. But do you have any sense, and you might not, but since you were in the hearing before, you have an idea of maybe the number of potential projects. Do you have any sense of the number of projects, either by dollar or by volume, that might be a play in those various geographic areas that you described?
That's the issue, Speaker. Sorry, that's the issue, Speaker. Is nobody else has an idea. We're the only ones who came with the actual dollar amount and a plan. We don't know if Hastings needs 5 million or 20 million. And how would that have changed the impact of the ARPA budget if we heard from Hastings on what they need for their qualified census tracts? And Speaker, I got to remind you, qualified census tracts are the hardest hit areas in the state where the federal government says we should put our ARPA dollars.
So thank you, Senator Wayne. I had a follow-up question, but I forgot it. I apologize. So, colleagues, I remember my question, Senator Wayne. If I recall your briefing, under ARPA qualified census tracts, the restrictions that might exist for different programs really don't exist in the same way in qualified census tracts. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Wayne. Colleagues, I think Senator Urban raised a good point that if we do close this off to the rest of the state, I think we should be open to maybe modifying the amount. I think that's a fair question to ask if we were to do this. I think certainly Senator Wayne has raised a very good point about expanding the potential dollars to areas outside of the area that was the focus of the hearing, and not knowing whether or not those are there are projects that could qualify. What would that look like? What are their plans there? And I think that's a good point. Right now, colleagues, I'm leaning towards voting
1 minute
green on AM 2478, understanding that if it does pass, there will be some subsequent conversations with maybe Senator Ehrman, some others, especially out west senators or out state senators who might have some of those projects, and we could reassess on select file exactly what to do with the numbers. I'd yield what remaining seconds I have left to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, 35 seconds.
I'm in the queue. I'll yield the rest of my time.
You are next in the queue, Senator Wayne. You are recognized.
Will Senator Erdman yield to a question?
Senator Erdman, will you yield?
This is where it gets fun.
Yes,
Senator Erdman, do you know of a project in Hastings?
Say that again?
Do you know of any projects outside of Omaha that's in a qualified census tracts?
I do not.
Okay, so you got on the my end before we appropriate any dollars to a place, and we need to know where that dollars are going and what's happening. So why are you okay with appropriating $50 million to an entire state that has no plan?
How do you know I was in favor of that?
No, based off of your questions right now. I'm asking you, okay, well, are you in favor of the amendment? You're correct. Yeah, I assumed. I apologize. I assumed. Are you in favor of this amendment?
Am I in favor of your amendment? I don't know what it does yet.
Well, it removes the western part of it. It just says all this qualified census tracts for the $150 million is inside the metropolitan area.
Okay. I would be in favor of your amendment if it's $100 million.
$100 million?
Right.
So you don't like 150? That was you.
I didn't vote for the census tract thing when it came to the appropriations.
Thank you. You didn't vote for it. I appreciate that. I wish I had a card to read who all voted for it and who didn't.
I do too.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Colleagues, this is real simple. Are you going to treat Senator McKinney and I the same as everybody else? We got up here and we were told we need to see money, where it's going. Senator Friesen, we have a very detailed plan. We had a briefing. There is a spreadsheet dollar by dollar of sample programs that are currently there that we can scale up based off of evidence-based outcomes. This isn't make believe. We are scaling items to change things. And here's why North Omaha matters. Because if a kid can't read in your district, it matters to me. If somebody is being discriminated in your district, it matters to me. If there's a farmer out there who's going to lose their farm because property taxes are too high, I'm going to vote to lower property taxes because it matters to me. Because that's going to help that farmer. The fact of the matter is, in East Omaha, most people don't own their home. They're renting. The data shows that. Property taxes don't benefit us. What will benefit us is putting jobs next to where they live. What will benefit us is making sure that we change the economic plight of the many people in East Omaha. So it does matter, not just to Omaha, but to the state, because we're all in it together. And what I'm saying is, we did our homework. We went out and studied plan after plan and had 7 community meetings and got inputs. We came with the plan. Nobody else who had a qualified census tract came with the plan. Now they're going to back into a plan, but we did our homework the entire time. When I was in Africa, I was calling Senator McKinney at 10 o'clock at night, 6 a.m. over here, having these conversations. But we get the same treatment as the rest of the state who hasn't put a plan in. Money going to the military department, Senator Sanders, they have a plan for each project. Senator McDonald's NC3, there's a plan for it. Internship, there is a plan for it. That has been the standard in this body until it comes to this. I'm just asking that we get the same treatment as everybody else. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Flood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I do have a list here of where these census tracts are, and there are 2 in Norfolk. All of Wheeler or Garfield County is in here, Valley County, Dawson County, also several in Dawson County, Red Willow County, Adams County, Hall County, Buffalo, York, Merrick, Lincoln, Colfax, Omaha, and of course, Dakota County. Yesterday, when I stood up on this bill, one of the things I was looking at was how are we going to get money into North Omaha and South Omaha? And one of the funding sources that Senator Wayne identifies was the $150 million census tract funding that the Revenue or the Appropriations Committee identified. And as you know, him and I had an exchange yesterday where I shared some of my thoughts and he certainly shared some of his. And 201, everybody I've talked to today all say the same thing. And they say, I'm speaking for them, I am for doing something in North and South Omaha. And I think that that is a general feeling. And today, in my opinion, the legislature has operated wonderfully. Like, this has been a really good day in the legislature to consider all of these different things. And I want to have a conversation with Senator Wayne about a way forward. I don't know that I'm necessarily against committing all $150 million to North and South Omaha, because I don't know how we're going to get to any number that he's capable, he's ready to accept without it. But I hate to put handcuffs on it tonight, not knowing how we're going to get to go where we have to on select file to find out a place. Yesterday, I counted 631 million. I don't think that was clear on the record. That wasn't his intent. The $128 million he found. And so, to his credit, I think we all can acknowledge that Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney have been out looking in the boneyard for all of the available funding that's possible to fuel what their priority is. But as somebody who represents a district that has 2 census tracts, and we've been working since 2018 on a plan to repopulate our community, I'm not ready just to write us off on this specific one. It may come to me that this is what the best vehicle is to use to fund what they want to accomplish, what we want to accomplish as a body. And so I guess I would ask Senator Wayne a question, if I may, Mr. President.
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, does it make sense what I'm saying? Like, I see why this 150 million really works for what you want to accomplish with Senator McKinney. Would you be leaving anything on the table if we walked away from this amendment tonight, knowing that you're going to be on select file with your LB? I can't remember what your big bill number is.
Senator Flood, I'm willing to sit down and have a conversation, but the position you're putting me in by keeping this on there is you're putting me at a disadvantage to negotiate against myself before we even start. Second, if you had a plan with 2 qualified census tracts, you had the opportunity to introduce a bill. I don't mind helping your community. In fact, my committee bill has one of your bills in it to make sure your community can get rid of their sanitary improvement problem. So my point is, I'm willing to sit down, but don't make me start at a disadvantage point from a negotiating point.
Well, actually, I see it the other way around. Like, the Appropriations Committee did identify $100 million out of the 150 for Omaha, and then put the rest of the state in the 50. You know, from where I sit, if we're all negotiating in good faith, and granted, I didn't give you a vote to move your bill yesterday, but a lot of people here did move a sizable amount of money your direction on select file with the understanding that you were going to talk about it. So yesterday it was good enough to move $631 million, but today you want to tie up another 150 to make sure that you've got negotiating power. Like, for me, you can't have it both ways. You can't tie up all 150 and then say, oh, we'll pare down the 631 million.
And I appreciate that, but I didn't tie it up. The Appropriation Committees told me that we had 150 million, and they told the press that too. The language came out with something different.
So I wasn't part of any of that. I didn't pay any attention to it. And no, I didn't bring a bill to do anything with a census tract. But when I look at the whole state laid out here, and you've got these census tracts, I think it may be reasonable that we use the whole amount of money to accomplish what you want to do, but I'd hate to tie your hands on general file when there's supposed to be this convening of all these ideas on select file. I guess that's the point.
But you want to put one arm behind my back by keeping it from what the original intent was. And I don't have a problem with that.
Nothing's being done behind your back. I don't know any.
No, I didn't say being
Time,
behind my back.
Senator.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Senator Wayne. Senator Clements, you are recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. Speaker Hilgers for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize, Senator Clements. I wanted to clear something up. This is not related to the bill. So I've had a few people come and ask me, and I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication when I made the announcement earlier. So to be very clear, we have one amendment left here. Whether that goes to 6:30 or doesn't go to 6:30, we either have cloture or we don't. Either way, the bill will move. We'll at least have a vote. When I said the last amendment, what I meant was, or the last thing is the last thing on this bill. We are not quitting when we get a vote on this bill. I want to be clear. I think there's some confusion. Maybe Senator Wayne might have added some fuel to the fire in his opening, I think. But we are going to continue with the agenda either way. Either we get done a little bit before 6:30 or we get done at 6:30. But in either case, we are going to move forward. So for those of you who are going to ask me that question, I hope that answers it. Certainly, if you have any other schedule questions, you can ask me off the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Senator Clements, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was, as a member of the Appropriation Committee and involved with the 2 hearings. I'll be 1025. Senator Wayne was asking for $450 million, and there'll be 1238, a separate bill, Senator Vargas for South Omaha recovery, $50 million. And the committee process, I'm going to agree that the way the AM 2330 is written is not the way that I was understanding the vote in the committee, because it says 50 million is included north of Dodge Street, but no less than 50 million is south of Dodge Street, and then up to 50 million outside of a metropolitan city. And so when it was presented to me, I thought we were allocating 50 million to North Omaha, 50 million to South Omaha, and 50 million anywhere in the state, including North and South Omaha. And I saw that really as likely being 100 million for North Omaha, for Senator Wayne, because I had not heard of any other requests outside of North and South Omaha for qualified census tracts. So I do support the amendment. Because the way the 2330 is written is not what my understanding was in our committee, what we voted on. I thought that the excess money was to be allocated anywhere in the state. That's and the 450 million, I did not support the whole amount, but I was thinking the 150 between North and South Omaha would be what I supported. So I just wanted to clarify that I'm going to be green on AM 2478. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McKinney, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just rise to have an honest conversation. Let's be honest here. LB 1025 was written and introduced for North and South Omaha. Well, initially North Omaha, and then we included South Omaha. It was never supposed to say necessarily qualified census tracts anywhere. The bill was written as the North Omaha Recovery Plan, and then we worked with Senator Vargas to include South Omaha. Me and Senator Wayne and I, all interim, we met with everybody in our communities. We looked at every proposal. We went to every meeting we could go to, and all those things to put a plan together. Nothing against the other, areas across the state that, have qualified census tracts, but everybody else should have to go through 6 months of meeting with people, heated meetings, people walking out, dealing with community questions, trying to take every perspective possible. And that's what we did. We're just asking that you guys respect the process and respect us as individuals that took the time to be thoughtful and bring something to the table that, works for our community. I have nothing against South Sioux City, Norfolk, Hastings, anywhere, but the facts are the facts. One, senators that represent those areas didn't introduce bills to address those issues in those qualified census tracts. Two, it was never supposed to be divided up like that, and everybody knows it. It was supposed to be $150 million to North and South Omaha for recovery. Let's be honest here. And that's just it. And I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator Wayne if he would like it.
Senator Wayne, you have 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McKinney. Colleagues, every ARPA request this body has given has had a plan. Every one of them. There is an outline of how, the provider rates, not so much, but that's kind of easy to figure out. But when you call out the special projects, the one I questioned was the small beef processing, because that was one without a plan, believe it or not. But from the sewer projects, from sustainable beef to everything, you can figure out where it's going and what's doing. We are literally going to set aside $50 million for the rest of the state with no idea of what the needs are. And here's the optics of this. And maybe nobody cares, but I'm going to say it. When you put 50 million in Omaha, 50 million in North Omaha, 50 million in South Omaha, and you tag 50 million with the rest of the state, you are essentially saying the struggles and the issues of North Omaha are the same as the qualified census tract. The value is the same as in Hastings. That's what we're saying. So I'm gonna say this one more time, and I'm gonna turn off my light and just close. I'm asking to be treated consistently, Senator McKinney and I, with everybody else who came in with the ARPA request, who truly had a plan asking for dollars. And I'm asking you to really value, is a $50 million value of
1
North
minute.
Omaha and the historical context of North Omaha, and the unemployment figures, the incarceration figures. I can go down every statistical category. Are you saying that value is the same as the 14, maybe 15 census tracts in the rest of the state? Because by assigning a dollar amount, we are putting a value on that. I hope we all vote green. I hope I can look at my colleagues and I can be treated just like everybody else. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Albright, you're recognized.
Thank you, President. You know, I'm looking at all these different numbers, and I will say that I did go to the meeting that Senator McKinney and Senator Wayne had, and they really laid out a plan, which I thought in the last 40 years, there was somebody else that never even came close to doing for what they're going to be doing for their district. And I applaud them for being able to have a plan and have it laid out and to have been talking with people about what they're going to do and what they're going to bring in. What I haven't seen personally myself is anything from South Omaha. Now I'm understanding they have something, but if somebody between now and select if this should happen to go forward, I'd like to learn more about the South Omaha plan. But here's the thing. There's a lot of money in here for $150,000 for this it says North Omaha Recovery Act grant program. So you're saying that we're going to add South Omaha in and maybe some outlying areas. But also in the workforce housing, we have that NIFA, we have rural, we have affordable, and I understand that Senator Wishart has a water program for the city of Lincoln. Not sure why we would have something like that included in this, because I mean, I don't think we're helping any other cities put in a new water treatment facility. So I'm looking for funding myself for the one that I'm coming back on select. And to me, if you have something laid out, no different than when you go before the Department of Economic Development, you pretty much have to have a plan. You pretty much have to have some things laid out that, you know what, these 3 companies are coming in to North Omaha. These are how many homes that we need built in the next 2 years in North Omaha. When you have a plan like that, that's something that we can wrap our minds around. But I'm going to question how these funds, all of them, when it comes to workforce housing and the Recovery Act for North and South Omaha, how, and tell me someone where in the rule book says that we can spend these kind of dollars on projects like this. And if we don't spend it, does it go back to the federal government? So we have to be really careful on how much funding. It's easy to just say, yep, we'll put 150 million over here, we'll do 91 million over here. But it's like, it's just like a wish list. But do we really have people lined up with the Department of Economic Development that they're going to say, hey, we've got 4 homes over here, we've got 6 homes over there? What are we basing all of this on? I mean, I really feel like you have to have things laid out and how you're going to spend these dollars, because this is an absorbent amount of money to be spent the right way. And if we spend it the wrong way, where are all of us going to be in the next 2 years if the federal government comes in and says, you know what, that's not part of our plan. That's not how we wanted you to spend this money. So I really feel like we need to caution. I would like to ask Senator Vargas if he has time for a question.
Senator Vargas, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Vargas, do you actually have a plan laid out for South Omaha as Senator McKinney and Senator Wayne have for North Omaha?
I'm actually looking at an email from a architecture plan that has been created for redevelopment at South 24th Street for the plaza redevelopment, to renovate the plaza pavilion area and parking area. and also for a community culture center for 30,000 square foot for cultural arts, job training technology center. That'd be a collaboration with UNO for at least 6 million. And then also
How much,
two different
sir?
housing projects that
How much was the amount you just said? Because he just
that's
told you.
6 million and 6 million for each of those.
Okay.
And then housing projects that are in excess of 15 million that would have to compete within the the middle income workforce housing program, or within the grant program that exists within Senator Wayne's bill. And that's not including the Christie Heights PACE project that's also already has designs and are doing fundraising for that.
And so are you at 50 million?
That right there is around $35 million. And we have other projects, but those are just the ones I'm referencing off my phone.
Okay, and again, I don't know if those folks have asked the city of Omaha to help with this at all, or.
It's time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Moser, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Clements, would you respond to a question or two?
Senator Clements, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
So in your comments about this amendment, you said that you didn't feel that the bill turned out to be the way that the committee intended it to be?
Correct. It does not read the way I understood what we voted on, because it limits North Omaha to 50 million, where I thought they would have a share of 100 million.
Okay.
50 plus what they could get from the other 50 million, what I called it, the rest of the state, including Omaha.
Yes, and I think from my understanding, the way the bill's written, North Omaha is guaranteed no less than 50 million. South Omaha is guaranteed no less than 50 million. Then there's another 50 million that could be used in some of these outstate census tracts. And if it's not used, that could be added back into the 50 that both North and South individually got.
Oh, there's a correction to that. You said no less than 50. The amendment reads exactly 50 million is included for North Omaha. South Omaha wording is no less than 50, but North Omaha is capped at 50.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Clements. Well, yesterday, Senators McKinney and Wayne talked about funding for North and South Omaha, and I didn't vote in that on that bill. And I committed to them that once we get a little farther down the line, that I would support something for South and North Omaha. We were talking, somebody mentioned 600 million. I was thinking that somewhere around the number that I had heard earlier was around 250, which I thought, I could possibly support. So I guess I have a question, if I have enough time left, for Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Okay. So your amendment gives money to North and South Omaha. Is this part of the overall plan, or is this in addition to the plan that we voted on yesterday or whenever that was?
This is all inclusive. So the total amount does not change. We are not changing the total amount. So we're just saying the 150.
So you're not piling on. You're just trying to build your
and in
total
reality,
where you want it to be.
And in reality, our total number is going to come down before select. I'm being completely transparent with you, Senator Moser.
Thank you. Thank you. I was just asking him what I asked him before, so that, people who are following this at home could understand, where we're at and what we're talking about. So thank you both, Senators Clements and Wayne. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Moser. Senator Wayne. Senator Wayne, you are recognized. This is your second opportunity, but you have your close as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. I forgot to turn off my light. I will yield my time to Senator Wishart.
Senator Wishart, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I did want to get up and clarify and add to what Senator Clements is saying. The discussion in the committee is not entirely reflected in this bill because there was a typo. And it's just an error, a human error. The discussion we had in the committee was that 50 million would go towards North Omaha, 50 million to South Omaha, and 50 million for the rest of the state, including the opportunities for North and South Omaha to utilize that 50 million. So just statewide 50 million. I do think Senator Wayne has a point. He and Senator McKinney did a lot of the work in presenting a plan for qualified census tracts. I've already told Senator Wayne that in this round of debate, I'm going to be a not voting, sticking with the decisions that the Appropriations Committee makes. But I recognize the issues and am willing to work on this between now and select file to ensure that we're doing significant work for North Omaha in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pick up where Senator Wishart left off. There's a typo, and it's something we're going to fix between General Select, at least for the no less than. Look, the way that this was initially discussed in committee and even reported out was that there'd be a certain amount that's available to North and South Omaha, and that's why it would be the up to 250 million. This language was designed to then include census tracts that were outside that could utilize it, that 50 million excess, but North and South Omaha are eligible for that 50 million. That aside, I support the amendment for multiple reasons. One, there's an excess amount of need in the qualified census tracts in North and South Omaha. There is not only projects, but when we talk about equity, it is important that we address that inequities in this. So I want to make that abundantly clear. So I am supporting that amendment. And I know that might not be the case for all my appropriations members, but what we can get passed in committee is the product of, with some of these technical corrections that we will address. And I just wanted to make sure that's abundantly clear. And I know that there's some people that are looking this as, you know, is this some place that we can use projects or is this not? We couldn't get to the full 150 million on its own with enough votes in committee, but we could get to a place where we got to this. And I think that's part of the reason why we're having the debate here, or the discussion on what we can and should do. I hope our colleagues have obviously listened to Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney on the mic about the need for bringing in more dollars and making this 150 million to the east side is probably one of the most strategic things that we can do. So I do support that amendment, and I want to make sure that is abundantly clear. And we will be addressing the no less than, because in the end of the day, if there is 150 million, we're trying to make sure that there is a minimum amount that would go to communities so that there's some equity, but the rest of it is going to be competitive. So at the end of the day, I do urge you to vote green on the Amendment 2478. That is me speaking for myself. But we will address the technical change to make sure it's no less than for the North Omaha. So it's a minimum of 50 million that would go to North Omaha, not just 50 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Flood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think it's important to reiterate that the way that AM 2330 currently is written, 50 million is allocated to North Omaha. 50 million is allocated to South Omaha, and the remaining 50 million is available for anyone else, including North and South Omaha. I don't think the Appropriations Committee's acted in any way. I mean, you basically put everybody on the same footing. You don't even exclude North and South Omaha in that situation. So it is conceivable, if North and South Omaha are the only ones that have a plan for these census tracts, that they will get all $150 million. The question I have from my seat is, where's Lincoln? Where is Lincoln? 300,000 plus people with multiple census tracts, and we're told all the time that that urban Nebraska is not getting its share. Where's Lincoln? We're talking about 100 million for North and South Omaha and 50 million for the rest of the state, including the low-income census tracts in the city of Lincoln. I think that deserves a response from where we sit as a state when we're looking at the urban areas of Nebraska. What do the Lincoln senators think? What does the Lincoln mayor think? What do Lancaster County commissioners think? I think, and I know, because I can speak for myself, that I want something significant to happen in Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney's district. I want something significant in Senator Vargas's district and Senator McDonald's district. But let's not march into select file with hamstrung votes already on a $150 million census tract fund. We've got to balance the interests of the whole state. And you've got the state's second largest city growing rapidly, adding new high schools, adding new grade schools, dealing with the same issues on a lot of levels between affordable housing and English language learners, poverty, healthcare disconnect. I think what the Appropriations Committee has done is very advantageous already, and it's not enough. It may be what we come up with on select file. Yesterday, as you'll recall, I threw my hand up in the air and started asking questions when a bill for $631 million came past me, and there were two people in the queue. $631 million. And to their credit, they're finding every last dollar. But our job here is to discern what the best outcome should be as a legislature. And it doesn't help when every time I stand up, I'm told, well, I don't care about a certain part of the state. Not true and not fair. I do care. We all care. The people that want this for North and South Omaha should shift and work on inspiring the rest of us instead of telling us that we don't care, because I think we do. And we want to get to where they're happy and we have a balance with the rest of the state, which includes the state's second largest city and all of the rest of the cities in the state of Nebraska. And I would ask again, where is Lincoln? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wishart, you are recognized.
I'll yield my time to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you. Great speech. I'm just taking a little time to watch the campaign ads come out. Because at the end of the day, we sat on a budget bill for billions and nothing was talked about. A little bit of criminal justice reform, but nothing, let me repeat, nothing came out of that mouth about the budget. But when it comes to North Omaha, let's talk about it. And let's talk about it. Where's North Fork in an ARPA bill? There wasn't a bill. Where's Lincoln in the entire cash transfer? I asked that question multiple times. I didn't hear no echo in that one. This isn't about whether you care about North Omaha or South Omaha. It's about whether we're going to put actions in our votes and where dollars are. I stood up yesterday and said, the one thing I can ask, the one thing we can say about North and South Omaha is we can't do it alone. It takes all of us. And we are very diverse. We have people who think just as conservative in this body and just as liberal in this body, who oftentimes live next to each other. When I read this, the first question I got asked by my next door neighbor was whether I was pro-life or not. The second question I got asked by the second neighbor was, how do I feel about public schools? That's my neighborhood. We care about everybody, and we all are different. This isn't about census tracts in other parts of the state. This is about, did we have a bill? Did we have a plan? Did we go through all the same steps that everybody else seems to have gone through to prove that they are worthy of some ARPA dollars? But you want to ride back in on my free labor and all the work we did putting into this to get some extra dollars for the area you represent. And I have no problem with that. I'm just saying, let's have an honest conversation before the bill is voted out of committee. As a committee chair, I will never amend your bill without talking to you. Never. I will never vote out a bill without talking to you. In addition to that, I will make sure that the language I put out on the floor is what the intent is. But you know what's interesting about that? We are capped at 50 million. North Omaha is capped at 50 million. Do you know where the mistake lied? Supposedly in North Omaha. Because South Omaha can go above 50 million. The rest of the state can get up to 50 million. We just get 50 million.
1 minute.
Colleagues, this isn't about political grandstanding. This isn't about who cares and who doesn't care. The question is, are you going to treat all the rest of your colleagues the same? And to get up and say how I should talk and what we should do on the mic, come walk a day in my shoes before you ever give me advice on how I should speak. Come walk a day in my shoes. To even imply that, my guess is you probably wouldn't have said that to Stenner. You probably wouldn't have said that to Lathrop. You probably wouldn't have said that to anybody else. Let's be better. Let's do better. I hope people do something real simple. Look for the plans, look for the work, and vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise in support of AM 2478. It's not because I don't think that other census tracts outside of Omaha deserve any ARPA funds, but this was introduced for a very specific reason, for a specific population. And I'm hearing from senators who did not support SNAP and did not support rental assistance, talking in opposition to this because there's census tracts in their district. And I'm thinking, well, wouldn't those people benefit from some of these other things that are money that is due to our state? You don't have to fight over it with any of us. Again, we continually act like you feel one way, but your votes say something else. You care about people, you care about low-income people, and you still keep voting against them unless, whoa, oh, you wanted to go to Omaha. Oh, you wanted to go to North Omaha and South Omaha, which is, of course, code language for Black Omaha and Latino Omaha. Whoa, 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 whoa. We can't do that. We've got to split it 3 ways, obviously. Meanwhile, I'm looking at a fiscal note for a $200 million bill, 1023, which is coming up, which is economic development for all of those areas around your census tracts. And I thought this was economic development for you. So why do you need 50 million more? Why do you need to take away more money from North Omaha? It just, both sides of the mouth all of the time, every bill, from amendment to amendment, from bill to bill, there's no consistency. But as Senator Wayne said, there are campaign speeches constantly being made on this floor. I wish I was savvy enough to make a campaign speech, but I just can't tolerate not doing the right thing and being inconsistent. This was a bill. It was for a specific population, a specific community, and the way that they defined that was using census tracts. It was very specific. It was not intended for anyone else. You make the Black men and the Latino men in this body prove themselves over and over and over again. They have to jump through hoops. It's like they're women in this body. They have to jump through all these hoops. They have to show you that they are smarter than you, that they've planned harder, that they've done the things that they need to do to get you to support them. Meanwhile, we can roll on in and be like, hey, you know what? Let's build a canal in another state. Cool, cool, great. Like, no problem whatsoever. I support AM 2478. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Again? Thank you, Mr. President. So I was listening to the conversation this afternoon, and I'm always amused when people get real concerned or they're really adamant about what they want to do. They start yelling. They raise their voice. I guess maybe that's why I don't get a lot of stuff done. I don't do a lot of yelling. But here's a thought. We pass a lot of amendments in this body that have never had a hearing. We do that. And I do agree with Senator Wayne that the census tracts outside of Omaha didn't have a hearing, but we pass things like that all the time. Whether it needs a hearing or not is for discussion. And I seen Patrick had a yellow slip, and I asked him if that was sine die, and he just smiled. So I think it's probably a closer vote coming up. So several have asked what my decision is going to be on 2478, and I will tell you this. I am for 2478 if we had 50 million set aside for other census tracts. Now, that may not be popular, and I may not vote that way, haven't decided yet, but that would make sense. I think Senator Friesen has numerous times stated that we need to set aside some money for next year so we see how all this shakes out, so we can have a discussion about spending that money maybe differently. I think he's right. I am very concerned that at the end of the day, we've grown our state budget by 10%, at least 10%, 500 million. And it won't be something that I relish in 2 years or next year when it happens, as I said, and I say, I told you so. It doesn't help much. That happened in 17. We brought a budget, was $250 million too much. In October of that year, the forecasting board said that we were $238 million out of balance. I wasn't a prophet and I didn't have ESPN. I just recognized what was happening in the economy and didn't figure it was going to be there. And so we'll be there again. And so maybe Senator Friesen is right. Maybe we should set aside about half of this money and wait till next year. But we're not going to do that. This train has now left the station. It's rounding the corner, so get on or get out of the way. And so we're about to come to a vote, and I appreciate all the discussion we've had. The discussion in the Appropriations Committee was thorough at times, and we explained and talked and discussed what we're going to try to do, but I think Senator Wishart said it exactly right. We had discussed about 50 million for North and South Omaha, and the other 50 million could go to the rest of the state or to Omaha. So I think that is correct. So to move it forward, I'll probably vote for 2478 just to get down the road so we can get the select file and find out what we do next. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. After being here for 8 years and almost getting to the end of the line, which maybe can't come soon enough, I continue to find it really strange how we really don't address what's best for the state. We talk about what's best for North Omaha, South Omaha, rural Nebraska. Senator Wayne says that we get all this money, water projects in the west, and on the east there's economic development, there's North Omaha's problems. But in the middle where I'm at, my district isn't going to get any ARPA money. There's no projects there. They're doing things on their own, using the resources that we have provided. And when you dangle more money on us, it's just like a giant food fight here. Everybody wants a piece and they think it's going to fix their area. And yet, what is best for the state? Is it best for the state that rural Nebraska continues to decline in population? We still don't fund our K through 12 schools. 185 of them still receive no state aid education to speak of. We're losing population in 70 or 80 schools, continually declining in population. In the east, you can't build schools fast enough. Everybody complains about property taxes, and we dance around the subject. What is best for the state? Can we get rural areas to start growing again? Our tax policy over the last 20 years has, to me, in my mind, has pushed everything to the east end of the state. They're the ones that took advantage of the minimum wage jobs in Lincoln and Omaha, created all those jobs with tax incentives. We used tax incentives to build the big box stores everywhere, which took down small businesses. And incentives didn't make or break that, didn't make it happen, or wouldn't have stopped it from happening. It probably sped up that process. And now we look back and wish we had those small businesses on Main Street. And we don't. And COVID hit, and we had small businesses shut down right and left, and we really don't do much for them. I think Senator Wishart had a bill that is going to do something a little bit, small amount. But otherwise, we ignore those and we try to do all this other stuff. To me, a lot of these incentives for businesses, whether it's meat packing plants or the small packing plants, those are business decisions. They didn't get hurt by COVID. Cattlemen got hurt by COVID, not the slaughterhouses, not JBS. And so I sit here and I listen to this over and over. I know that North and South Omaha have issues. Where's Omaha? Where's Douglas County? Do they care? Their millions in COVID money that they got, did they put any of that into North Omaha to fix that problem?
1 minute.
How does a local community, you need leaders in them communities to make things happen. I don't care whether you're a big community or small community. Out our way, you can tell which communities have some business leaders left that drive things that make that community grow or at least maintain itself. Omaha's got the same thing. There's a group of business leaders. Do they care about North Omaha, South Omaha? And if not, why are they still in office? It's your community. I have carried bills for Omaha. I've voted for bills for Omaha. I'm still waiting for my schools to get funded. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator McKinney, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise again in support of AM 2478. And just listening to this discussion about North and South Omaha and other places across the state, and whether the city or anybody else cares about North and South Omaha. And I try to be optimistic as much as possible to try to keep a smile on my face. But honestly, this discussion for this past hour or whatever has been a little frustrating, because it seems to me, which historically you can look at the numbers and the neglect that has persisted in our state for North Omaha, that nobody cares about North Omaha. LB 1025 was introduced originally for North Omaha, for the North Omaha Recovery Plan. It never was divided out. Then through process, we was like, okay, let's work with Senator Vargas in South Omaha. That is the elephant in the room that you guys are missing. It was never supposed to be written that way. It was never supposed to happen. Why every time we stand up and try to, get dollars for our community, we got to explain 50 million ways, upside down, across the middle, back, forth, down, again, like I'm playing a video game about why we're asking for something when we clearly put a plan together that obviously from the conversation you either haven't read or didn't care to read or look at. It's really frustrating. And if you cared so much about those qualified census tracts in your community, you would have introduced legislation to address that. But then don't wait till we introduce something to address issues in our community and say, oh, what about us? When the bill was meant for our community, literally, it was never supposed to be written that way. If you have something in your heart or on your chest, just say it. Stop nitpicking. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Stinner would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
It is a ruling of the chair that there has been full and fair debate afforded to LB 1014. Senator Stinner, for what purpose do you rise?
I'd like a call of the House and a roll call in reverse order, please.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
26 ayes, 3 nays to place the House under call.
Members, the House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. The House is under call. All unexcused members, please report to the chamber. Senator McCollister, Senator DeBoer, Senator Hughes, Senator Matt Hansen. Senator DeBoer, if you'd please check in. All members are present. Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote nay. There's been a request for a roll call vote in reverse order. Call the roll.
Senator Wishart, voting yes. Senator Williams, voting yes. Sir Wayne, voting yes. Sir Walls, voting yes. Sir Vargas, voting yes. Sir Stinner, voting yes. Sir Slama, voting yes. Sir Sanders, voting yes. Sir Pansy Brooks, Senator Pauls, Senator Moser, Senator Merman, excuse me. Voting yes. Sir Moser, voting yes. Sir Moorfeld, voting yes. Sir McKinney, voting yes. Sir McDonald, voting yes. Sir McCollister, voting yes. Sir Lowe, voting yes. Sir Linehan, voting yes. Sir Lindstrom, voting yes. Sir Lathrop, voting yes. Sir Coulterman, voting yes. Sir Jacobson, voting yes. Sir Hunt, voting yes. Sir Hughes, voting yes. Sir Hickelman, voting yes. Sir Hilders, voting yes. Sir Matt Hansen, voting yes. Sir Ben Hansen, voting yes. Sir Holleran, voting yes. Sir Gregert, voting yes. Sir Geist, voting yes. Sir Friesen, voting no. Sir Flood, voting yes. Sir Erdman, voting yes. Sir Dorn, voting yes. Sir DeBoer, voting yes. Sir Day, voting yes. Sir Clements, voting yes. Sir Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Sir John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Sir Breesy, voting yes. Sir Brewer, voting yes. Sir Brandt, voting yes. Sir Bostelman, voting yes. Sir Bostar, voting yes. Sir Blood, voting yes. Sir Arch, voting yes. Sir Albright, voting yes. Sir Aguilar, voting yes. 46 ayes, 1 nay, Mr. President, to invoke cloture.
The motion to invoke cloture is adopted. Members, the next vote is on the adoption of AM 2478 to LB 1040, all 1014, excuse me. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
29 ayes, 1 nay on adoption of Senator Wayne's amendment to the committee amendments.
The amendment is adopted. Members, the next vote is on the adoption of AM 2330. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
Sorry. 44 ayes, 1 nay, Mr. President, on the adoption of the committee amendments.
The amendment is adopted. Members, we will now vote on the advancement of LB 1014 to ENR initial. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
41 ayes, 1 nay on the advancement of the bill.
LB 1014 is advanced. Raise a call. Mr. Clerk, for items.
No objection, so ordered.
No objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, enrollment and review reports 1013, 1024, 121, 697A, 805A, 848A, 896A, 1112A, 1241A, and LB 1084, all to select files, some having enrollment and review amendments. And I have an amendment to 1015 by Senator Stinner to be printed.
Returning to the agenda, select file LB 1241.
Mr. President, 1241 on select file, Senator McKinney, I have enrollment and review amendments, first of all.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 1241.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Clements, I have AM 2173, A floor amendment 126, 2353. I have notes to withdraw those, Senator.
Withdrawn.
Senator Clements would move to amend, Mr. President, with AM 2485.
Senator Clements, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Chairman Lathrop for inviting me to add this amendment. This came from my LB 1270, which was heard in the Judiciary Committee February 10th. The purpose of AM 2485 is to assist law enforcement agencies across Nebraska in its attempt to recruit and retain law enforcement officers. Law enforcement agencies across Nebraska have seen a noticeable drop in applicants to become law enforcement officers. The part of Nebraska hit especially hard has been in the rural areas. Law enforcement agencies have had to evolve and get creative when it comes to recruiting officers, but now we have an opportunity for the state of Nebraska to assist them. Yesterday, I thought this bill was coming out, so I had the pages hand out a handout which describes what this bill, the amendment does. It's for retention payments and hiring bonuses for law enforcement. And there are 3 tiers regarding this. This is to encourage them to continue to stay on the force. And tier 1, if the larger agencies over 75 officers would get $750 if they'll stay for 1 year after July 1. The smaller departments, $1,500 for staying 1 year. Then the next tier 2, the smaller department, which means 75 or fewer officers, $2,500 if they serve 3 years. And tier 3, it's $3,000 if they stay on the active duty for 5 years. This is for full-time officers. And then there's a fourth section that there is a hiring bonus for departments that have 150 or less officers. The hiring bonus is flexible. The Crime Commission is authorized to make those decisions. And the hiring bonus is only for departments who are under their recommended staffing level. The amendment varies from my LB 1270 somewhat. I had different dollar amounts, and those were placeholder amounts. While I was working with the Fraternal Order of Police brought this bill to me, and I wanted to pick it up because I was hoping, I've been hearing about shortages in my own sheriff's department in my county and around the state. There is not a fiscal note that you'll be able to see. It was difficult to determine what this would be, how many people would be hired with a hiring bonus, but it does have an annual maximum of $5 million. By my calculations, when I was looking at how many officers there are around the state, it was a little over $4 million, $4.6 million that this would cost in the first year. And then in the third year, in the fifth year, about the $5 million amount. This also terminates June 30th of 2028. It's a 6-year program, giving them, making sure that they were qualified to get the payment in the 5th year for those who stay 5 years, and then terminating them. I was thinking that we'll give these agencies and departments 5 years to try to restaff from the losses they've had, and then hopefully the state will have given them a head start and will stop from that. So that's the size of the amendment, and the definition of law enforcement officer is quite a few different ones. If somebody wants to know more particularly, I can refer you to the statute for that. So thank you, Mr. President. I ask for your green vote on AM 2485.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Debate is now open on AM 2485. Senator Slama, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I rise today in support of AM 2485 and in support of LB 1241. But I do want to just take a moment to express my disappointment that we're not going further with this bill to help our rural law enforcement departments. And I say that because we had a hearing in the Judiciary Committee. All of these bills were heard on the same day, including my LB 942. And we had the privilege of hearing from rural sheriffs that had driven across the state. They left at 3 a.m. to drive to a committee hearing to ask us for help. The help they were requesting, it involves some of the aspects we're dealing with 1241, the reciprocity, the hiring bonuses. But their main complaint was that their hands had been tied by a one-size-fits-all approach to law enforcement in the state of Nebraska, thanks in large part to LB 51, which we passed last year, which had very strong support from urban law enforcement officials. Even cities like Kearney, Nebraska City came in support. But at the end of the day, LB 51 had a disproportionately negative impact on our rural sheriff's departments. And I was tempted to take some more time on this and even bring parts of my LB 942, which I think goes further to address some of the concerns that those and there's two components that I was hoping to get added. And there's two components that I was hoping to get added to LB 1241. It didn't work out, but simply a firearms certification notification. letting our training instructors know when their certifications are up, because we had a sheriff in my own district whose instructor certification expired without him knowing, and he was surrounded by instructors, largely sheriffs, that were in the same situation. It was similar to Senator Clemens's bill that he brought last year about the concealed carry notification, something that probably could have been on consent calendar, but it wasn't added to 1241. The second part that I did want to take some time talking through, because this is a real consequence of LB 51 creating safety concerns for our rural sheriff's departments, are the reserve officer components that we implemented in LB 51. My 942 would have eliminated them. So right now, reserve officers are trained officers. They're just a half a step below your certified officers. They have ongoing training. They're within the department, and they're used largely for events, times when you need extra hands. And some of those situations are situations in which you're not going to have a visual of a certified officer. LB 51 requires that any reserve officers be within the line of sight of a certified officer. Well, that's fine if you're Omaha, if you're Lincoln, or even if you're Nebraska City or Kearney. That's all right, because you have the number of guys necessary to where you can have eyes on a person. But if you're trying to set up a perimeter around a scene and you have one sheriff and 2 reserve officers, you can't set up a perimeter because you don't have line of sight. You're putting your officers potentially in harm's way, trained officers, to follow a regulation that, thank you, Mr. President, that rural sheriff's departments don't have the manpower to cover. And I am grateful. We talked a lot in the budget and with ARPA about the expansion of the training center. I do hope that that will ease some of the manpower concerns with our rural sheriff's departments. But at the end of the day, we are not going as far as we should be with LB 1241. I'm happy to support it. I'm happy to see it passed. But we do need to go further, because we are putting our rural sheriff's departments at risk with some of the things that we pass in LB 51 that disproportionately impact rural departments. We can't have a one-size-fits-all approach to law enforcement in our state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Mr. Clerk, you have an amendment to the amendment?
I do, Mr. President. Senator McKinney would move to amend the amendment with AM 2560.
Senator McKinney, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 2560 is a friendly amendment, but I thought, during the hearing, there was some thoughts about this, and not that I disagree with it. I just thought we needed to add some more language. So AM 2560 says on page 2, after line 25, insert the following new subsection. A law enforcement officer shall not be eligible for Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3 retention incentive payment under this section if A, such law enforcement officer certification has ever been revoked, B, such law enforcement officer has ever been convicted of a felony or Class 1 misdemeanor. This subsection shall not apply if the law enforcement officer received a pardon or a set aside for such conviction. C, such law enforcement officer has ever been adjudicated by the council to have engaged in serious misconduct as such term is defined in section 8-1401, or D, such law enforcement officer was allowed to resign instead of being terminated from employment. The subdivision shall only apply if the law enforcement officer's certification would have been revoked or he or she not resign. This is a friendly amendment again. I just thought, if we're recruiting officers and trying to retain them and there's bonuses being handed out, that we need to make sure that individuals that are receiving these bonuses are the model officers in our communities. And that's all I would like to do. Now, I think it's simple. I don't think anyone should oppose this. I think if, we're giving retention bonuses, we should ensure that individuals are acting as, good citizens of the law and law enforcement officers. And thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Debate is now open. Senator Lathrop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, you'll remember when I introduced 1241, I'm going to take you back to a day in Judiciary Committee. When LB 1241 was introduced, this is a bill from the League of Municipalities that allows someone who's coming from out of state a swifter process to be certified as a law enforcement officer in Nebraska. And that day of hearings turned into a lot of what are our challenges in big cities getting law enforcement people to sign up and become law enforcement officers. But we also heard about the process of small towns having difficulty recruiting. When they recruit somebody, they get poached by the middle-sized town, and the middle-sized town gets poached by the big cities. And we learned a good deal in a day of hearings on law enforcement, the challenges in recruiting and retention. LB 1241 itself helps with the guy coming in from out of state, or the law enforcement officer coming in from out of state. Senator Clement's bill, which I think is a good addition to this bill, basically allows law enforcement agencies some retention bonuses as well as some recruitment bonuses. And it is a good addition to 1241. I wholly support it. Senator McKinney's amendment simply says, if these guys are bad actors, they shouldn't be eligible for the bonus. I think the FOP even supports this McKinney amendment. They certainly support 2485 as well as LB 1241. I think we are coming up with something that's responsive to the needs of a lot of the small and, well, all of law enforcement. But I asked Senator Clements when he came up with this amendment to focus as much as he could on some of those smaller communities, because they really are challenged trying to find people to go into law enforcement. And once they get there, trying to keep them so they don't get poached by the next larger size law enforcement agency. And so I think this turns into a pretty good recruitment and retention package for law enforcement, and I would encourage your support of the amendments on the board as well as the underlying bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Senator Hilkeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Clements for bringing this amendment. I fully support it, and I'm glad that we were able to find the resources within our general budget to support this amendment. Several years ago, I attended a Lifesavers conference, and I was made aware by one of the speakers who was a law officer, that during the period of around 2009, 2010, when we had the recession, that most law enforcement agencies, from the sheriff to the state, lost up to because of the declining funds. They lost up to 20% of their officers, and they've not been replaced. And I've even found that even in the state of Nebraska, that we've lost over that period of time about 20% of our officers simply through attrition. And so this bill is going to be helpful in retaining officers and recruiting new officers for their replacement. And for that, I'm very grateful. One of the things I learned during that conference by this speaker is that there's nothing that we can do. And one of the goals that I've had here is to try to make our roads and streets safer. I brought in some legislation. Most of it never ever got here to the floor for discussion, such as texting and require mandatory seat belts, etc. But this officer said the most important thing that we can do in public safety, the best public safety thing that we have, is the physical presence of a law enforcement authority. And I think that that's true. You think about your own driving habits. And therefore, I think this is good legislation. And I encourage that and I'm going to urge everyone to do a green vote for that. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, colleagues, I felt so isolated and alone on the last series of votes that I'm going to vote green on all of these. I just wanted you all to know that. I do support the whole idea behind this. We have had, I think in rural areas, a hard time recruiting officers, small towns especially. They get somebody recruited, they send them to law enforcement training center, and the larger police departments pick them up, and the cycle is over and over again. So I'm hoping that maybe this can help retain some of those officers on those forces where they are. And I do believe this will help longer term keep our local rural police forces intact, and hopefully there's some longevity in their stay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I do have a couple of questions maybe for Senator McKinney, if he's available, if he would answer a question for me.
Kinney, would you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. First of all, I'm very much in favor of the bill itself and the Clements Amendment. I just have a question on Senator McKinney, your amendment. I agree that if we've got bad actors, we shouldn't be rewarding them. But I know there's been a lot of talk about people getting second chances and so on. So I'm kind of reading through, and it's pretty self-explanatory. If there's somebody who's been convicted of a felony, I get that. But when we talk about a class 1 misdemeanor, I'm just kind of curious what all's included in that. I just want to be careful that as we look at somebody, and I'm not necessarily looking at necessarily in the big cities, but I don't know where somebody getting a first-time offense DUI does that raise to the level of misconduct that would make them disqualified for this incentive payment? And I'm just trying to be a little consistent with what are we looking for, because I agree that we want to reward law enforcement, and I want to be careful that we're not setting that bar I guess too high in terms of what something happens that's not serious. So could you tell me about that class 1 misdemeanor? What all qualifies there?
I would have to grab it off my laptop, but I will say, if you read the language, it says this subdivision shall not apply if the law enforcement officer received a pardon or set aside, which means this language of this amendment still allows for somebody to get a second chance.
Okay. And I didn't look at that piece of it, so I appreciate that. And yeah, that would be my only concern. And I get it. I mean, we aren't going to be wanting to reward bad actors. I would hope they wouldn't be on the force if they were bad actors. But I also I fully am support of this program. We need law enforcement. We need to retain our existing law enforcement. We need to get more. And I just want to be careful that we aren't overcompensating here on your amendment. So
no, and also I spoke with the FOP, and they're good with the language as well. If
perfect.
If that's helpful.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Clements, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just repeat what Senator McKinney just said. I did speak with the FOP representative, and they don't have any objections to the McKinney amendment. And so I also support AM 2560. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendments, both of them as well. I just thought I would attempt to answer Senator Jacobson's question about the levels of offenses. First offense DUI is called a Class W misdemeanor. On a first offense non-aggravated, doesn't carry any jail time automatically, and then a first offense aggravated would carry some jail time. And a Class W, so misdemeanors are classed based off of the amount of time, jail time. So a Class 1 misdemeanor carries up to a year, but less than a year. Something over a year becomes a felony. So a Class 1 misdemeanor is something that's punishable by up to a year in jail, which includes things like domestic violence, domestic assault, regular assault, but not an assault that is not of a domestic partner, and then certain theft offenses for value, and higher level DUIs. I think it's a DUI second offense, aggravated. So more serious level misdemeanors are the types of offenses that we're talking about in the misdemeanor, class 1 misdemeanor offense. And then, of course, I think felonies are included in there. And I appreciate Senator McKinney adding that language about getting the pardons and being cognizant of people making mistakes and then getting an opportunity to second chance. We have a lot of conversations around here around second chances and considering giving somebody a second chance to have a career in law enforcement, giving people second chances when it comes to other state services and other opportunities, I think is important, and make sure that we consider that. So I think it is good to be consistent and make sure that we are giving people those opportunities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator McKinney, you're recognized to close on AM 2560. Senator McKinney waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2560. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
41 ayes, no nays on the adoption of Senator McKinney's amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Returning to debate. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Clements, you're recognized to close on AM 2485.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just again want to thank Chairman Lathrop for allowing me to add this amendment. I want to thank the law enforcement officers that have been through a lot in the last couple of years, and let them know that the legislature recognizes their service. We thank them for their service, and this in a small way. I hope they'll remember that we are paying attention to the good work they do. I ask for your green vote on AM 2485 and LB 1241. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2485. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
42 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1241 to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the discussion and the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. LB 1241 is advanced. Mr. Clerk, next bill.
741, Senator. I have enrollment and review amendments, first of all.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 741.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion's ENR amendments are adopted.
Senator DeBoer would move to amend AM 2163.
Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to open on AM 2163.
Thank you, Mr. President. For those of you watching at home, it's quite cold in here. I think that Senator Hughes may have forgotten to pay the heat bill, so you may see some of us wearing coats tonight. AM 2163 addresses the concerns that Senator Bosselman raised on general file about the definition of stillbirths. The amendment ensures that the definition of stillbirths is the same as in section 71-606, which allows for fetal death certificates to be issued. I appreciate Senator Bosselman working with me on this amendment and would appreciate your green vote.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Debate is now open. Senator Bostelman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Senator Boer. She said the amendment is a good amendment. I appreciate her work on that and making that change, and I encourage you to vote green on AM 2163 and LB 741. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bostoman. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to close on AM 2163. Senator DeBoer waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2163. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
Thirty-eight ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk?
Senator Brandt, I understand you wish to withdraw 2177.
Withdrawn.
Mr. President, Senator Brandt would move to amend with AM 2309.
Senator Brandt, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Today I'm offering AM 2309, a friendly amendment to LB 741 to adopt the Domestic Abuse Death Review Act. The language in AM 2309 is the same as my bill, LB 1009, which will establish a statewide domestic abuse death review team that will evaluate and analyze domestic violence-related fatalities and develop appropriate recommendations through an annual report to help prevent future deaths. I want to thank Senator DeBoer, who introduced LB 741, and Senator Vargas for prioritizing it. And thanks to both of them for working with me to include LB 1009 in LB 741. LB 1009 was advanced to general file by the Judiciary Committee, had no opposition or neutral testimony or letters, and we worked heavily with the Attorney General's office on the bill, who I would also like to thank. Their edits to the bill have been implemented into the amendment. AM 2309 creates a Nebraska Domestic Violence Death Review Team consisting of 14 members appointed by the Attorney General and 3 other appointed members that will meet at least 4 times a year and issue an annual report on or before August 15th of each year, beginning with the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. The purpose of the team is to prevent future domestic abuse deaths by conducting investigations to understand the contributing factors in domestic abuse deaths, examining the incidents, causes, and contributing factors of domestic abuse deaths, and developing recommendations for changes within communities, public and private agencies, institutions, and systems based on an analysis of the causes and contributing factors of domestic abuse deaths. AM 2309 provides specific guidelines for who is to be on the Domestic Abuse Death Review Team. It is essential that strong parameters are set in statute for a Domestic Abuse Death Review Team to operate effectively, and AM 2309 includes the necessary guidelines to accomplish this, including ensuring confidentiality and establishing consistency and continuity over time. Establishing a state domestic abuse review team is not a new idea. As of 2021, 41 states had active statewide domestic violence fatality review teams, leaving Nebraska as one of only 9 states that do not have one. With the exception of Wyoming, every state surrounding Nebraska has one. Since 2012, the average number of domestic violence-related deaths annually in Nebraska is 14. Domestic violence is a statewide problem that demands our immediate attention. From 2017 to 2020, 84 out of 93 counties in Nebraska reported at least one instance of domestic assault. And in that same time frame, over 30,000 domestic assault instances were reported across Nebraska. Data provided by the Nebraska State Patrol shows that from 2012 to 2020, 127 individuals died as a result of domestic violence, with 36 of those deaths occurring in 2019 and 2020. Domestic abuse-related deaths are devastatingly common, and we can best honor the lives of victims and their families by learning from these experiences and making improvements in the way our systems and agencies respond. I introduced this bill for the family of a domestic violence victim who came to me to ask what we could do to prevent what happened to their loved one from happening to anyone else. And one way to address their concerns after consultations with groups that work with domestic abuse victims was to create a domestic abuse death review team. I ask you to help me help them by your green vote on AM 2309 to LB 741 and create the domestic violence death review team. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Debate is now open. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Brandt, you're welcome to close. Senator Brandt waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2309. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
40 yeas, no nays on adoption of Senator Brandt's amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for another amendment.
Mr. President, the next amendment is Senator Pansy and Brooks that Senator Arch has agreed to handle. It's AM 2482.
Senator Arch, you're recognized to open on AM 2402.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise tonight to support LB 741, provide a brief introduction of LB 901, which is included in this bill, via AM 2402. AM 2402 implements language that requires the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services to develop and publish cytomegalovirus public education and prevention material for women who may become pregnant, expecting parents, and parents of newborn infants. Additionally, healthcare providers who are caring for pregnant women must distribute such materials at the appropriate time. Furthermore, this legislation provides opportunities for parents of infants following the initial CMV hearing screening test. CMV refers to cytomegalovirus. According to the CDC, in the United States, nearly 1 in 3 children are already infected with CMV by age 5. Over half of adults have been infected with CMV by age 40. In some cases, CMV can cause mild illness, but can also cause severe problems and illness in other cases. Really a devastating disease if you respond that way. According to the CDC, babies born with CMV can have brain, liver, spleen, lung, and growth problems. The most common long-term health problem in babies born with congenital CMV infection is hearing loss, which may be detected soon after birth or may develop later in childhood. The increase in awareness and opportunities that this bill will bring to women who may become pregnant, expecting parents, and parents of newborn infants will allow us to combat CMV more effectively in the future here in Nebraska. I met with Senator Pansy Brooks and citizens personally affected by CMV early in this process. Hundreds of Nebraska families are affected by this virus each year. It is a virus that not only causes issues at birth, but in the years following as well. After hearing the stories from families, Senator Pansy Brooks brought legislation that raises awareness, makes information more accessible, and helps thousands of families throughout our state. The help this bill would bring to women who can become pregnant, expecting parents, and parents of infants is substantial, would greatly increase the prenatal health of women in every area of Nebraska. I ask you to vote green on LB 741 and AM 2402. This bill was heard in the HHS committee, was passed unanimously as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Arch. Debate is now open. Senator Ben Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to be brief here. I do appreciate Senator Pansy Brooks being AM 2402, and I'm voting in favor of it. I am being a co-sponsor of this bill. I think it is important to make sure that parents are aware of what cytomegalovirus is and how it can have a potentially devastating effect on their child if the mother becomes infected with CMV. A lot of times these issues are unknown to many parents, and they don't recognize it in children once they are born with it. And so I think all this bill really does responsibly is it provides information, or it has an area where medical professionals and people who take care of pregnant females can go and get information and provide it to the families if they see fit. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote for AM 2402 and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Albright, you're recognized.
Thank you, President. I just have a quick question. If I believe Senator Ben Hansen would yield.
Senator Ben Hansen, would you yield?
Yes.
Okay, I think this is a great bill, but can you tell me, is this something that is obviously, it's not standard testing. So do insurance companies cover this for the women?
That I would not know. I'm unsure. Senator Arch might know that better than I would.
Senator Arch, yield for a question?
Senator Arch, would you yield?
I will. So this is not putting into mandatory testing. It's not at all. This is CMV affects people very differently. I mean, as I mentioned, 50% of adults have CMV, but to some it affects them dramatically, and to others not at all. So testing is not being required. This is simply informing pregnant women, informing parents of infants to be alert for these issues.
Okay, so this is something that they would learn about before they take the child home?
Hopefully, when even at the time of pregnancy, going into an OBGYN, they provide information on many issues to the pregnant women. This would be one of those things that they would be educated on.
So in the bill, it doesn't actually say, so would HHS provide that to the hospitals?
HHS develops that and then would provide that information, post on the website as well as hand out, and HHS was good with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albright, Senator Arch, and Senator Ben Hansen. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Arch, you are recognized to close on AM 2402. Senator Arch waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2402. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
41 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of Senator Pansy Brooks' amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for amendment.
Senator DeBoer would move to amend 2358.
Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 2358 incorporates LB 245, which advanced unanimously from the Judiciary Committee with no negative or neutral testimony. The bill harmonizes the adoption statutes with case law in the area of adoption, providing specific steps and mechanisms to address the rights of putative, acknowledged, and adjudicated birth fathers, including definitions that mirror the categories of birth fathers identified by the court. It expands periods of time for putative fathers to respond to notices of intended adoptions from 5 business days to 10 business days, and gives 45 days for adjudicated and acknowledged fathers to object to a planned adoption, which strengthens the constitutionality of our adoption statutes. It has the support of the County Judges Association as it clarifies issues of jurisdiction, makes adoption fall within the exclusive jurisdiction of the county and juvenile courts, and removes unnecessary and antiquated steps of getting consent from other courts like divorce courts and guardianship courts. It also clarifies when separate attorneys and counseling are provided for birth mothers and the context in which communication and contact agreements can be made. There currently exists uncertainty and confusion in the adoption statutes based on case law that has invalidated parts of the statutes, making it an area fraught with the risk of mistakes being made by well-meaning practitioners. This will help provide the revisions to best avoid mistakes being made in this very important area of law for children and families. Thank you for your consideration of AM 2354. I urge your green light on the amendment to update and improve our adoption statutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Debate is now open. Senator Slama, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I will be brief on this, but I do want to thank Senator DeBoer for her efforts on AM 2358. I remember this hearing in the Judiciary Committee, and our adoption statutes have needed to be cleaned up for years. Senators have tried to do it piecemeal. Senator DeBoer's approach really cleans up our statutes in the adoption process to where they need to be. And if we're going to call ourselves a pro-life state, we owe it to the adopting parents and those interested in adoption in our state to have statutes that aren't convoluted, that reflect current case law. And Senator DeBoer has done a wonderful job with AM 2358 of achieving that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too will be very brief. First of all, again, I want to thank Senator DeBoer for bringing the bill and the amendments. I think these have all been very important. As I mentioned early on, this was the first bill that I spoke on when I got here to the legislature. A really important bill all the way through. I want to speak very briefly on adoption. The reason this is so important is besides losing a child, Julie and I also adopted both of our children. And I can tell you, both were interstate adoptions. It can be very involved, particularly when you're dealing with birth fathers. Cleaning this up is incredibly important. If you think about the emotions that go through this whole process, I can tell you as an adoptive parent, there's nothing worse than having the thought that you have this child, you're caring for this child, and suddenly you're concerned about, is there going to be a problem with the father? Is there going to be some problem with the legal process? We've got to be careful it's done right, but I can tell you that this is a great cleanup, and I can tell you as an adoptive parent, I feel very good for those future adoptive parents that this is going to be a very good thing for them. And adoption's a wonderful thing. I would just note for those, as you think about the abortions that happen in this country, all of the adoptive parents that are out there just wishing that they had the opportunity to adopt an infant. And oh, by the way, adopting an infant without regard to how that infant entered this world. So I can tell you, thank you again, Senator DeBoer, for bringing this. I'm a green vote all the way through, and I would encourage you all to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Bostelman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator DeBoer yield to a question?
Senator DeBoer, would you yield?
I would.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. As we talked briefly off the mic, would you turn to page 2, and we're looking at lines 1 through 9 in there, and husband or wife has changed to spouse. Could you explain why that is?
That was something that bill drafters did. I did not request that change. That just was what bill drafters did.
Give you any indication why they did that?
No, I don't know if it's because it's shorter. I don't know why, but that's what they did.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bostelman. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to close on AM 2358. Senator DeBoer waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2358. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
34 A's, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 2358 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 741 to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 741 is advanced. Mr. Clerk, LB 917.
We're passing over 917 and 519.
Members, we're passing over 917 and 917A, so we go to LB 519.
Senator McKinney, I have enrollment and review amendments, first of all.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 519.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR motion is adopted.
Yeah, but I have an amendment to the bill.
Mr. Clerk for an amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Lathrop would move to amend with AM 2311.
Senator Lathrop, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is a real quick one. This is a cleanup. The bill relates to witnesses and victims of sexual assault. In the bill, we inadvertently inserted the term crime of violence where we should have said sexual assault. This is truly a technical cleanup amendment to make the language in the bill consistent throughout. It was identified by ENR, but too much for an ENR amendment. I would appreciate your support of AM 2311, and we'll clean up LB 519. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Debate is now open on AM 2311. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Lathrop, you're recognized to close. Senator Lathrop waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2311. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
41 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk,
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 519 to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. The bill is advanced. Members, we will now go back to LB 917.
First of all, Mr. President, Senator Wayne, I apologize. Unintentional mistake on my part. No ENRs. Senator Wayne, you have AM 2204. I have a note you wish to withdraw that.
Withdrawn.
Mr. President, Senator Wayne would move to amend with AM 2469.
Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief. I knew that we gave the speaker a lot of power under that point of order. I didn't know he could pass a bill and select with the amendment without even voting on it. I was like, whoa, when did we do that? I was really confused. All right, so on the general file, this is real quick. On general file, I told everybody we were going to focus on moving this from a deduction to a credit because businesses were more familiar with the credit. And what happened, there's going to be two quick changes. We had to reduce the percentage of income eligibility. If you recall, in the deduction, it was 65%. We had to reduce it to 25% because, believe it or not, businesses really understand tax credits. So the fiscal office went from a $5 million fiscal note to a $32 million fiscal note. So we reduced it, and to put a belt and suspender on it, we capped it at $5 million. So we kept the fiscal note exactly the same. And there still is a sunset because we want to see if this works. And if it doesn't work, we should get rid of it. So that's what the bill does. Businesses understand tax credits. So we put it in their language. We capped it at $5 million, which was the original fiscal note was around that same amount, like 4 or something and some change. And we made it a tax credit that moved the eligibility from 65% of their wage to only 25% to keep the fiscal note down. Sorry for the confusion, but I told you on general file that's what we were going to do because the business community was asking for that. And with that, I'll ask you to vote green.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Debate is now open. Senator Arch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for Senator Wayne, if he would yield.
Senator Wayne, would you yield?
Yes.
So this, Senator Wayne, this is a question from my education. When you do a $5 million cap like that, is it simply first come, first capped? I mean, how does that work?
Yeah, it'll be first come, first serve. So businesses would have to make out their filings first come, first serve, just like we do with all our tax
If you
credits.
file early, if you file, yeah, and
Yeah.
when that comes and it's no longer available, and our revenue department tracks that, and so they know when that has been issued, and then they stop.
Then they stop. And so
Okay.
the goal is in 2 or 3 years, we can come back and see how many people applied and maybe there's more demand or not.
Will they keep track of those that do not get that 5 million
They typically
later
do.
on?
They have for all the other incentives, yes.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Arch and Senator Wayne. Senator Bostelman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Senator Wayne yield to a question?
Senator
Yes.
Wayne, would you yield?
Yes.
Is this 2.5 a year for 2 years, 1 year, 2.5, second year, 2.5, or is it 5 million a year?
It's 5 million each year.
Per year? Okay.
Yeah, and it is sunset.
On the fiscal note, I was just looking on second page on fiscal year 23, 24, and then 24, 25, it's got a 2.6, then a 2.6 fiscal note onto it. And I was just curious if it was going to divide 2.5 basically over, 5 million broken over 2 years versus 5 million per year.
No, it is 5 million per year. I will tell you the same amount that was a deduction was only 2.6. When I changed it to a tax credit, it was 32 million. So we try to reduce it. If I need to reduce it more, I have no problem pulling it off of final and reducing it more, but we try to keep it at the same.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bostelman and Senator Wayne. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Wayne yield to a question?
Senator Wayne, would you yield?
Yes, they haven't turned off my mic yet.
Senator Wayne, I'm curious because I have supported this bill in the past. Is there any record keeping to show that if it's working? Because we talked about recidivism, things like that. If a felon gets a job, the chances are that he keeps working. And is there some record keeping involved or a report to the legislature to see if this is working?
No, from the Department of Revenue, they're not tracking whether somebody goes back into prison. The goal really is that first 12 months. I'm just looking up in the air thinking how we can do that. I'm more than happy to talk to.
I'm interested because I'd like to see what works and what don't work. And by not measuring something, I think this is a program that I think we'd all agree, if a person has a job, you tend not to commit crime. And so let's see if it works. And if it's easy to do, and I don't know I don't want to make it burdensome,
Right.
but it'd be interesting to see if a program like this actually does something.
Right, and I'll just tell you that the big limiting factor is it's the first 12 months after being released or off paper. So if you're a felon and you've been out for 3 years, you wouldn't qualify. It's literally the first. We are trying to get them when they first come out back in the community a good paying job.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I support the concept of this. I think having people get a job, it's great. And those first few years, if we can incentivize an employer to take that chance, I do think it's worth it. I will support the bill and the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen and Senator Wayne. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Wayne, you're recognized to close on AM 2469. Senator Wayne waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2469. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
42 ayes, no nays on the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 917 to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. The bill is advanced. Mr. Clerk, moving to LB 1023.
I have enrollment and review amendment, Senator.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 1023.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Hilgers would move to amend AM 2300.
Speaker Hilgers, you're recognized to open on AM 2300.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. It's so cold in here. It feels like the morning, right, Senator Hughes? I apologize. Good evening, colleagues. I'm introducing AM 2300, and this has one primary change, and it came from the conversation we had on general file. And if you recall, I had a number of conversations on the mic, I think primarily with Senator John Kavanaugh as well as Senator DeBoer. One of the questions and concerns that was addressed on general file was, hey, look, we want to really make doubly sure, if not triply sure, that this project, if it ever comes to fruition, that this is a state asset and that public access is guaranteed. And the green copy of the bill, and in fact, and in the amendments, I'm sorry, the white copy that came out with the committee amendments, initially I actually thought went far enough, but I went back and we added some additional language in AM 2300, which I did show to Senator John Kavanaugh and Senator DeBoer a week or two ago. And that's on page 5, and it is subsection 8. I'm just going to read it into the record here. So it says, the land selected for the lake shall be owned by the state, and the department shall ensure that the general public has complete access to the lake. No private entity involved in the constructing, developing, or managing of the lake shall designate any portion of the lake for exclusively private use. And then it goes on to say nothing in the subsection shall preclude reasonable limitations on the number of people using the lake or marina or any other access points. So long as such limitation does not restrict access to a designated class of private parties. So this ensures both that this is going to be a state asset and also that no private party can close off the lake or any portion of the lake for solely private use. So I think the combination of those two things is a belt and suspender approach and amendment to LB 1023. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I ask for your green light on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Mr. Clerk, you have an amendment to the amendment.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to amend with AM 2496.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I have 2 amendments on this bill, and I actually will be updating this particular amendment because I left part of it out. But so the AM 246 puts language in to ensure that the employees associated with the Department of Natural Resources and any relative cannot financially profit either directly or indirectly from the projects. And the same is for the Game and Parks Commission. Any employee of the commission shall have no member of the commission shall have a financial interest either personally or through immediate family member in any purchase, sale, or lease of the real property relating to the project. And so I wanted to add to that, which I will be later, but that no member of the legislature, and I know that's redundant because we already have a conflict of interest, but I also want to add the part about the subsection for the purposes immediate family and defining immediate family, so that these projects, so that the people of Nebraska know that if we move these projects forward, it's not for any personal gain for anyone in here or anyone who works for the Game and Parks Commission or the Department of Natural Resources. So that is the intention of that amendment. And I hope you will vote for it because it's a serious amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Debate is now open. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I was rising to comment on Senator Hilger's comments on AM 2300. I will take a look at AM 2496, but it does sound in principle to me like a good idea. So I'll take a look at it before we get to a vote here. I appreciate Senator Hilger's working with me on addressing my concerns on this. And there are a few things that I think were in the original draft that also got taken out that are not there anymore. I don't really need to talk about because they're not there anymore, but there were concerns that I addressed with Speaker Hilgers as well. But I did want to make sure and just address, since I did take some time to talk about it, the comments. He did read the text of the change. We have in there that it shall be open to all people. There shall be allowed reasonable limitations to the number of people visiting the lake, marina, or any other access point. That sounds to me logical, that you can have maybe a number of people that are coming through the marina at a time or through a boat dock, that sort of thing. But the key is, the most important part, I thought, was that part where he talked about the land for the lake shall be owned by the state, and the department shall ensure that the general public has complete access to the lake. So that's the important part right there. And no private entity involved in the construction, developing, or managing of the lake shall designate any portion of the lake for exclusive private use. So I think my interpretation of that, and I could ask Senator Speaker Hilgers a question, but I think if he wants, he can answer on the record. But my interpretation of that would be that they can't close off parts of the lake. In some of the renderings, there was kind of coves, you would call it, where people would have houses and docks and things like that, and making sure that other boats could come through there without it being sort of a private drive on the lake itself. But nothing in this shall preclude them from reasonable limitations on the number of use. So obviously not over having the lake completely full of people. And then that there shall not be, as long as such limitations does not restrict the access to a designated class of private parties. And so I thought that that's an important distinction, to make sure that there can be reasonable limitations, but you can't exclude people based on a designated class. So I would think that you can't make it specific to a private club, or exclude individuals from the lake because of the class they're in. I did have a question. I'll probably run out of time here in a minute, but and I didn't get a chance to ask Speaker Hilgers because he was busy today with the ARPA bill, and I think everybody was asking questions. But the part about, I still have this question about the fact that no land within the Lake Development District, as designated by the Department of Natural Resources pursuant to Section 3, shall be annexed. And I'm still just curious about what the specific reason for that, because my interpretation is that there will be houses on this lake and potentially in close proximity to, my imagination, maybe I'm wrong, is Gretna, and that Gretna may come and grow towards the west, is how it seems to be growing, and come up to this lake, and it would be a natural part of Gretna, and there may not be, I don't know what the argument would be, that if Gretna does come to the lake, that they shouldn't be allowed to annex the houses, at least, that are as part of the lake. I understand the making sure that no city or subdivision or other government entity annexes the lake itself.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. But the houses, some may end up being residences, realistically. If this goes as everybody expects, then I don't see why those shouldn't be allowed to be part of a city. So that's a question. But I think it's very important, if we're talking about these types of investments, we've had a lot of conversations about investments today, which I appreciated everybody's comments, that we make sure that it does remain accessible and available to Nebraskans for their beneficial use and enjoyment, as you would say. And so I do appreciate those changes that Senator Hilgers, Speaker Hilgers, has made to the bill going forward. And I'll push my light and I can talk again. It looks like there's a few people in the queue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I had a floor amendment written up, and I was going to strike the lake. I don't believe that lake will ever happen. 7 square miles, 30 feet deep. Where in the world do you put sand or dirt from 7 square miles, 30 feet deep? Amazing. No clue how much that'll cost. No clue. But I was wondering if Senator Hilgers yield to a question or two.
Senator Hilgers, would you yield?
Absolutely.
Senator Hilgers, you'll be happy to know I've kept my little yellow sheet that I had drawn up right here. Haven't dropped it in. But please tell me, how does one go about securing 4,000 or 5,000 acres to build a lake? Are you going to use eminent domain?
No. The purpose of this is through an arm's length transaction. You can't go out and get 4,000 acres through eminent domain.
Okay, so the NRD is going to be involved in this, correct?
Under the bill, that's the Department of Natural Resources is directed to utilize NRDs to the full extent allowed by law. Yes.
Okay, so the bill says that the NRDs are allowed to use whatever is available to them by the law, granted to them by the law, which is eminent domain, right?
That one of their powers does include eminent domain, correct?
So you think that you're going to go out there and negotiate with these farmers, these landowners, these homeowners, and you're going to buy their land from them without using eminent domain? Do you believe that?
Absolutely, Senator. I mean, why are you so skeptical?
I think I have a bridge in Arizona I want to sell you to.
Well, Senator Erdman, I would say there's a lot of reasons this ultimately might not come to fruition. We're doing a phase one approach. And the idea is we are looking at land that is in the floodway. In other words, you can't build, it's encumbered. The economic value is not the same as if you're going to some area outside of Ashland. And the entire idea here is to do an arm's length transaction where you have multiple winning parties, not to go and say, well, we have 1,000 acres here, let's go use eminent domain to try to go take people's property. That's not a winning approach for that area. It's not a winning approach for the citizens in Nebraska, and that's not what we're trying to accomplish. This phase one through LB 1023, Senator Erdman, will allow us to go see if we can go get the funds, not taxpayer dollars, $1 billion, $2 billion of private investment to go be able to go do what? Not just build a lake, but pay money to landowners who are willing to sell.
Okay, okay. So is there a plan on what you do with this much sand?
Well, that's part of the phase one, Senator. I mean, obviously, if you were to dredge an entire 7 square mile lake in a year, you'd flood the market. And so as you talk to some of the gravel companies that have land out there, there's a way to sequence this where everyone can win. If they actually start to do the dredging on their own dime, could you then purchase the land from them after they get done with that, say over 5 or 10 years? I think the answer is yes, you absolutely can. And then the answer to your question is they would sell the sand over time under their current business operations.
Okay. So when they do this, the direction or the information says they're not going to build a dam, right?
Absolutely correct.
So I would assume then that as they dig out this sand, then their surface water, the groundwater is going to come up to the surface. Is that how it's going to be filled?
That's my understanding. Yes, I'm not a hydrologist, but that's my understanding.
There's not a river or anything that runs into that, is there?
Well, there is obviously the Platte River, but no, we wouldn't not tap directly into the Platte through a dam or otherwise.
Okay. All right. Well, it's still kind of peculiar to me, but thanks for answering those questions.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Hilgers. Senator Hilgers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Erdman, for the dialogue and the questions. I do appreciate that, and I appreciate you keeping your yellow pad with your sine die motion as well on your desk. Those are good. These are really good questions. I know we've had a number of people ask questions about this, and as we take a step back, I want to just remind the body this is a phase one approach over the next 2 or 3 years. A number of these questions have to be answered. Now, some of them we know we can answer now. Are we intending to use eminent domain for this project? No. Are we trying to do arm's length transactions with landowners? Yes. Do we think this is going to have a multi-billion-dollar impact on the state of Nebraska if we can do it? Yes. Are we certain that we can do it? No. Are we trying to use private investment versus state dollars? Yes. Exactly where it's going to be located, we don't know for sure. Exactly where those private dollars are going to come from, we don't know for sure. What landowners might sell their land, we don't know precisely for sure, but we won't know and we won't have the lake built if we don't do LB 1023. So I appreciate those questions, Senator Erdman. A lot of people asking some of the same questions. On AM 2496, I appreciate Senator Kavanaugh bringing this. I do support AM 2496. I think it's a good amendment. It's a positive amendment. It makes this bill stronger. In previous contexts and other bills, I think I have fought for these types of protections. I think whenever you're dealing with any kind of public dollars, whether it's a dime, $1 or $1 million, it's really important that the stewards of those dollars act in accordance with their fiduciary responsibilities. And we don't have any perception, let alone reality, of any person working on this particular project or their family members in any way benefiting from the project. And so I support this particular amendment, AM 2496. I would urge you to vote green on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilgers. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. I appreciate that. It was meant to be a good amendment, so I appreciate that you feel that way as well. So just to reiterate, 2496, what this does is just creates another layer of transparency and ensuring that those that on the government side that are involved in the project are not financially benefiting from the project. This is a huge project, and there's going to be a lot of contracts handed out for this project. And so I just want to make sure that we are using the taxpayers' dollars to the best of our ability. And I think that's really important and important for transparency. As I mentioned before, I meant to include the legislature, so I have another amendment, and I know that we'll be talking about this more as well. I don't know that we're going past 8, no. So we'll be talking about this more at another time. So I would leave this amendment up, and I'll be putting up a different amendment to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Albright, you're recognized.
Thank you, President. I do have just a few quick questions. I had a phone call from some friends in Sarpy County that I've been very close to over the years, and they've asked me to ask a few questions. So would Senator Bostelman yield to a question?
Senator Bostelman, would you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Bostelman. Will this new lake draw any waters from Mead? They're concerned about the polluted area.
Say that again?
Is the lake in Ashland that you're talking about, Gretna area, will any of the new lake draw polluted water from the Mead site?
That would be something that the study would do.
Okay, but does the waters from that area run into the area that you're going to be
I don't know if the
constructing?
groundwaters go down to that area or not.
Okay, and where will the money come from to clean up the ethanol plant in Mead?
And that's a DEE question. That's with the seed companies.
Okay, I'm just asking the questions from the folks that are asking me this. And again, Senator Erdman touched on, will the lake, will there be any eminent domain taken? So that's been answered. And will it be our tax dollars to create this new lake, and will the public have access? And I do believe Speaker Hilgers talked about that. Thank you, Senator Bosselman. One thing I will say, when we do a project like this and it involves a great deal of land going out of production, it's very, very important to get in touch with the community surrounding this area, because I think if anything, that's where your pushback's going to come if those questions aren't answered. So I appreciate Senator Bosselman's time, and I'll yield my time back to the President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Mr. Clerk.
I have some items, Mr. President. Amendments to be printed. Senator Hunt to 933. Senator Moorfield 1014. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh 1015. Senator Wayne to 917. Mr. President, a name add Senator Matt Hansen to 825. And Senator Lowe would move to adjourn the body until Thursday, March 24 at 9:00 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion to adjourn until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. We are adjourned.